Ready? Morning.
Morning.
Morning, councillors.
Morning, Madam Speaker.
Morning, members of the public. We are about to start our council meeting, ordinary council meeting today. The date is the 30th of August, 30th of October, 2025, and the time is 9:05. We start with our first item, which is the opening of the meeting. Can we please ask Councillor Renesia to open for us with a prayer?
Expound. Heavenly Father, thank you for this beautiful day. Thank you for councillors whose hearts are for the community. Thank you for this day, Lord, and we welcome you in this meeting. Take complete control. Give us one spirit, one mind, and one thought. In Jesus' mighty name, amen.
Thank you very much, Councillor Renesia, for the prayer. Special greetings to the executive mayor, to the deputy mayor, to the MACO members, to all councillors present, and to all the officials present. Item number 2 is the attendance register, which I believe it is circulating for all of us to sign. Item number 3, it is application for leave of absence. I have received none from the councillors. Administration.
Thank you very much. Morning,
Speaker, I've received none from administration. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much. So the acting MM is joining us online. Item number 4 is declaration of interest.
Speaker.
Mr. Bangaba,
Good morning, how are you?
I'm good, and how are you?
Very well, thank you. Before we get into the declarations, is there a reason why the MM is not here?
Okay.
It is online. MM.
The workshop.
We can allow.
At a workshop.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can I talk?
Yes, MM.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Morning, Madam Speaker. Morning, Deputy. Morning, Executive Mayor. Morning, councillors and colleagues. Yeah, I'm attending a MISA conference in East, scheduled annually. Unfortunately, the conflicted with the council meeting.
So, from what I'm grasping, from what I could hear from the interference that is actually happening with the speakers, is that he is attending another program which clashed with the council meeting. So he chose or prioritized where he is than sitting in council. Because I can tell you now, Speaker, if he's not going to be here in the physical, it's more like he is actually not a part of this meeting because already we've given him a chance to speak and he's breaking.
Santana?
And allow the acting municipal manager to continue.
Before the director. Real speaker, we are a laughing stock. When you've got a meeting of this magnitude and the municipal manager is not in the meeting, is in another meeting, this is a laughing stock. We cannot allow that. If he didn't want to come to this, that means we are on autopilot. And for that matter, he can't be virtual. He must just shut off that thing and deal with, because he's trying to say to us, he doesn't care. If we want to ask questions here, who are we then going to ask to? Because the director next to you has not been mandated by council to become an acting MM. We don't have an MM now. He is virtually somewhere. Whereas we've got dates, we've got a calendar for meetings of council. You can't prioritize a certain meeting and then don't come and want to come and be virtual. He doesn't respect us. The staff management, you must just shut off the director, the acting MM, please. He can't be part of this meeting. Then we know we don't have an MM. We're going to deal with these issues on ourselves.
Okay.
This is really deliberately not taking us serious,
Thank you,
undermining us.
Councillor Tabai. Director, can you please give us advice on
Much, Speaker, good morning again, councillors, and mayor, deputy executive mayor, and officials and visitors. Firstly, it is not unlawful for the acting municipal manager to join the meeting virtually. Secondly, there are pertinent issues that were dealt by the office of the municipal manager, which I am not privy to, and he must submit inputs to this meeting today. Should we have known that he was not allowed to join virtually, maybe he would have delegated someone to represent those matters. But because it's normal, it happens in every meeting of this council, and the rules to allow virtual attendance, except in exception of in-committee meetings. So we thought maybe that would not be, we did not foresee any issues, because in many times municipal managers have joined the meeting virtual and led the council in issues that were dealt with. So I would, maybe we in this meeting, we can take a decision as council that future meetings, want the municipal manager to be physically in the meeting. And if it's impossible for him to be physically in the meeting, that then his office must mandate someone to actually lead the items that were dealt by his office, so that he can be excused in the meeting if it is unable to join physical. But for now, there are real issues that have been dealt by that office. And I don't think one of us as directors, especially myself, some of the issues I was not part of. But I know when I read the agenda that there are matters that you really want to represent or present to the council, and some questions that will come from the council can only be answered by the acting municipal manager. That is.
Councillor Tabai?
Speaker, the municipal manager is an accounting office. As councillors, we only deal with the municipal manager. If something happens now, or today, who is going to rescue us as council? If something happens, an emergency happens today, who's going to, even if it's one day, the mayor must know that the municipal manager is not going to be in the office. Then there is somebody then that can be taken on behalf of, it's the prerogative of the mayor for that. You see, now when we come to council, the is virtual. That's blatant disregard of this municipality. And even us. The director is trying something by law and so on. We are talking about specific issues now. It's even worse, it's council. This council has got a timetable. On such and such a date, there will be a council meeting. But he chooses to go to another meeting. Even a young child from primary. No, don't stop me, because this is
Your 5 minutes is up.
No, how did you count the 5 minutes?
Get it. Your 5 minutes.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Manqaba,
Don't do that.
Councillor Manqaba.
Speaker, I believe everyone that's sitting here has had time to actually go through the agenda. You learn that in the agenda, it is engineering heavy. And unfortunately, I don't know who else I'm going to pose these questions to if this acting MM is actually not here. And second to that, we are all sitting in this council. You were listening to him speak and you couldn't get a thing he was saying. I had to synthesize it for you. Now, I'm not sure how productive this meeting will be with regards to the interaction we'll be having with the gentleman that is actually sitting online, if he's actually not here in the physical. And over and above that, if then should there be an acting on his behalf, there is not even a letter that is actually sent out of who is mandated to actually be an acting MM. So where we are sitting, is he not in Plet?
It's London. Okay.
Interesting.
Councillors,
Indlela umdudo wamaseko uzokwenza. Uzokwenza umdudo wamasele.
Councillors, I heard your concerns and we are taking it seriously. What you are raising, we don't take it for granted or lightly. But I believe that, in my understanding, we decided that we can allow a person or the acting MM or the MM to join us virtually if the meeting is for a public. We don't only allow when it is in committee. So I took it like that. That is why I allowed him to join the meeting virtual. Because we decided that it must not only in committee. This is what we decided in this meeting. Yes, Councillor Tapai, this is what we decided.
Who decided?
All of us.
All of us.
All of us, the councillors. It is only when a person we tend to in committee, then we say, okay, we switch off the
Wonderful.
councillor.
I get that. I think it is wrong also not to have an acting municipal manager for even a day. I think we must just correct that. For even a day. So if we knew that, or not us, but if the acting municipal manager knew that he was not going to be here, we're supposed to have had a person who is acting in that position. For today, I don't know how many days he's not going to be here, but for today and this meeting. And he was supposed to have delegated that person so that that person is able to respond to us. The unfortunate part is that he's got dual responsibilities. The other responsibility is that he's leading engineering. I'm not sure whether there is a person there that is acting where we are going to ask questions of clarity from my speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillors, as I am saying, I agree with you. I'm not taking your concerns lightly. But now let us allow him. And then from today, we know that this must not happen again for an acting to not prioritize a council meeting and prioritize a workshop or whatever. So for today, let us allow him, because really, as the advocate was saying, that there are methods that was dealt in his office that he must answer. Thank you very much. Acting Acting is it gone?
He's in the Eastern Cape. You can't expect him to have signal.
Yeah.
Okay,
Acting
thank you, Madam
I hope you heard what we were
Chair.
discussing now. So it is not allowed for an acting to be absent in the council meeting, or an for that matter. So we allow you today, but it is not happening again. In your absence, you must also elect a person who will stand in for you. Thank you. We are continuing with the meeting. We were in declaration of interest.
Right.
Declaration of interest. Any councillor would like to declare? None. Moving to item number 5, which is the confirmation of minutes for previous meetings. Can the administration take us through to the minutes, please?
Minutes of special council meeting dated 25 August 2025, starting at page 7. 8. Page 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. Page 18. 19, 20. Page 21. Up 22, attendance registers 23, 24, 25, 26, and that confirms the minutes of 25, 2025.
Item 7. That's the true reflection of the minutes of the previous minutes. Councillor Annalise. Proposed by Councillor Annalise,
Second, Madam.
seconded by Councillor Ompio. Moving to item number 6, which is statements and communication by the Executive Mayor and the Speaker. From my side, I have none. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, councillors, administration, members of the public, and the community at large. Mine is just to update Bitou municipality. We have released a statement on social media regarding the Bosishof fires. And I just want to assure the public that we are urgently preparing to disperse emergency building material to support reconstruction, and humanitarian relief continues through community and organizational support. And we want to extend our gratitude and for helping hand to everyone during this difficult time. In terms of electricity, the electrical section did confirm that power is being restored to all the areas not directly impacted by the fire, and work continues in the affected zones to safely reconnect electricity. And we appreciate the patience, the cooperations, and the resilience shown by residents, and especially the leadership of our administration and disaster management team, also from the Ward Councillor, Councillor Mshana, and your supports make recovery possible and easier. And the cause of the fire is still under investigation, and we, as a call for all of us to work together to prevent fire tragedies and build a safer and more resilient Bitou. And Bitou municipality will continuously update the public on our official channels. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, for the speech. We are moving now to item number 7, which is presentations. We will have a presentation from the Plet Shark Spotters. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Do I need to put the microphone around you loud enough?
No, it's roaming. Okay, just speak.
So hopefully my presentation has come through. Thank you very much, everybody, for having us here. It's a real honour. My name is Sarah. I'm the CEO of Shark Spotters. I've been working for the organisation since 2008, so a very long time now. I feel very old. And Plet is our program manager in Plet, and has been involved with the program for about 2.5 years here. So I'm hoping that we can get the presentation working. But it's really an honour to meet everybody, the full council. I've met a few councillors before, and I know that some of you also have had a chance to engage with the program, the Plet Shark Spotters program, over the last few months. But we're really here to give you an update of everything that we've been doing, and then also to talk about the way forwards. So while they're just doing that, I'll just explain a bit about Shark Spotters. So we are a non-profit organisation based in Cape Town. We started in 2004 in response to some shark bites and fatalities that we had on the beaches, and they had a really big impact on the local economy. I don't know how many of you have been to Plettenberg Beach recently, but it's a hive of activity. 20 years ago, it was quite sort of down in the dumps, and with having shark incidents there, people didn't want to go. So it was the program was created as a community initiative by local community people, using essentially indigenous knowledge of fishing practices. So we have in Cape Town, we have seine net fishermen who sit on the mountain scanning for groups of fish, and they would see sharks. And so we said, okay, that this system obviously is a effective early warning system, and it's grown since then. So we started with just a car guard on the beach and an ex-lifesaver that we put on the mountain with a pair of binoculars. And it has expanded to now we have over 60 people employed by the program in Cape Town. We operate on between 6 and 8 beaches, depending on the season, and also the levels of shark activity. Very high shark activity, it went up to about 12 beaches. We also have an applied research program where we study sharks, because it's very important to understand what the sharks are doing in the area to be able to then give appropriate safety advice. And we have a big education program. We reach about 9,000 kids a year in Cape Town on beach safety, which includes sharks and also just general things like rip currents, litter and those types of things. So must I just nod when we need to go to the next slide? So that was us in 2004 with a very small little beach hut, and thankfully now we have some bigger offices and have become quite an established organisation. And so yes, we now cover a range. It started with just safety, but we now cover education, research, conservation, and community. Community is a big part of what is very important to us. It came as a community initiative, and we continue to adapt all of our activities to serve the community. In Cape Town, we also have an active conservation program where we're doing sand dune rehabilitation, marine animal rescue, and just general maintenance of the coastline in partnership with the City of Cape Town. So the program is funded majority by the City of Cape Town and also by Save Our Seas Foundation, which is an international philanthropy organisation. But the city they came on board in 2006, so they've been funding now for nearly 20 years. On a 3-year rolling MOA, we just assess the needs of the city and the program every 3 years, and it's proved incredibly successful. So, and this is just a very brief thing. I'm not going to talk through all our wonderful successes, but it's become, the program it was one of the first non-lethal shark attack mitigation programs in the world. So the idea being, I'm sure you guys know in KZN, they have shark nets and drum lines. They have them in Australia as well. They kill the sharks, and the idea is to increase beach safety by reducing the number of sharks. Whereas we said sharks are an important part of our ecosystem. We also have in False Bay, we have a lot of whales, dolphins, and important things, and we didn't want to impact the environment. So we were one of the first sustainable shark safety organizations worldwide, and have really pioneered that. Yes, we have been represented nationally and internationally. I just this year, at the beginning of this year, we have been invited as expert members on the International Panel for Shark Risk Safety, and I was able to present Plet's story there as well as Cape Town's, which was really nice. And the same we went to Australia 2 years ago for a big white shark conference with all the people worldwide who deal with shark bites, and we've done a lot of stuff there. But now to Plet. So this data is from the South African shark attack file, which is curated by the KZN Shark, and it shows the number of shark bites over the last 70 to 60 years. And so, if you look at between 1950 and 2010, we had 10 recorded interactions with sharks in 60 years. So that doesn't mean that there was necessarily a bite or a fatality. It could be also that a surf ski got bitten, and 2 of those were confirmed to be white sharks. The others were makos and raggies and various other things. And then between 2010 and 2022, you then had 10 interactions in, it's 12 years, apparently I'm not very good at maths. So 10 interactions in 12 years, and of which 9 of those were confirmed to be white sharks. So you went from 10 interactions in 60 years to 10 in just 12 years. And that fits with this shift that we've seen along the whole South African coastline of white sharks away from the traditional aggregation sites in False Bay and Fransby. And there's been this eastward shift where you guys have sort of the beginning of it, and then sort of Port Alfred and stuff is, not Port Alfred, what's it called? Algoa Bay, Port Elizabeth, have quite a lot of white shark activity, and it's increasing going eastwards. So in 2022 was essentially, I think, the tipping point for Plet, and a number of you were involved in that, particularly Councillor Swartz at the time. And we had
Eastern Cape, WhatsApp audio.
2 fatal shark bites within 3 months and within a 3-kilometre stretch of coastline. And both of those were confirmed to be white sharks. So that is quite a significant event, and it has quite a significant impact on the community. So I'm sure you guys will all remember what it was like back in 2022. There was a lot of media attention, there was a lot of fear, there was a lot of kind of questioning as to what would happen, and is this normal? Is this something that that we need to do anything about? And it was thankfully though you had the Plet Shark Action Group, who had sort of come together as a community initiative organically in sort of the months before, and well, I suppose the years before. And so they were very proactive in looking for solutions that would help try and mitigate the risk of shark bites. And so in 2022, I think it was about this time, it was about end of October, we were invited by Bitou to partner to improve shark safety on the beaches in Plet. And so we have been operating since then. So I've never pulled off something so fast in my life. We managed to get from the end of October, we had 5 beaches fully operating by Plet Rage, which was what I think the 5th of December. And that included, so we brought up all our sponsors from Cape Town, we trained local people, we got all of the stuff implemented, and we were operating on 5 beaches. So Lookout, Central Beach, Robberg 1, and the Wreck. We recently, this last year, have trialled having a safety officer at Robberg 5 as well. So that was really wonderful, and we've been working together very well with Beach Control, which is obviously municipality based, with the lifesavers and with Sea Rescue, and we've really made a significant difference to the beach safety in Plet. And we signed a 3-year MOA in July 2023, and that ran from 1st of July 23 to the 30th of June 2026. So despite this really wonderful, effective program that we've had running, there is still a significant risk of shark-human interactions in Plett. And it's important to realize that that is because of the sharks naturally using this area. It isn't that there's anything wrong. The sharks are not supposed to be here. They are supposed to be here, but they're regularly using the area. I don't even get that video to play on the side, the one on the side. So the risk isn't going away, and or you can just click to the next thing. If you can get the video, there's a video, yes. If you can get the video to play, it's cool, but if not, don't worry. So the recent shark sightings in Plett, it's been a very busy October for the guys, as you can see. And this was taken off just near the wreck beach. It's a shark predating on a seal, a white shark predating on a seal just near to the wreck. So it's very, very close to the areas where water users are. And, you know, you have this unique situation in Plett where you have this seal colony that's right on land. And then you have obviously predators that come in and look for it. So the risk of shark-human interaction is still ongoing in Plett. We are mitigating it, but it is still a risk that is there. It's not something that has disappeared. So in addition to the safety program that we've been operating, we also have expanded our activities to incorporate other marine-related risks, obviously with the rabies outbreak in seals, which has been quite a novel and sort of bizarre thing that has happened over the last 2 years. We're perfectly positioned on the mountain to be able to see seals when they approach the water user area. So we then communicate with the lifeguards. Also, if we see that the seals are acting erratically or strangely, and we've been part of the rabies, Plett rabies action group or whatever they're called. And so we've played a big role in mitigating the rabies issue in Plett, as well as just being eyes up there constantly looking. It's very useful for contributing to just general beach safety. So we've also had a really good education and awareness program operating in Plett, because it's really important that we tell people about sharks, that they're supposed to be here, they're a normal part of the environment, but also about the potential risks that they pose, but also their importance to the ecosystem. It's actually wonderful that you have sharks here. We have had an absence of white sharks in Cape Town for a while. I'm very sad. So jealous that you guys have white sharks here, which I know is something that not many people are jealous of. But so it's so important that it's realized that they're part of the really important natural heritage of Plett, that white sharks are here. And so we've been reaching over 1,000 children per year in Plett, mostly targeted at the previously disadvantaged communities around the area. And also set up the Ocean Awareness Hub, which is a wonderful holiday program that runs during the Plett Ocean Festival as well. So we've been doing a lot of work there. As with Cape Town, it's also really important that we understand what is happening with the sharks in Plett. And so Mel is doing her master's at the moment, and also did her honours looking at white shark activity. She's been researching the white sharks here for six years. But so not just white sharks are an important thing, it's good to understand, but also we're looking at the wider community, the wider conservation value of Plett. And so using various methods. So the spotters are collecting data every day on every animal they see, and we can provide that. So we can provide information, data on whales and dolphins to Gwen Penry and to the cetacean people. We have Mel's Masters is based on an underwater video system where we're looking at community composition. So what do we have in the waters in Plett? And so you can see there's a cute little hammerhead shark there that came up on the thing. And I saw last week there was a ragged tooth shark that came. But it's also, so these you can then count abundance and diversity of marine species in Plett as well. So that's a big part of what we're doing. But the most important part of what we do is the people that we employ. So we employ between 14 and 16 people through the program, and all but Plett are from the under-resourced communities in the area. You can see it's like 46% from Guano, 7 from New Horizons, 7 from Bosnisville, 15% from Brunswick, 7% from Pine Trees, and then Plettenberg. So it's, and this has always been said in Cape Town, the whole point of the program is connecting people who wouldn't normally have the opportunity to learn about the ocean, but also to become ambassadors for the ocean. So we employ people, they go through training, they have no special skills that we require when they join, and they learn an incredible amount while they're on the job. They undergo various different training activities, and they then have this multiplying effect because they become almost ambassadors in their community, and they can share the information that they know about marine conservation, about the importance of stuff in Plet through to their communities. So just very quickly run through, you can just put them all up. I think they're going to come through, but you can just pull up. Just to sort of summarize some of the benefits of Plet Sharks, what is, you can just put them all up, it's fine. It's an effective proactive shark mitigation program. It works well with all the beach management role players. It aligns with international best practice. So the IUCN recently issued a statement saying that the world needs to move away from lethal shark control.
Great whites might be good news for coastal ecosystems.
And it's, yeah, so, sorry, just a thing. So we've been represented Plet on the national and international stage as a responsible tourism destination and a leader in shark safety. We are employment and skills development for individuals from local and resource communities, 50% female and 50% youth. Education empowerment, increased capacity and assistance with active coastal conservation activities. And also we are very involved as an organisation in national conservation strategies. So we are formalising a partnership with Cape Nature to do all of their research and all of their marine reserves. We are also looking at OECMs, which are other environmental, other effective conservation measures. And Plet and Plettenberg Bay and False Bay have been identified as the 2 best areas to implement as an OECM to try and reach we have to get 30 by 30, 30% of our oceans protected by 2030, which we can't do with MPAs. So doing that. So there are lots of possibilities for partnership and everything like that. But also, most importantly, it's put Plet on it's put the shark issue in Plet as a positive spin on Plet with lots of exposure. So that's what the little video is for. So this was from National Geographic.
Great whites might be good news for coastal ecosystems. But for the humans of Plettenberg Bay, their presence is a lot more complex. I've come to meet Kwesi Namtu. She's part of a team who aim to protect humans and sharks.
We have a network of shark spotters. One at the peninsula where we're heading, that is where my station is.
Perched high on Robberg, Kwesi is perfectly placed to monitor the bay below.
We felt that there's an urgent need to save people's lives and also take guard for the sharks. We need them just as much as we also want to use the water.
So that's on Disney at the moment. If anybody wants to see the whole episode, I think is based on Plet and Plet shark spotters and the sort of environment here, which is really great. So there's a lot of exposure.
Great whites.
So that all sounds wonderful, but we're sitting at a bit of a crossroads for Plet shark spotters, and we have a very uncertain future due to financial instability and increasing debt. And just to explain that, so when we partnered with the municipality in late 2022, we said we understood it was a situation, there wasn't municipal funding available straight away. We fronted the costs from Cape Town to set up the program, and we did sort of local fundraising to help cover those costs. And then said we would have to, we would need to move towards a partnership model like we have with the City of Cape Town, where the municipality contributes. So that was where the original MOA came in, and the MOA, the funding allocated in the MOA was allocated based purely on what was available in the municipal budget, not necessarily what our funding needs were. So just to give you an idea of last year's financial position, so we started the year, there was the loan balance to Cape Town shark spotters that we've been fronting already was 183,000 rand. We had an income of 1.7 million, which you can see was made up from the 46% of that income was from the municipality, 20% from corporate donations, 14% from fundraising events. And then we had expenses of 2.2 million, which were actually 450,000 rand under budget because we knew we didn't have enough money. And so we scraped and saved and we didn't Cape Town Sharks would have carried a lot of the costs for all the administration and all of those things. And so we ended up the year still with a 461,000 rand deficit. And so you can see of those expenses, income is the left pie chart, expenses is the right pie chart. You can see that the majority is for salaries, so it's 76% was for salaries, and then administrative expenses, so doing bookkeeping, HR, all the stuff that comes with employing people, and going down into the research and the education and everything costs. So we scrimped and saved, but still ended up 450,000 rand short, which Cape Town has supported with. So the sort of like loan balance, it's an interest-free loan. We're not charging interest on it, and it's something that we've done because we really believe in what we're doing here, but it's becoming a bit unsustainable for us. So the direct salary costs of Bitou locals was 76% for the operating year, which was 1.6 million. You can click. And, go back, sorry. So the contribution from Bitou, which was 800,000 for the year, was less than 50% of the local salary costs and only 36% of the overall program costs. So the contribution, press the thing, sorry, yeah. So the contribution from the municipality was relatively small compared to the needs of the program. Okay, next. So when we look at the 2026 budget, so our budget, and this is based on us operating at full capacity, our budget is looking at about 2.6 million, which is actually a very small increase from last year. And of that, the local salaries account for 77% of the operating budget, which is just over 2 million rand. So you can see we have so that contribution of so at the moment it's 850,000 from Bitou that's been confirmed as part of the MOU, and that's 41% of the local salaries and 32% of the overall operating costs. But so that's leaving us at the moment with a predicted shortfall of close to 1.4 million. So Sanlam have been a big funder for the last 3 years and have provided funding, but they are uncertain if they will fund this year. One of the things being the uncertainty around the sustainability of the program. And so we are waiting to hear confirmation from them as to whether they will fund, and but they've had, obviously differing needs and priorities, but one of the things that has come up is the sustainability. Cape Town Sharks has no more funds, and that's not no more funds that we want to give, that's literally no more funds available to carry the program in Plet anymore. We have depleted our reserves, and we also have fiduciary implications of cross-funding of taking money that we got from the City of Cape Town. So we've been funding from our reserve capital that we've built over the years. That's now depleted. And so now to take money that has been given by the City of Cape Town, obviously we're not able to do that to now fund the Bitou operations. So what we would like to ask from the Bitou municipality is to contribute the full amount of the local salaries, so only of the local salaries. And so that's the local salaries is 2 point whatever million, but say 2 million is 7% of the operating budget. And this is just to give you a breakdown of like how that is basically what it's composed of. So it's the salaries for the spotters on the beaches, and you can see it works on whichever beach they're operating on, and then also the local management that we have operating here, which is Mel, and then Nikki Namjan as well. So you can So the spotters are paid between 44 and 49 Rand an hour. So it's close to double minimum wage. It's 1.7 times the minimum wage. And this is really for us. We don't want to pay, this isn't an EPWP program. This is an investment in individuals. They must be able to have a living wage. They must be able to support themselves and their dependents. No qualifications or previous experience is necessary, but we do put a big investment in training and skills development for people, because for them to obviously work on the job, but also for if they then go and get future employment, it's those skills are transferable and very useful for them. And their hours depend on the season and location, but their average take-home pay is between 6,000 and 10,000 Rand a month. So it's during winter they work shorter hours, and in summer they work longer hours, and we have more beaches operating in summer, so they work a bit longer. But so it's, I mean, I'd love to pay everybody millions every month, but it's, you know, it's sort of close to the kind of living wage-ish area. And then they have the additional benefit of Momentum Medical Insurance. We've given them the premium package, which includes the funeral benefit. So all of these things are part of this, and it's to provide these resources for people from communities in Plet, along with all the training and everything. Yeah. So the 850,000 from Bitou covers the local salaries until the 30th of November. And you can see the figures highlighted. And we don't have available funds to continue after that. So without any further financial support from Bitou, we'll have to suspend our Plet Sharks Forest operations in December, which we obviously don't want to do, because that's the time, that's season time, that's the time, you know, we're still having like relatively regular shark sightings. And so we urgently appeal to Bitou to increase the contribution to 2 million for this financial year that we're still in, so that we can cover the cost of the remaining salaries. All of the other expenses, the fuel, the equipment, the administration, the education, the research, all of it, we will fundraise for, and we will create those, we will get those costs. And we believe that we can do that. We're unable to fundraise for that much money for salaries, because it's very difficult when you're doing grant funding or anything. People don't want to pay salaries in grants. They'll go, salaries must be, you know, 5% of what we're funding. So it's really difficult to get that money. And these are salaries for local people employed, benefiting the local community. We'd also like to request, obviously our MOA is now coming up for renewal at the end of June next year. And so we really are looking, you know, we believe that we've been very successful over the last 3 years. It's had a huge added benefits to that. And so we'd also like to request that the MOA is renewed for another 3 years to ensure the stability of the program, because at the moment the spotters contracts will end on the 30th of June next year. We don't know, you know, if it is going to be extended. And then also, again, only to cover the local salaries. All other expenses, even though they benefit Bitou and Plet, we will fundraise ourselves as a non-profit organisation. So just to give you a brief thing of like the impacts of the interrupting services of Plet shark spotters. So obviously it would be a loss of jobs for previously disadvantaged individuals from the local communities. And it's, you know, so this has been a process that we've been discussing with the municipality over the last few months, and we're kind of, we will have to start issuing retrenchment notices very soon if we can't secure additional funds. And so that's obviously a big thing. The loss of the specialist skills and knowledge, hopefully all the spotters would go off and get other jobs if they weren't to work for us, but I'd be very sad if they didn't. But that skills, the longer you're on the mountain, the more you see the later. And so it's not something where you can have a high turnover at the start. In Cape Town, of my 30-odd spotters, over half of them have been with us for more than 10 years, and the other half more than 5 years. We haven't had a new spotter in 5 years. They stay on for a long time. Obviously, there'd be an increased risk of shark bite without spotters on duty, which has the knock-on social, economic, and tourism impacts. You wouldn't have the reduced understanding of the marine environment, the monitoring of things that are happening. Obviously the loss of opportunity for that greater recognition for these Nat Geo documentaries, for all of those things, for us to be able to represent Plet on a global stage. It's Sharks International next year, which if you're in the shark world, is quite exciting. Like the biggest shark conference in the world, but it's full of people globally who are dealing with shark bite stuff, and so it's a very important thing. And if there's anything else left on that. Oh yes, the potential, I think that the Plet Sharks one has become, sorry, could you go back one? It's become a bit of a sort of icon of Plet. People know about it, and I think that if it was, you were to.
Sorry for the interruption. You only have now with 2 minutes left.
That's fine, it's the last slide. And so, there could be potential upset from the locals and from media things, and then also the missed opportunity to show Bitou's commitment to the natural and social environment. Okay. So yeah, so essentially that's the way forward. Is we really would like to have a continued sustainable partnership between Plet Shark Spotters and the Bitou municipality. And that's to enhance beach safety, marine conservation, community upliftment, and local economic development. And so we hope that you will consider this. We have really supported as much as we can to continue the programme, and it's unfortunate that we're at a crossroads where we have no more support to give. And we're also important to note that we're not asking the loan, the non-interest loan that Bitou Plet Shark Spotters has with Cape Town Shark Spotters. We're not asking the municipality to fund that. We will work over the years to fundraise to hopefully be able to pay back that loan incrementally. So it's, even the stuff that Cape Town's paid for before, we're not asking for Bitou to fund. It's just literally the local salaries going forward so that we can ensure that we have sustainability of the programme.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
It's a bit long, I can talk for long.
No problem. Councillors, any questions from the presentation? Councillor Mhlana.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm a councillor in Common Forces Health. I saw your statistics on the chart there. You said there's 7.7 employment opportunities that we have created in.
So 7.7% of our employees come from Bossies. So
based on what? Because I saw the pictures, I only saw people there.
Yes, so of the people that we employ, which is between 14 and 16 people, we need to employ some more spotters, but obviously we haven't been able to do that because we've been unsure of the sort of sustainability, the future of it. But of the 14 people that we currently employ, 7% come from, so we've got, which is essentially only 1 or 2 people. Yeah, it's only 1 or 2 people from Bossies Cliff and 1 or 2 people from Farn, but from a few more people from Farn, 1 or 2 people from a lot of the areas where
it's not 1 or 2 people. I've seen 2 people.
Okay, so 2 people. Yes, so there's 2 people from Bossies who work for the Plet Shark Spotters. And hopefully the other councillors can recognise people from their areas as well.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the elaborate presentation. It was quite insightful. However, I just need to understand, so this 2 million is going to be covering a staff component of 14 people?
Yes, 14 plus the management. So 16 people altogether.
I just need to confirm that. And again, I think it will work best if you quit the percentages and just be specific, because I think if we actually going to be working in numbers around 14, you should be able to say, I have 1 or 2 in Kolweni, or I have 2 in Bano, and. Okay. I think it just simplifies everything.
Yeah.
I think for me, I'm okay with what you've presented. And I think the deliberations will be left with us, because I'm not sure if whether or not it would be fair of us to actually do such deliberations in her presence.
Absolutely, I mean, we can.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to say, To me, when I'm sitting here listening to the presentation, but before I can say anything, your presentation was so beautiful. Thank you very much. I'm the only one person that would peruse my agenda, and when I'm looking at this picture on the agenda, I don't know anything about it. So I'm so grateful that today I came to understand what is it all about. And for me, it is the most saddest part is that we have to suspend now this thing of spotters in Plettenberg Bay because of the funding and whatever. If you capture me well. However, my question was that how do you often do the awareness with the local communities? I'm asking because now it is that time of the year whereby all the young ones and everybody will go to the beaches, and then now, how will we know now if there are no sharks or whatever? Are they safe? How do you often do those programs with the local communities and the awareness?
So I'll let Mel answer that. But I also just wanted to make a point of clarity before about the 2 million as a. At the moment, the municipality has committed 850.
I'm quite aware of that.
So it's not 2 million on top of that. It's the balance. It's 1.15. Just
I really got it.
Okay.
But I'm trying to understand now. Are we what's the staff component for the 2 million? Because I'm
Yeah.
doing my calculations already. Hence I'm saying, trust me, there's a lot I would actually weigh in on with regards to this.
Okay.
However, I do not want to pee on your pie. It's a deliberation that we need to do outside of you.
Absolutely. No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure because I realized I hadn't perhaps made that clear. So Mel can explain about the education that's we do.
Yeah, so our education program, we basically hold 2 big events a year, one in June, July, and then one in December. And it's called Ocean Awareness Day, where we try to get like 200 kids, around about 40 from each community, and down to the beach, and we do like a big awareness day. But in between that, basically the schools actually call us. We go and present to like certain classes at schools. We sometimes do smaller beach programs just with like 20 or so kids. So it's not very set. We have the 2 big ones a year, and then in between it's whoever calls us, whatever comes up.
Yeah, whatever community groups. And we have, so because we have quite a established education program in Cape Town, we have a lot of established lesson plans that are all tax aligned. So it's a lot of, it's not just sort of, telling people a little bit about sharks, it's making sure that everything that we're teaching is aligning with the skills and education development that they need throughout their school career as well.
Thank you very much. New speaker, once again, I just want to voice out that it's said again that our people have to lose jobs within this whole thing. But however, my colleague here was saying that we don't have to do all the deliberations in your presence.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kapai.
Just on a light note, Speaker. So on the 1st of January 2026, there won't be shark spotters.
On the 1st of December 2026.
No, I'm talking about the 1st of January because majority, not all black people go to the beach on the 1st.
And Boxing Day, is that not big here? 26th of December, that's huge in Cape
I also go to the beach on the 1st. So there won't be shark spotters there.
1st of December if we can't find more security because we just don't have the transport anymore. It's printing the money for Bitou, which I've done because
we rather be beaten by sharks on the 1st of January.
or support pet shark spotters. It's a choice. But so I wish that we had more funds available, but it's put the whole organisation in a difficult position.
Let's go on, Bill. On Bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, mine is not a question, and I would rather leave my proposals over until we have an opportunity to discuss this amongst ourselves as council. But I would like to make this comment in the presence of the people here. This initiative is contributing largely to tourism in general in this province, and particularly in Bitou, which is a tourism-driven economy. And I really believe that we must look carefully at the sources of funding and address the possibility of the provincial tourism budget of assisting in this matter, because this contributes to the provincial economy in a large way as well. So I think that it's a consideration that we should all bear in mind, and I think we should, amongst others, deliberate around that issue. Of course, there are costs, and of course, you also need to limit your costs as far as possible, because it's quite easy to grow things, to keep on growing things, but you will know from your own budget, which we've seen, it is going to be a very difficult process. You all have to practice cost containment. But I do think there could potentially be larger funding available if we approach the tourism budget provincially and maybe even nationally. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Councillor Terblanche.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Just a question with a follow-up. When we funded the shark spotters, was the forecast for a 12-month period? Was it in line with our financial year, or did it start outside our financial year?
So the whole issue occurred September 2022. So that was already into the financial year. And so we fundraised, so we knew that there was no funding going to be available in the financial year for that from Bitou. So that first year, that first 6 months, we funded completely from fundraising activities that we did. And then so from 2023, it was then all that was available in the budget at the time. So we presented our budget, which was very much like this, but 2 years ago, so minus 10%, 5% each year for cost of living increases for staff. And all that was available in the budget that year was the 800,000. And it was so the MOA was done with 800,000, and then the agreement was, and it did actually come to council at another point in the last 2 years. It came to council because the agreement that we had with Mr. Mamani at the time was that he would look and find additional funds and put it to council that it would be increased because he knew that it didn't cover the cost of local salaries. So then Mr. Mamani obviously left, and it was then a new municipal manager, and it came to, it was to council. And then the council, I think the decision was there wasn't enough information on how it was going to be funded within council, within the Bitou budget. And so then it was left, and then Mr. Mamani came back. And so we also spoke to him again. So it's been the municipality has been aware since the beginning that the 800,000 was not going to be sufficient, and it was literally a number kind of cherry-picked because that was what was free in our budget at the time.
I understand, because where I'm actually heading is that, you see, the presentation comes now across as a plea for funding. The first part, I understand the first part. The second part, if you look at it, you're going to stop at the end of October or November. So it is now a hopeful thing of, well, from the 1st of December, there's not going to be any shark spotted if the municipality funds. Now, the reason why I'm asking, was the money aligned for our financial? Because it's going to be difficult for us now. Yes, the shark spotters means a lot, but it's sometimes also out of our procedure when it comes to sourcing fundings and looking for funding. This municipality normally has an adjustment budget and over certain period of time. So if you had covered yourself in line to go to an adjustment budget, knowing that by the end of December, your funds would become depleted, then the municipality would look at a point going to the adjustment budget. The officials would know then to source money so that it can become available either through an adjustment budget. And then we know we're going to source this funding towards that.
Yeah.
But in the form it is now, it is coming across as if we don't assist by end of November, there will not be shark spotters for the December period.
So our financial year runs the same as your financial year. So we run in line with municipal financial years, 30th July to 30th June. And these are, I'm here presenting to you what appears to be the last minute, but they're conversations that we've been having since July, since longer, because it's come to council in previous years. So it's now got to the point where we cannot operate. So we've, from July been speaking to council, speaking to the municipality around the issues with funding and saying we are going to run out of funds. And it's just unfortunate that now that it's the 30th of October, so it seems like I've come here on a whim asking desperately for money at the last minute, but it's been an ongoing longer process.
A little bit of advice when it comes to these kind of requests, because you see, this is on a public platform as well. That's why I'm saying, going into the future, rather try and do these kind of presentations close to the period where the municipalities in the process of moving funds and things, because it's the last part to me is concerning the fact that what if this municipality can't fund you by the end of November? Because in your presentation, it now says there will be no shark spotters come 1st December.
Yes, because we so on the 30th of June this year, the deficit to the sort of like amount that Cape Town had fronted was 680,000 rand. We haven't yet received the 850,000 rand from the municipality either. So we've actually fronted from July to now as well from our own cash. So it's something that has been aware of, and it's been a process, and this is kind of the end of the process that that's going, we cannot continue any longer. We've been funding this. We still haven't, even that 850,000, which is going to last till the end of November, we haven't actually even received it yet. So
no, thank you, Speaker. Like I said, I was just sharing also because it's going to come across now when you get a system. It comes also now as if a gun was held to the municipality's head because we're afraid to have no shark spotters. But you don't have to answer that. I'm just saying, and I don't want to take up too much time because Councillor Swart is also here, who's been in the ward and leading this.
Thank you, councillors. It will be the last hand of Councillor Swart on this matter, because we do have an item here in the agenda about supporters. So we'll still go there and discuss it. But I am giving you the platform now.
Thank you, Speaker. Just leading on from Councillor de Blanche's question, so as things stand at the moment with the current funding, you only have enough till the end of November. And municipality has got funding outstanding that they were supposed to have paid and they haven't paid.
So when I say the current funding, we haven't actually so we've fronted that money on top of the money that we've already fronted.
So if the municipality makes the payment that is due, would that cover your costs then for December and season?
No, that covers the costs from the 1st of July to the 30th, and just the salaries, just the local salaries costs, not any of the additional costs. So and that's because, and I'm presuming I'm very excited that I'm here deliberating as to whether we're going to get the 850,000. That's part of the MOA agreement, and I have submitted an invoice, but it's just part of this. I think discussion process has been going on over the last few months. Has delayed the paying of that invoice. But so when that invoice is paid, that covers the 1st of July to the end of November salaries.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the presentations.
Thank you. Thank you for the time. And yes, if there are any other questions, more than happy to answer.
Thank you very much. We are moving now with our agenda. We are in item number 8, which is items for information which have been dealt with by the executive mayor in terms of delegated authority circulated herewith.
Just for the record, it says meetings for 24th of July, August, and 23rd October. For the record, 23rd October has not yet been approved yet by the mayoral committee. We need to ignore it for now. We will retake it once it's approved. Our apology for the omission and error. So we will only have to concentrate on the July and the August minutes at this point in time.
Thank you. Item is 7. One bill.
Madam Speaker, I propose that we note the matters dealt with by the executive in terms of secretary code.
Solifield. Thank you. Moving to item number 9, noting of outstanding special implemented council resolutions. Circulated herewith.
Speaker.
Councillor Manghaba.
Thank you, Speaker. On page 36 at the bottom, item 731942. Progress report on skills, training, development and education for the period January to March. It was tabled in council, so it should be removed because it was actioned. Okay, going down.
Page 36.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you got it, administration? Okay.
And I'd like to believe that we had also tabled the updated report on the New Horizons taxi rank. Unless we want it to be actually ongoing, it should be removed as well.
Madam Speaker, for the record, administration itself cannot remove the reports. It is the scribes of the reports that needs to close out the action, the resolutions.
Speaker, potato. I believe when I'm actually when I highlight these things as a councillor, it is so that it may be noted by whoever's responsible to ensure that it is actioned and removed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Kapai.
Speaker, on page 41. This one is about water and sanitation. The Ebenezer outfall sewer, B, Konoktula outfall sewer pump station, rising main and reticulation. Speaker, I don't know. How are we then going to get the full information about what is happening, especially I'm staying in Guanakutu. It's frustrating. The sewer is smelling starting from the entrance of Guanakutula, day in, day out. You know, for the past 2 days, what is it?
Manholes.
The main holes. The main holes were like,
good things.
Hey, there's pupuma.
There's pupuma.
Ziamba up stratway. And I'm like, really, I don't know what is happening. I really don't know. Must we sit on that? Because as councillors there in Guanakutu, people are looking at us. They're here. They come with big cars and nice cars. In these streets that have got sewer running down. I'm seeing sewer now. Because sewer is something that we hear on TV and radio stations in other provinces. But in Guanakutu, we see it's becoming and seriously, it's hell hazard. There's a business at USA. What's happening there? You've got a house close there. Unfortunately, you're not staying there anymore. You're staying in town now. You don't feel that. You don't
feel it straight there. Where's my Ndumba?
I were talking about
I'm
there.
I'm staying there.
Where you sleep, because the stench get into people's houses. And yet it's normal. We drive our cars, officials also. They drive their cars and we are starting to be well with it. Can we get an info what is happening? Now I'm seeing it's written nicely here. You see, that's what they're doing. They write things nicely, but on the ground, it stands. On the ground, there's nothing that is happening. What is happening there? We need to be clarified about.
Madam Speaker, just for information, later on in the agenda, particularly under the engineering heading.
Don't get bored.
Will be
get bored.
There will be capital projects.
Because the problem that I'm having.
I finished what I'm saying, Councillor.
The problem that I'm having.
Can we please allow Councillor Bill to speak? Then you can.
Thank you, Madam.
After, don't interrupt.
One will raise pertinent issues.
I could call
Madam Speaker, if I'm
call a point of order on what he's saying. I could call a point of order on what he's saying because we're talking about pertinent issues here. That's why we are here. This man doesn't care about the people of KwaNokutula.
Madam Speaker, at the end of this council agenda, there are items which speak specifically to this, the project implementation plans, the capital expenditure, all is there. Questions are being asked, what is being done? It is there in this council meeting, and there is room for these discussions to take place further later on in this meeting. So we're jumping the gun, and that's all I'm asking you to know. I'm not trying to criticize you, and I'm not trying, just don't get involved in little pieces of nonsense. Please just let's do our job here.
This is of nonsense.
Madam Speaker.
You've got me today. This council meeting is going to be long.
Thank you very much.
Outside.
We'll get to that item, and in reality, the sewer problem in KwaNokutula must be dealt with because really people are also, I've got also WhatsApp messages from KwaNokutula residents complaining about the entrance of KwaNokutula, the way it is thinking.
Welcome to my world.
It's not on. So we are moving to Mr. Tablash.
For the attention on this outstanding resolutions, there's two resolutions. It's really taking a bit long, specifically with the regional cemetery. The last time we heard was sometime last year, and up until now, there's no update on it. So the fact that it's still hanging there with no percentage or showing where we're heading with it, it's a bit of a concern. And on page 46, it is, let's go there to 46. Go to page 46, you're gonna go there now. Yeah, the establishment of a municipal court. If you look at the resolution there, or that educational drive or campaign be initiated to raise community awareness regarding this. What I've seen in the court is that we're already operational there. I don't know whether it's a demo and has this awareness has been done. It's just, I've seen the traffics and the people there. So I take it we are operational there, or we're just using the facility. And how far are we there? Because it's one of those things, if you look at it, it's over 5 months that this thing has just been hanging there. That's just the two that I want to raise.
Thank you, Councillor Tablash. We are moving to item number 10, which is consideration of reports. And the administration, please take us through.
With section 1, the office of the municipal manager, item C/1/344/09/35, revised terms of reference for the municipal public accounts committee, page 50.
Item is 7.
Is the acting MM still online?
Acting MM?
You have to check it in the chair.
Acting MM?
Chief Council, can you hear me?
All right. Okay, thank you. We were just checking if you are still online.
Yes, I'm online. I was just speaking to Shady about that issue on public participation on the courts, municipal court story, and she said yes, there is action on that side. Yeah, so thanks,
Thank you,
councillors
thank you. Thank you, MM.
for that.
Thank you, hold it there. The item is 7. DM.
Greetings, Madam Speaker and the Council. Yes, there was some revise to the terms of reference, and it was only Lama Katyanwa Bonaka who annually instead of quarterly. It was those things that were revised in our terms of reference. So I therefore go with the recommendations of the Executive Mayor. I thank you.
Councillor Valenza.
I second recommendations.
Thank you.
Okay.
Moving to the next item.
1/346/10/25. Report from the Audit and Performance Audit Committee, APAC, page number 67. The chairperson of the Audit and Performance Audit Committee is here, Madam Speaker, to present the report.
I will give it over to the audit chairperson to present for us.
Thank you, Speaker, Executive Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors and management, and I think some directors there as well. So I'd just like to thank you for the opportunity of being able to do this presentation and on an annual basis, as I understand it, which covers the year June 2025. The reports before you are Annexure A, which covers quarter 1 and 2, as the previous chairperson was no longer able to present a report. I've stepped in and I've provided a summary report for those 2 quarters, 1 and 2. And then in addition to that, quarters 3 and 4, which fall under the period of which I was acting chairperson before being appointed just recently. So what I'm proposing is that because items that are detailed in quarter 1 and 2 are pretty repetitive in terms of what is done or presented in the report quarter 3 and 4, that I will focus on the quarters 3 and 4 and the Annexure C, which is stands on its own feet in terms of the financial statements and the annual report. So if everyone's happy that I proceed on that basis, I'm taking the documents as having been read, which I think is reasonable. If that's not, then I'll work on the basis of just going through the highlights of things, which will give you some idea of the summary of what the report is about. And certainly at the conclusion or at any stage, if you'd like to ask a question, I'll do my best to explain or to answer to that. I proceed on that basis, Speaker. Thank you. My name is Mike Hennessy. I have been involved on the Audit Committee as a member for at least 1 term, which is completed, and I'm now into my 2nd term. So first 3 years and now a year and a half, concluding at the end of December next year, 2026. I have also sat on as chairperson on the Risk Management Committee, which I have now moved off because of having been appointed as chairperson of APAC, in terms of making sure that there's no conflict of duties and responsibilities in that. One of the new members, 2 new members in terms of the composition of APAC is Andre Trunig and also Ivan Boardman. Andre Trunig has actually taken over as chairperson of the Risk Management Committee. So just going forward, I've made some notes if you don't mind, so you might hear some clicks as we go. As far as APAC is concerned, and I'm sure most of you will understand where we sit in our position, but APAC, in terms of its oversight responsibility, is, I think, quite onerous. If you look at the list of the things that need to be dealt with, falling under the Municipal Finance Management Act, and also the APAC detailed council requirements. These are fairly extensive, and just very briefly covering internal finance, financial controls, risk management, accounting policies, and it goes on performance management, effective governance, so on and so on. So very broad. And what I would like to just say here, that minutes of the meetings, of the APAC meetings, are sent through to council, and the relationship that APAC has in providing an oversight and then reporting on to council, I think, is a very important one. It is one that I must say, in the past, there have been comments that we make out of the documentation that we review and the deliberations we have at our meetings. In addition to that, they go to council, and I must say, often one does not get a lot of feedback from council as to what their views are of the discussions, the points that are made, and I think more particularly the recommendations that come out of that to council. So my appeal would be, in terms of where we're at, that I would like this to become more of a dialogue in terms of APAC holding a responsibility, doing their best as they see it, and some feedback as to how council reacts, finds the discussions, and also the recommendations for the future. So that's something I would ask. So if we look at I'm going to then basically move into the quarter 3 and 4, because I think that covers most of the detail that we will be looking at. So insofar as discuss the changes, the executive summary is important, and with regard to financial controls, the financial controls, as reported on in the Section 51 reports and the various other reports by the Chief Financial Officer, makes, I think, a very sound statement. The financial position of the municipality has improved over the last few years and has got to a stage where I think the finance department knows where they're at. The statements that are made is that the detail of cash flows and the management of income and expenses is such that the short-term needs of the municipality are being looked after and can be dealt with. But there has consistently been the question or the caveat of the fact that a long-term future for financial stability is not all that assured. We continue on the basis that we manage our revenues and our expenses. We make sure that we retain cash flow sufficient to keep us running, and the expenses are paid on an ongoing basis. However, it leaves us with a question at the end of the day where sometimes we sit and we haven't actually complied with some of the IDP items and the actual budget requirements as budgeted. And as a result, it's because we are trying to maintain this balance. Don't spend more than what revenue we're actually generating. So, and that leaves us at the end of the day compromising in terms of service delivery, which we plan, but we just cannot get to because we don't have the funds to be on the safe side of managing our cash flows on an ongoing basis. And there is comments about austerity measures and managing our expenditure. So that worries me a bit because it takes us away from what we originally budgeted for. And we are having to, as it were, alter that. And it eventually becomes part of a budget which gets adjusted. And we have done that on 2 occasions during the past year. But it's not necessarily leaving us at comfort in terms of that's what we planned, that's what we were going to receive and spend, but we're leaving capital expenditure, for example, at a level of only achieving 70-odd% in the year. So something has got to give, and that really results in service delivery. So continuing here, some of the other items that we talk about is, of course, it's a hardly annual, and it's one of those relating to debt collection. Now, we have an enormous book of debts that we still hold on to, in number approximately 400 million. However, of that 400 million, 380 something million, approximately 83% of that total book is sitting outstanding for longer than 120 days. Now, that is very concerning because if you haven't been able to collect, not you, but the municipality has been able to collect this money within a reasonable period, and it has been something that's obviously gone on for years, are we likely to be able to recover that money? More than likely not, which means that we will have to continue writing off an amount which vary, but on average probably hits the 80, 85, 90 million rand a year, sometimes even more. So that is something that management have got to take. Well, when I talk about management leadership here at council, and I think management got to take some serious decisions in terms of what needs to be done to deal with that particular shortfall, which is hampering our cash flows in terms of revenues. I know we've gone into revenue enhancement, and some of those programs I know have made a difference. I must ask that the sort of detail of what achievements we've made is something that I think management must provide, not only for our purpose, but I think for council, to understand that we've spent money on advancement. We've had some benefits. It would be nice to know what we've spent relative to what we've actually benefited from in a pro in terms of have we spent that money well, and are we likely to make progress? So debtors. The other one is talking about CapEx. I'm not going to go back on that. There are some electricity losses with improvements being had, water losses being up to 19%, and the old question of overtime. There's been a lot of discussion on overtime, and the discussion that has almost puts us into the view that overtime spending or the expense account overtime become part of the culture of employees expecting to add to their take-home pays due to overtime work, which is made available. Now, I think without going into the detail, this is something that sits with management, and management must, the directors and management at senior level need to look at that seriously. We've had lots of discussion on the fact that, yes, standbys and things like that, I understand you can't really dictate to if there's an emergency that's needed. Some of the hours we see being spent by our employees are massive and go way beyond what any person can reasonably be expected to be productive and efficient spending those sort of hours. So it's another area that really needs to be looked at. That's on here. As far as various other things that the APAC has actually come up with relating to deduction, staff deductions, I think there's a limitation that we're not looking at the total form of revenue or income to a member of staff before we decide to what extent is anyone able and reasonably acceptably able to pay back certain amounts. So it's a question relating to that. Cost containment, I think we have to be careful. I know if you haven't got the money, you don't spend it. But the point is cost containment normally results in the people and services that we are out there to provide and have looked at and said we are going to do, we don't get done. So, and then I think there was just one item relating to rebates in terms of residential properties. And I think one needs to look at the impact, the rand value as to what that is. These are all mentioned in the report. And then I'm going to go on to the preparation of the annual financial statements, which again is one of those things that APAC are responsible for, to ensuring that we've done a review and that we're going to stand behind the fact that these were well done and sensibly put together before submission to the Auditor General. And I'm very happy to say this year, I think we can really be proud of our accounting department and our accounting or financial directorate at having really gone through a very important planning session, which was abided by almost to 96% in terms of producing a very sensible, good set of financial statements, which we were all proud to have been able to get together before and reviewed on the 28th of August and for submission to the Auditor General before D-Day, which is on the 29th. And I'd like to go on now just to a little bit on the internal audit. The internal audit department, I think, runs very well. I think we have feedback and one aspect of what we are looking at currently. The internal audit is always seen as we and a they department within the same organization. I think the important thing is the internal audit department is there to work within its charter and to provide support for improving the municipality in terms of its control system, any system, proof of evidence, and all of those sorts of things that are reported as findings. So my appeal is that the internal audit is not seen as our opposition. They're part of our complementary and ameliorating, improving part of the municipality. And then we should, as management and members of staff, be seeing their reports as a complementary exercise to ensure that we improve whatever is not considered up to scratch and not working the way it should. And one additional thing, just to focus on that, in terms of the requirements at a legislative level, the internal audit department needs to be audited independently by an outside agency at least every 5 years. I'm very happy to say, in terms of the report that was done this year, and the report coming back was very complimentary. It did have some items that needed to be updated, but the implementation and those items, as having been highlighted, are in progress and will certainly be detailed as we go forward in the reports that are provided from APAC involving internal audit going forward. Risk management, I think we are very happy with the progress that has been made by the Risk Management Committee. Their progress, I think, maturing to a stage where, to a large extent, I think risks that are enumerated in our risk profiles and detailed processing, tracking and workstations are operating extremely well. And the need to continue with this, I think management are starting to get a good feel for and are continuing to support what is being done. So risk management, very happy. Performance and compliance management, the ongoing here, that is important. And as we see it through and advised by the Auditor General, the general view is that compliance is something perhaps in the past, not necessarily Bitou, but talking generally about local government, is no longer going to be an excuse for not complying. So there is going to be and a very high focus by the audit department in the audits that are coming and the future audits with regard to compliance being absolutely necessary. Corporate services.
On a point of order.
Plettenberg.
Sorry to interrupt you. Speaker, this is a report. If we have indicated to allocate time to this, is it the normal, the 5 minutes for the report, then we debate? Because I'm just worried that you continue more than the time and then.
Well, I'm happy with that speak. I'm sort of getting towards the end of just this sort of highlight, even one opportunity of questioning after that. So that takes us through the quarter 3 and 4. Then just the last is, which relates to the annual performance audits committee and the review of the financial statements. It's audit. I'm very happy with that. And the annual performance report. Both of those were exceptionally well done, and the audit committee is very happy to recommend that those were sent forward, that they are acceptable as presented to council. So apart from that, I think that's all I would like to talk to, and then very happy to handle any questions or anything further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the report. Councillors, any questions from the report? Councillor Kapai.
Thanks, Speaker. The report was concise. These challenges that have been set here are challenges that we know. And I want to concur with the chair that, you see, as council, we only, whatever reports that come, we only say we take notes. And there's nothing that is explainable or giving direct, because they don't take decisions, it's us. They tell us there are red flags there, and so, but you'll find out that those red flags come back again, because as council, we don't take a firm stand of saying, this has happened and it must not happen again. And for that matter, there's a play game that is happening wherever there are fruitful and wasteful expenditures. We are politicians, we throw them. They come back, we throw them back. We are not firm of saying. And even officials, they play games, man. It's them who are doing these things. And they fight with each other. They fight with each other. The other one wants to defeat this one, will bring something and throw it to the, and those comes to council and go back to you, and that's not right. We must, I concur with you, we must be firm as council, that really, if we are seeing something wrong, because I can tell you, these officials are more learned than us. And the responsibility that they are given by this council is that they must look after the finances of the taxpayers' money. We write motions here, asking things that we are not supposed to ask. A senior official with vast experience will accept a performance bonus, whereas he knows that I'm not supposed to get that performance bonus. So those are the things that we must be firm. But I understand we are from different political organizations and we've got our own interests, forgetting now about the fiscal, that is money that is coming out of the people. So I concur with you that really we must, what is this woman saying now? We must take cognizance of these reports, and we must act on them as council, because it's us whom we must give direction to. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Tabai. Councillor Swart?
Thank you, Speaker. I agree with some of what Councillor Gabai says in terms of lots of red flags and repeat findings that we've had over the years. Ms. Hennessy, you said that this is your second term now, so you've obviously been involved with the municipality for a number of years. Are you seeing progress at all in terms of reducing red flags and the municipality moving onto a better footing? I know you did say that the short to medium-term finances are improving, but overall, in terms of attending to AG concerns every year, are those now being addressed more effectively? And are we reducing those sort of findings? Is that what you're finding in terms of your reporting, in terms of that's happening in the municipality?
Speaker, to reply to Councillor Swart, I'd say yes, there has been an improvement over the years, certainly since I've been involved. I think the past of where we had many acting directors, particularly as opposed to formally appointed directors, definitely has a debilitating position within the management structures of the municipality. Acting have a job to do. Directors actually have to do the job. This is really where we see that the improvement has come as we've now got more appointed directors. The stability has definitely come forward. So in responding to that, that is the situation. Insofar as the Auditor General is concerned, I have no doubt that he feels there's definitely been improvements, and I think it comes through in the recommendation and the grading of the audit itself. There are some smaller things regarding our implementation, detailing, and follow-up. Where something has been found and reported on a repetitive basis, the Auditor General does not take kindly to that. So that is very much in terms of risk, and I think in terms of management and council, those things need to be dealt with. I know the MM has in the past put the card down in terms of consequence management for those who are not doing what they are required to do, both on the follow-up, on the proof of evidence, and certainly resolving problems which result in an action and something done. So to answer your question, definitely going forward, but on the financial side, we say to keep going on an ongoing basis, but the long term, if we writing well approaching 100 million rand a year of finance, or shall we say revenues that we build, and we can't recover it, then there's got to be something wrong with what we're doing. We're either billing the wrong people, which in accounting terms you still have to do. You've got to bill in terms of the Finance Act, but you write off what you can't collect. And I really think that's where I think a stout effort has got to be put in to find out why can we come and not collect. If we're not collecting, and as we've seen, it's gone on and on for years, we have to do something different. And that's, I think, the point I'm making, where council sits here, they see the flags, but we probably need to be more supportive in providing a method of what are we recommending, what should we, and I agree 100%. The directors are, and managers, senior managers are trained, they have the skills to come up with how do we deal with these things. It must come from them. It's not a matter of us telling what should be done. They're responsible for running the management, the financial side, and all the other different directors. So they're the ones that have the skill, and we need them to come forward and provide information which enables council, I think, to say, well, that's what we recommended. It looks like it's going to work. It's going to save us this, or this negative That's the way we've got to do it. That certainly from a chairmanship point of view, that is what our plan to try and get going. So management will have to come forward by what steps need to be taken.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. The chairperson noted or informed us that, sometimes you feel that you've submitted reports, but the deliberations or the inputs from council might be sort of not in terms of interaction that the way that you would like it to be. But I want to assure you that we do actually look at the reports. The other thing is that most of the issues that are contained or that are highlighted filters through to our section 71 report, our 42D reports, and also our performances on our SDBIP. So those things, and especially our capital budget as well. You've really highlighted some of the issues that we have also recognized, and we have various deliberations in council. One of those issues that you've highlighted now is in terms of our underperformance on the budget, on the expenditure side, which in actual fact compromises the service delivery. And it is exactly what councillors, our concern is, and we raise those concerns. And even if you look in terms of our quarterly performance, we are totally underspending on that. I've made some notes for the section 52D report to deliberate on that specific issue. And the underperformance is not just on the capital expenditure, it is on the operating expenditure as well. And then you will look at issues such as in our supply chain management report, where one tender took about 211 days. And I think the average time that it takes us to finalize, I've written it down, I think it was 135 days. The average time it takes us to finalize procurement processes, with the longest one being 211 days. So definitely these issues, it filters through to the other reports. And a concerted effort definitely has to be made, especially from management side, to address these issues effectively. I mean, after we've seen the expenditure on the capital budget, for instance, and of operational expenditure, I have written a letter to the acting municipal manager, asking them to fast track those processes and give weekly reports as to how the mitigation measures that they put in place, how is the performance now. But I do think that we, as a council especially, it does become very frustrating for us because it is reoccurring issues. If you look in the last 3 years, 4 years, we struggle to see, especially on those issues that are affecting the man on the street, that are affecting our ground level issues. We struggle to see that there's a concerted effort from management to address those issues effectively, to address the turnaround issues, especially in terms of our processes, because we still need to go back to the public, and we still need to go and report back to the public. For instance, now we are in our IQ cycle, so that underperformance there, it is exactly affects our reporting to the public, and we do get these, assurances that it's the first quarter, matters will be addressed by December, we will see an increase in our expenditure, but year on year, as you rightfully mentioned, we then need to go on to this whole adjustment cycle to adjust downwards and adjust some of the other expenditures. So it is definitely time for us to look more in terms of our KPI alignments and our performance, how we are going to scale down our performance management systems, because I think, us talking about it is not yielding any results. So we will have to look at alternative measures, especially and alternative recommendations for us to be able to measure their performance, and then for there to be some type of repercussions for that. Not as a punitive measure, but definitely as a measure to increase performance. And then definitely on the issue of the outstanding debt that is noted, I do think the municipality, we did now constitute a revenue management committee. And actually this agenda, we are approving or hoping to approve the terms of reference for that committee to deal specifically with the issue of the revenue, what do we say, debt, the debt collection, with the debt collection, which is currently sitting at 88%. And if you couple that with the issue of the outstanding debt, it is a high risk area. So from my side, I just want to say that, we do note your concerns, and those, it does filter through in the other reports, and we will obviously look at recommendations for us to improve on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Any more questions to the chairperson? If not, proposed, Councillor TM.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amongst the things that were mentioned, that says that the APEC committee put that on record, that one of the risks they want to put into their risk register is the whole thing about a coalition governance that brings so much of instability. Officially, that one, I think it's the country's democratic right that no one can stand in front of it. But be as it may, that it's something that we can't have a control on, because the political parties, they are coming from the voting thing that no one can take control of. So I wanted to know, what are the other things that Mr. Hennessy can advise us as this council that could be one of the risks that we can, as per the hierarchy? Because as you read this report, you find that they felt it's one of the other risks they want to put into the risk register. And as far by now, we haven't yet get a risk register that gives us a hierarchy, because the risk team has not managed to sit down as per what we've heard, so that they can state and affirm and acknowledge, so that it can come here. But I find it's here. In your conscience, what are the other risks that you can list for us here? Because I even find that you said further austerity must continue. Are there other things that you can advise us how to save other than cost containment? Are there other things that you can bring them out and say, austerity can be a proper one, and further do this and this? Because I see even in your report that you say overtime is still 1.5 million per month that you've picked it up. How can we manage that? And you could see that also the water crisis you've mentioned here. So I wanted you to advise us of the risk things, and according to the hierarchy of them. Just as you are here, you felt that you need to come and engage with us, so that you can know all those things that are red flags. You can say proper in this, Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
On that regard, I think that is really where I think APAC would like to be. And a little bit more communication, more of a dialogue, but getting management ready to do their thing, which I think is their responsibility to come up with what needs to be done. We discussed the IDP, that's the sort of policy, and then we try and abide by the bit. But what's important is that needs to be dealt with. And if we're not meeting that, which covers all the service delivery aspects, then we need to come up with reasons and how we're going to get over this. And that's what I think will become very much more the question. How do we get over this problem? How do we deal with it? Not so much what's wrong. Let's work out. You guys know what's going on. You deal with it daily. You're responsible for making the numbers work and providing the service. So we will need, and we will act as the catalyst to get those responses to what is short for, or even over the top dealt with on an ongoing basis through APAC. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think managers have yet, it's the administration side that for us to be in a better teams and less risk, we are still relying to them solely to come up with ideas, to come up things that can make us that stability of the council, make us to ensure the service delivery.
Thank you. Ompio?
Madam Speaker, yeah, to you. Mr. Hennessy, I have heard, and I'm not sure whether I'm going to confirm this or not. I believe that it's been difficult. As difficulty has been experienced for the risk committee to actually sit because of a lack of members taking the property. Is that this?
Maybe we talk about the risk management committee.
Risk committee.
I understand that is the case. The chairperson who I keep in touch with did advise that Q1's meeting hasn't actually taken place yet. I think there were 4 rescheduled dates. But I've gone into the detail, and it appears to be the shortage at a particular point in time. I gather there's nothing sinister about it, but the point is somewhere there needs to be flexibility so that it does happen when it should happen. And the point now is without Q1 meeting actually having taken place, hopefully this coming week is a possibility. If not, those reports will not go forward. But I think it would be appropriate for me to ensure that from the risk committee through our chairperson, who's a member of the audit committee, that we will get sufficient information to ensure that it is being dealt with and that the reports will come through and that there's nothing that we need to deal with on a crisis basis.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. That having been said, Madam Speaker, there is a concern, a much wider concern that relates directly to this issue, particularly in committee attendance. We find in the crucial committees, which councillors are not supposed to be in touch with all, but the bid committees, we also find a lack of proper attendance, where decision-making is also stalled because of this. And this relates to other committees as well, amongst others. I think it's the risk register, but there's more. The disciplinary committee, disciplinary board sittings. We find the same thing. It is something we touch through this administration, and it is completely debilitating. This has to be done, and it can only be corrected by the administration itself, or through the senior managers in this administration needs to correct this problem. Consequence management should take place if these committees are not attended, or something has to be done urgently. Because the figures, the horrendous figures that the buyer has just been given, or the length time period that it takes for items to go through the supply chain process, it is sickening. It's debilitating. And I'm not sure how much the lack of people attending those committees in time, on time, is responsible for that, but I'm pretty sure it does relate in some way. So I think, Madam Speaker, that having been said, I'm not sure whether the deputy proposed that we go with the recommendations.
The mayor proposed.
The mayor proposed.
Yes.
Well,
yes. The DM seconded.
The DM seconded. Thank you for that, then, Madam Speaker. I just needed to say that.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for your presentation. We are moving now to the next report.
Madam Speaker, could I then, I don't think I'm involved in the other things that go on, although.
Yes, we can, yeah, an excuse.
Interest. Could I then please excuse myself?
Yes, you can excuse us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here. It was a pleasure presenting to you, and I will definitely take what has been said here forward from an APAC point of view and ensure that we do something positive about getting things to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Next item.
C/1/7/10/25, appointment of municipal electoral officer for Bitou, page 89.
Item is 7. Pompeo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I propose that we go with the recommendation. An MEO is absolutely required. The IEC cannot have its sittings without an MEO. And at this stage, the MEO used to be the municipal manager who is now on suspension. And no MEO has been appointed. This stalled the progress of the whole electoral process. So it is of a matter of urgency that it has to be done. We do not have an MEO present at the moment, and we do not have somebody with sufficient experience to fulfill this role. Fortunately, where there is somebody in Bitou, and that is Mr. Friedman, who has been MEO before to fill this position temporarily. So I propose to go with this recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Olivier.
Okay.
Next item.
P/1/348/10/25. Appointment of acting municipal manager for a period not exceeding 3 months with effect from 1 November 2025 until 31st January 2026 and or until the preliminary matter of the current municipal manager, M. Mamani, is resolved, whichever occurs first, page 96.
Item is 7. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I want to go to page 97, especially the comments from legal services. A proof of an application to the MEC before the council may consider this appointment must be provided. The letter has been drafted and signed, so the letter is supposed to be submitted to the MEC. But on that note, I think one of the most important issues for us to continue with the acting Mr. Felton is the fact that we have started on the recruitment or the selection process of the Director Community Services, as well as for the Director Strategic Services. And for continuation with that, we need to ensure that Mr. Felton is an official that continues with it, because the panels and everything else is already been constituted. So I propose that we go with the recommendation of appointing Mr. Felton.
Councillor Teblanche.
Speaker, I was also going to add that we be consistent, because the people that start the process, you cannot change now all of a sudden while they are part of a process. So I would then second Mr. Victor Felton as the acting municipal manager for a period not exceeding 3 months, 31st January.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I've been covered by Council. The only thing I want to add that I think the Mayor also dealt with it is that we have to submit an application to the MEC to get approval for a further extension of Mr. Felton's 3 month period. But I think the Mayor did cover that. That's then me. Thank you.
Councillor Mangaba.
Yeah.
I rest, Speaker.
Okay. So, Mr. Felton's contract has been.
I think the crowds, the recommendation, it must be changed, because there should be a recommendation to apply for extension. Yes, like this is the normal one. Can you phrase that in the recommendation so that we have number 2? In fact, we must start with an application, and then if it succeeds, then subject to, or the appointment is subject to the approval of the extension.
All of the MEC.
Like that, yes.
Yes, perfect.
Tanya, you can just try to phrase it and read to the record.
Yeah, can you please phrase?
Yeah, this is concerning because I think we have get correspondence from the MEC. The mayor is aware of some of the councillors, which says that this was actually preceded, the application was preceded the appointment. the approval must also precede the appointment. If that is made, I don't know if it's gonna assist us to put a proviso in here to say it's subject to, because that would mean it is not being applicable as of today.
Precedes, if you say subject, then
Even subject to.
it will meet the requirements of the Act.
If you say subject to director, then it means it's a suspensive condition.
Yes.
Yeah, then it doesn't come into effect until that condition is met.
Yes. So what is going to happen, so to speak? What is going to happen? You see, because of this letter, because you say this letter, you must take note. Now we are going to have this condition, which means from Monday, if we don't get the approval from the MEC, the function is not going to be the municipal manager, but still the executive mayor still has powers to appoint for 10 days, for instance, in terms of the delegation, a acting municipal manager. And then once within the 10 days, we push with the MEC that we get the response within the 10 days. And then once that response arrives to the institution, and then the effectiveness, if it's approved, then will take place. And then the other one will be withdrawn. So then it complies with the legislation. If you are.
The Speaker would agree, we can probably craft it that way, that we may be subject to in the wording, and then allow as per the delegations to the executive mayor, together with Michael, to appoint as from the date that current acting period expires, up until the date that we receive the mission from the MEC, that she appoints an acting somebody else to act in that period. So there is the delegations mechanism for that you can appoint somebody for a short term together with a Michael.
To give comfort, there will be no activities in terms of the appointments within this period of 10 days. We have not scheduled anything. So it's not going to interrupt the process. The person that will be acting will not be participating in that process because there are no scheduled meetings for that process.
Councillor Mhlana, then Councillor Tabai. Okay, Councillor Tabai.
Speaker, I was going to hammer on preparedness. This thing, it's not that we start hearing it today, about it today. The acting, when somebody finishes his acting, and then we still need him or her. You see, and MEC Predel doesn't respond in 2 days. It can take a month. You see, I'm hammering on being prepared and plan about this because we knew that we're acting his days are numbered. Why we didn't apply and do these funny things now? I believe we must be called back as council
again for the 10 days period of the other one.
No, 10 days, the mayor can do 10 days. But if then after 10 days the MEC has not responded, then what are we going to do? We have to come back again as if we don't have the officials. I'm hammering on officials because it's them that they must do these jobs. You see, it's not us. It's them who must do it prior and come back to us and say, we've done this. Or if it needs to come to council, we do it and approve it in council and it goes. But now we are doing these funny things. we are a sphere of government. They are going to look at us and those people are not serious. They don't plan. And for that matter, we're a laughing stock. The chairperson was here, that we've got acting, left, right, and center. Do you think somebody who is acting in a position of a directorship is going to take or pull as much? No, because he knows he's going to act a month, 2, 3, he's out. You see? So I think we must be very serious, man. We are not serious. And every time we come to council, officials know that, oh, they are frustrated. They will talk and talk and talk. After meeting, we go and relax. I think one day we must just keep quiet, all of us, and officials talk and tell us how to run this municipality, how they run this municipality. Because they run this municipality like as if it's their spaza shops. You see, I'm very sorry to the executive mayor. I think she doesn't sleep anymore. Officials that don't take instructions, proper instructions. I'm not talking about friendly instructions, things that must be done. She was talking about procurement process that takes around about 200 and something days. That's a year. And then there's feces in our communities. And these people take around about 100 and something as if it's nice to them. It's competition. I wonder the IDPs, because people will ask them, people are very clever. They will say, why are you coming here? Because you haven't solved what you were supposed to do. What are you going to tell us now? We are being sabotaged by officials. And we come here and talk, and nothing, we are doing nothing to deal with those officials. I don't know. Thank you, Speaker. Yes, man says vomit up all the time.
Thank you, Councillor Papai. The item was proposed by.
Must read them.
First read. What the councillor.
Listening to all of the deliberations, the recommendations will be read as follows. That the executive mayor appoints an acting municipal manager for a period of 10 days in terms of the council's delegations assigned to it, pending a response from the MEC regarding the extension of Mr. Feldman's acting appointment as municipal manager. 1. 2. That an application be submitted to the MEC for local government to grant approval for the extension of Mr. Feldman's acting appointment as municipal manager. 3. That council appoints Mr. B. Feldman as acting municipal manager, subject to the MEC's approval of the extension for a period not exceeding 3 months, or until the disciplinary matter of the current municipal manager is finalized, whichever occurs first. 4. That in the instance where the MEC does not grant approval, an item be submitted to council for the appointment of an acting municipal manager.
That's only.
It sounds right.
Correct?
Yes.
Correct. We're going to come back here.
There was a proposal from the executive mayor. Any seconder?
Seconded.
Councillor Teblans, seconded. Next item.
P-1/349/10/25, appointment of acting director community services for a period not exceeding 3 months with effect from 1 November 2025 until 31st January 2026, or until the position is filled, whichever occurs first. Page 101.
Item is 7. Bill.
Madam Speaker, I forget the surname now, and I don't have the agenda with me, but kindly I propose that we appoint her temporarily as the acting position.
Councillor Tablanche.
Just one thing, Speaker, on the legal comments, I just want clarity. Because this is now another 3 months. But then it says here that Mr. Sakati accordingly proof of the application to the MEC before council may consider his appointment must be provided, of which you normally, after the election nomination, then apply. So then it further goes down to say that in the absence thereof, the recommendation to appoint him for further 3 months is not supported because it will be deemed to be irregular, invalid, and unlawful. So I want to go back to the previous acting where we were trying to portray as a consistent nomination. So here we're going to break now something where a person was acting for 3 months and we will not continue with another 3 months. But previously what we said as councillors, specifically under the executive, you said you want to continue with someone over a period of 6 months. But today you come here and again, because if you look at the previous item, it's subject to an application to the MEC. So if you continue with the current Mr. Sakati, because there's a lot of things happening in our communities. If you look at things such as the fires now, there is this, what do you call this, RFQ things that concerns to service delivery things. So it's a catch-up and it might affect our communities because there are a lot of things that must be signed off and things. So from my point of view, if we were to apply to the MEC, I would have asked this council to recommend Mr. Andile Sakati to continue, to not have a delay, because there must be procurement now of maybe extra emergency materials for these fires and things. And yet the handover is going to take some time and it might affect some of these things happening in our community now. Because grass has not been cut, alien and bush clearings has not been cut. So wouldn't it be fair for us to apply to the MEC, because I think the person qualifies, then we continue with the current person for the next 3 months, pending on approval of the MEC, like we did with the previous recommendations.
Gamsana?
Yeah. You know what always been a challenge in this department is the law enforcement factor. Law enforcement, traffic,
public safety.
Or public safety is fact. You know, we listen now to Madlanga Commission, ad hoc committee, and we've come to realize that a civilian cannot instruct an officer. Now you have these civilians that were appointing as directors, and then they instruct officers. And we've experienced with the past a year or so. This has always been an issue when it comes to this department. And I have nothing against Ms. Tuan, but I would also, for continuation, if maybe we can support Mr. Sakati. I don't know, I'm not privy to the information of who's shortlisted, who's not shortlisted, but I've seen grievances from some folks. But I think it will be proper that we take the same tune that we took with the previous acting appointment.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With the points that have been placed here, with the continuity, especially with the disaster that we're having, I would also support the idea that comes from Councillor Tablanche that let's do the continuity in this case and continue with Mr. Sakati and follow the same procedure that we're following with the thing of Mr. Felton that we're having on the board. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I did propose Swani basically because of qualification requirement. But I am quite for continuity for similar reasons to what has been explained here. So my proposal was not cast in concrete. I did it because procedurally it seemed to be the right thing to do. But considering the matters raised here and particularly the continuity aspect, I will withdraw.
Councillor Sethi?
Thank you very much, Speaker.
I think I like you today.
It's a long push, eh?
I'm looking for it.
Okay. So the name of Mr. Saka,
Thank you very much. I wanted to put the name of Mr. Sakat.
name of Mr. Sakati has been supported as the acting MM for the next 3 months.
No. Acting MM.
Yeah.
All you need to say is copy and paste.
Yeah.
Recommendations, just replace the name.
Same recommendation done. Acting MM must also be done for the MEC story, Tanya. Remember that it must also be concurrent with the MEC.
I understand that one, Mr. Speaker. The one thing is the executive mayor also gonna appoint the
Yes.
acting director.
Yes. Yes. I know MMA.
If whilst we're waiting for the.
It will be there.
Yes. Can just go on with the recommendations.
Yeah.
We have typifications. Some of the decisions don't need to be taken by council. They're delegated. So
I will just engage it at the acting. I'm just raising it to correct it so that he's on the record because he is different than the previous one of the speaker. Then the acting municipal manager appoints an acting director community services for a maximum period of 10 days. In terms of the delegations assigned to him, pending a response from the MEC regarding the extension of the acting of Mr. Sakati, that an application be submitted to the MEC for local government to seek approval for the extension of the acting of Mr. Sakati as the Director Community Services, that should approval be granted, Mr. Sakati's acting will be extended. And then if it's not granted, then it will also come back to council for final approval.
correct, you said as a director of community services, you must say as acting.
As acting director from the corporate community services.
Fine. Anonymous.
And it was proposed by Councillor De Blanche and seconded by Councillor Kleiner.
Thank you.
Well, Rosemary, fine, you can write, it's okay.
We almost second.
But I say, oh, it's fine.
No, but in essence, there were 4 seconders.
All my name's there.
Anything else you want to ask? Tanya?
Right?
Councillor De Blanche and Councillor
Anna. Yes. Moving to the next item.
Section 2, Finance, C/2/7/09/25. Request for a write-off as the customer requests, uniting Presbyterian Church and Full 12 Apostle Church, page 106.
Item 7.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think there are 2 more items similar, and these are a long sequence of similar items for different churches. It's continuing to happen. There's not much we can do about it. I propose that we go with the recommendation, and I just want to reinforce once more that we must ensure that we check on these accounts, and therefore I'm proposing that the people in debt collection side create a file where it must be checked quarterly, whether in fact these people are now paying their arrears or paying their accounts. Until such time as we can install smart meters, which we do not have. So I think it is critically important that it be monitored from here on. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Councillor Mangaba.
Thank you, Speaker. While seconding the recommendations, it is quite important for us to actually remind ourselves that as council we had decided, because I'm seeing names that I've seen in the right of register in this council. And we had resolved that whichever entity applies for a write-off, that we as the municipality will install a smart meter in that place of worship, so that going forward they are able, and we are able also to gauge the use or the loss of water thereof that actually results in actually such accounts. But over and above that, there needs to be also a commitment, like the chairperson has alluded to, a commitment to that going forward, these churches are actually going to be making meaningful contributions or payments to the municipality from month to month. Because now there's no controls in place. Now what then will happen is that next year around this time, we'll be seeing the same churches applying for write-offs. Because in as much as there's policies and legislation supporting these decisions that we're actually making, at the end of the day, and nothing is freely free when it comes to services. Whatever we're writing off here will actually have to actually maximize on the ratepayers. So we got to have a control measure in place.
Also, that we must be cautious on these things, because normally what happens for these churches, it is registered for a period of time in a reverend's name. Yeah? So that person might have another job that exceeds the 5.2. You see, so that's also things we must look at, so that we don't find a situation where the person that is steering the church, who is a working person, in which is the church is in his name, he then has a salary outside or combined salary more than the 5.2. You see, then we write off these things. So I just want us to draw our attention to that to make sure that it's not the case of.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my concern is that we don't know if these prepaid meters will be installed, and that would help solve the problem going forward. So with the indulgence of the proposer and the seconder, I would like to see a fifth recommendation there to say that it is reported back to council when these meters have been installed. That way it will stay on the outstanding items. We can monitor that meters are in fact installed. Then we should not have this problem from these same organizations going forward.
It's acceptable to me. Yeah. As the proposer, that additional recommendation sounds good to me.
Recommendation number 5.
And to speak it through you, just for the sake of the rest of the house that might not know about, it was discussed in portfolio, but quite extensively. The fact that we do not have smart meters at the moment, the smart meters that we have in stock simply are not smart meters because we don't have software that can communicate with the meter. The CFO is currently busy negotiating to get into a transversal agreement that we can participate in with actual smart meters with the relevant software in reasonably quick time. I do not have feedback from him yet as to how long, but the assurance is that we will get these smart meters sort of shortly. So hopefully we can do all these, because the smart meters are extremely important, not only for instances like this that we have been discussing now, but for leaks detection in general. It can play a major role in saving a lot of money for this municipality. And I think we should all be aware and push as hard as we can as a joint entity to get these smart meters done as quick as possible and forget about the existence of these old meters, because they are never going to be smart meters. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Sethi.
Thank you, Speaker. Mine is just to ask or advise, I don't know, that also the households should be considered when it comes of writing off, and not only the churches. That's my opinion. Yeah.
Can you read for us, Tanya, the recommendation number 5 so that we can move?
I just want clarity, Councillor Neil, in the first instance, has changed the recommendation 4, and he indicated that that particular recommendation needs to change now because there isn't prepaid meters, that all write-offs be subject to current accounts being monitored to ensure that they do pay monthly to monitor monthly payments or quarterly payments to see if they are paying until such time that smart water meters are being installed, and that the report be submitted to council when smart water meters has been installed for those who have applied for the write-offs. Just excuse my little bit of English, I will fix it, but that is the gist, Madam Speaker.
Makes sense, Speaker.
Speaker,
Makes sense. It's she can polish the grammar.
That's it.
Can you also, as I've just said, as a recommendation then, if it's possible, that people should be considered as well, not only the churches that must be right off.
I thought the thing of the smart meters, it has been, Madam Speaker, the whole time things that you are talking about here. So we know all along we're thinking the smart meters that were in the storage were going to work ultimately, till it came out and clear that those smart meters cannot work. Otherwise, the idea of putting smart meters into homes, it has been a resolution of this council. Even for the fact that it came as saying, even the councillors' houses, we can start with them with these things. And at the time, we're even building at Kolweni, we're waiting to use those smart meters that we're thinking they can work to do so. So that resolution, Councillor Madam Speaker, was taken. The only thing we're disappointed to the stock that we're having at hand. That's why now Councillor Nell is bringing the solution that was more proposed by USEFO in our May committee in relation to that. By the way, churches we have never taken a decision about them. It's only now we said, if there's so much of debt that it can cost us, but we can't be responsible by always saying we are cutting the debt off and not ensuring that we are doing a what can I call it? Preconditional avoidance so that we can make ourselves to be safe, because we can't cancel all the time. Otherwise, now for us knowing that we must have smart meters, that will go as far as the whole community in order we can work on this thing of the debts that we all the time we're cutting off so that people can move on that situation. So I'm trying to say we don't need to capture that one here, Councillor, because it has been there all along. But this one is for the one of the churches. Otherwise, we need to get that.
Speaker, the DM is actually she's making a point, and it's something that we agreed with in council. However, I must correct her, or I must remind her that, and we did make arrangements, and we did make recommendations for places of worship as well as creches where these recommendations are concerned. However, at the time, we were promised that it should take roughly 2-3 months for us to actually get the software for the existing smart meters. However, the recommendations have always been there. We were clear about this since 2 years ago, that newer developments will have these installed, and each and every indigent household that is in our indigent list will actually have this installation. Over and above that, every charity or creche and your place of worship that has applied for a write-off, this becomes a measure.
Madam Mayor?
Thank you, Speaker. I want to speak to the issue of the household debt. I think the audit committee chairperson did raise the issue now of our debt that is in excess of 120 days. Age debtors that we need to actually consider writing those off. And I think that in that recommendation, most probably there would be households that would fall onto that. So it is our debtors book like that. And then on the issue of the smart meters, I think we have deliberated on it in council, over various times. Like the council, as I said, we do have standing resolutions that we unfortunately seems like we cannot implement because of this whole issue of the compatibility of the smart meters that we currently have and not having the software and all the rest of it. We also discussed that issue very broadly in MACO, and CFO has undertaken that, especially with this new revenue management committee, that they will look at that solution and they will report back to us on what the actions might be, because we will have to get a realistic report because it's clear the stock that we have, there's a lot of questions marked there. So the report that comes, they must investigate the current stock, the compatibility of that, and how are we going to deal with that moving forward. And if we need to look at some transversal agreement or look at other options, those options also need to come, and we need to deal with that recommendation then accordingly. But the Revenue Management Committee have been delegated the task. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you sorted now, Tanya?
Still remains as is. Am I right, Madam Speaker?
So it was proposed by on bill and seconded by? Thank you. Moving to the next report.
Which we still really right off as the customary requirement. Nationale Conferentie Ontwikkelingstrust, page 120.
Is that it?
Before you made a note. As the chairperson of the Finance Committee has already alluded to, these items, they all speak to the same recommendations. So copy and paste, and we go along, going with the recommendations.
Councillor Alufia?
Yeah, I will also second it. I agree.
Next item.
Concerned, Madam Speaker.
The council gets attention that says speaker, but when we just put up our hands, we should be down.
Well, welcome to my world.
Sorry, Councillor, if you're right, I didn't see you.
Now you're hiding.
We were running smoothly. Where's the fights coming?
Hiding.
But you know what you do know. I'm her favorite.
We're cruising nicely.
Do you?
Moving to the next item.
Do you, please, Madam Speaker? I just want to say I am deeply concerned. Barbara Mangaba and I are agreeing on too many things today. I think.
Yes, that's happening.
Yes.
Can we be quiet now? Can we please be quiet and concentrate on the agenda? Next item, please.
C/2/9/11/25. Terms of reference for the Revenue Management Task Team on Debt Management, page 127.
The item is serving on bill.
Madam Speaker, as I've been the champion of establishment of this committee, I go with the recommendation, and I think we must speed it up as fast as we possibly can and get to work, because there are a lot of things to do. And a lot of the discussions we've had in this council this morning revolves around this committee, that this committee can make a big difference as far as debt collection is concerned. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Blanche.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just glad to see that we are establishing task teams and not disbanding task teams.
Don't be shady.
This one must not be disbanded 31st December.
Do not be
So
shady.
I second where we are going with this one.
Next item.
Manjanga Commission.
Next item.
C/310/09/25, unauthorized, irregular, frivolous, and wasteful expenditures for reduction strategy for plan, page 136.
The item is serving. Councillor Valamsa.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to propose that we go with the recommendations, but I would like to cry out to the officials that we state to the plan as it is, and don't let it happen that be a dead document, that we implement and make sure we adhere to it. Thank you.
Bill.
I'll second, Madam Speaker.
Next item.
C/2/214/10/25, request for real debt write-off as per customary request.
Because
The item is serving.
1 to 3.
Copy and paste.
Councillor Mangaba.
Paste. Going with the recommendations.
Linda.
I'll second, Madam.
Refill.
Always be
Next item.
that side.
C/2/216/10/25, list of withdrawals from municipal bank account for the quarter ended September 2025, page 166.
Item is serving on bill.
I propose that we go with the recommendation.
Speaker.
Councillor Mangaba.
Seconded.
Next item.
Item C/2/217/10/25, environment report for the first quarter ended 30 September 2025, page 172.
The item is serving on bill.
Madam Speaker, I propose that we note the report.
Speaker.
Councillor Olifia.
I second that. Very happy to see we have no violence.
Thank you. Moving to the next item.
C/2/18/10/25, cost containment report for the quarter ending 30 September 2025, page 174.
Item is serving.
Madam Speaker, I propose we go with the recommendation. I just want a moratorium on the cost containment if the lunch comes today and we are still in council. That's just on a lighter note.
What did you just say?
Next item.
Item C/2/219/10/25, report on implementation of the supply chain management policy for the first quarter, 1 July to 30 September 2025, page 177.
The item is serving on bill.
I propose we go with the recommendation.
Councillor Blanche.
But I don't want to rush this thing. Can the Madam Mayor first go because she raised previously things and also there's things that I've raised. So if she can go first, then I would like us to talk and not rush through this item.
Madam Mayor.
Sorry, Speaker, not to disrespect you, but Councilor Navas and was up before mine.
Thank you, ma'am.
This time around.
I don't have trust.
To be seen eventually. You, Speaker, let me thank the Honorable Madam Mayor for actually affording me a chance to actually, weigh in on the item. Speaker, mine is very brief and to the point. If we can zoom into the sites that we had put out at Ebenezer.
25 site and service.
Yes, 25 sites for site and service. I must remind this council that when we actually came to that decision, it was to mitigate the issue we are sitting with of a longer list of people who are actually sitting on the waiting list of housing. And part of the recommendations were people that will be considered will be locals. People that are actually on our housing waiting list and who were approved for longer than 3 years. And now I understand that this is actually an SCM item. However, I do not want to do a rubber stamp approach without having to have compared apples with apples. This is to ensure that we stick to the commitment that we made in council. Because we've realized over the years that the reason why we have such a longer waiting list is that majority of people who are sitting on our waiting list are people outside the threshold of 3.5. People who cannot be considered in RDP. So if this was a move or a step that we took in council comfortably to ensure that we mitigate that issue, there must be a proof that really this is something that we can actually be proud of in terms of the checks and balances being done. Second to that, there's a name that appears twice on these plots, so I'm not sure whether she's actually getting to. Her name is Anita Ndwana. Now, if that be an error, it must be rectified so that if the second name actually took space for another person on the list, that name is actually replaced. I'm okay with the item in itself. However, I would rather we refer it back up until we have that attachment with. Thank you, Speaker.
Are you? Thank you. Councillor Blanche?
Yeah, then me.
M?
I wanted to understand well that is Councillor Manaba asking that this item should come back and be presented well so that we can be confident to the terms that were attached to this thing of this site and service. Because if you understand, it came as a solution of other things and making sure the prudence that goes with. Because it has been an argument in this council for so long. All of us wanted to know that it's being done properly. Maybe is he wanting to say to us, why do we take it just general like this, just anything? Was it not supposed to come back and be reported specially, in a special way, so that all of us we can be confident that procedures were followed? Is it what you are proposing, Councillor Mann?
Speaker, through you, DM, precisely that is that. But over and above that,
yes,
the essence of oversight is for us to be provided with supporting documents.
Okay.
So that we are able to say this happened in our presence and we actually co-signed it based on the fact that it met all the requirements. At this point, I'm uncomfortable with the council taking a resolution to actually accept this as is. I've seen in the past where errors are made, where, things like this fall through the cracks based on the fact that because it's in black and white, we assume all checks and balances were done. Our role is to ensure that those checks and balances are done. And the only way to confirm is to actually have all this information.
Yeah, just to support Councillor Mata, know that in process of giving people RTP houses,
committee
is a committee that does due diligence to check really whether these people are on the list. Are these people really coming from this area? Be it that or what? So those are the issues that we really want to see, so that tomorrow we are not accused of things we don't know. So exactly what we are saying, Deputy Mayor, is also I would support that we refer this back, and the custodian of this project, which is human settlement, comes and present this. This is the first pilot project. So we need to know exactly so that when it moves to another area or another phase, we know this is what has been done.
Madam Mayor?
Before the CFO, because I same council the plans want to.
Call then me.
On that note of Councillor Mangala, Anita Ndwana.
Yes.
If you look at the ERF numbers, it's two different ERF numbers. The one is 13670 But then Lauren Konika Clean has got the same AF number. And then the other one for Anita is 13678. So it seems like the information here is really, we need verification of that through your speaker. But before that, there's two concerns that I wanted to raise, not to rehash the conversation in the audit committee. Chairperson was here. One of the major issues and concerns we've raised in Mako is the calendar days that it takes from bid specification to bid adjudication. And if you look at the average, it says 105 days. With the longest, that means how long it takes us to procure in full procurement cycle. So the average is 135 days, which obviously some of those tenders were even above the average, but the average is obviously just the total divided by the number of tenders. And then the longest procurement cycle we had was for 211 days. Firefighting, clothes. So there's obviously a challenge between bid specification and bid adjudication, and we need to put mitigation strategies. Management need to really monitor those time frames effectively and efficiently, because that is where most of our challenges are coming from. And those committees, it's their mandate. They are delegated to handle these processes. But at the end of the day, if it takes them so long to conclude the processes, I mean, it affects service delivery, it affects the man on the street, it affects council's oversight responsibility. Because by the time we get these reports, I mean, so much time is surfaced. So really, honestly and truthfully, management must really monitor that situation and make sure that we put strategies in place to mitigate that risk, because it is a high risk. Then secondly, interestingly, if you look at the number of contracts that we say has been awarded to contractors within the Bitou municipal area, 64.26%. Now, I'm not sure. We don't obviously have a breakdown of those companies, to say that really this is a true reflection. But what I can say is one of the issues that came out from the public meeting that I had was that allegedly companies that are using local addresses in order for them to get a higher scoring. So I just want to highlight that, that there is that allegation going around. There are actually companies, in order for them to succeed, they do get a local address and they use that local address. I'm not sure how they do it. Do they do it with the consent of the owner of that property? And if it is like that, we have to caution our local people that is in actual fact not benefiting our local contractors at all. So I don't want to comment on that one too much, but it's just interesting to see that according to this 62.26% of the, and that's what we want. I mean, we want contracts to be awarded to our local contractors, but we should just caution them. There might be the underlying issue there. That's all from the speaker, but in terms of the new horizon, those elements, I would also say that we get clarity on that.
Councillor Blanche?
You would recall that I've written an email raising my concern about re-advertising. You see how it now simply affects just this part, the 25 site and service. If you look at this, it's property that we are disposing. In other matters, we get a service, but here we are disposing. And to bring such a light in the report here without the supporting facts, because you are giving away, you need to make sure that what you are giving away does have the necessary supporting documents. Another thing is the name that appeared 2 times under 2 different airports. In this report, there is people that has even rejected an offer because they got a wrong offer. Again, re-advertising. It is demotivating our people to reapply specifically. People is very sensitive when it comes to getting a house or a ERF. Now, if I'm already down and out, I see another re-advertising. I don't gonna go and worry again, because this is where it comes in. The re-advertising of it all is the biggest problem, and it is hampering the people. Because if you look at the one applicant, it wasn't even an ERF. She didn't even apply. So how did it end up that something was given to her that she never even applied for? And even in here, there's suspicion that there's a young boy here who obtained an ERF, fresh out of school. It's a suspicion. I'm not going to go into it. But you see, in the absence of supporting documents around these kind of things, it's concerning. And then it goes back to the amount of re-advertising we are doing and the supply chain. It is clearly showing here and is concerned. Hence, my email has not been answered till this point. When I'm sitting here in council, nobody even bothered to respond to my email, raising a concern about the amount of re-advertisings that we are busy with. So yeah, I would then support to say that in the absence of the supporting documents, specifically around the 25 site and service, and when taking note of the unhappy applicant, I would then request that we get more and proper meat on this bone around the 25 site and service. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. CFO?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Thanks to the Executive Mayor, the Chair Executive Mayor, and also the rest of the councillors. Madam Speaker, on my side, I heard the establishment will be persuaded that the report should be referred back with the supporting documents. I just wanted maybe, Madam Speaker, to enlighten the councillors. This is the report, it's a statutory report in terms of the regulations. This report is about the implementation of the SAA. It's not about the housing. I mean, because that one is a separate one. Now, if councillors were to request for a report that comes to that, or in terms of oversight and transparency, I would rather than persuade councillors to go that by requesting that report, and that report tabled. Even councillors even said that there's a committee that deals with it, so that report is tabled to that committee before it's even come to council. So now this one is about the implementation of the SAA. Then also just to allude on what Executive Mayor has alluded to, in terms of the 63% of companies which are within the window. In terms of the CS, we don't check the CS. On this is the CSD unfortunately does provide various accesses that you can be in terms of editing that. I mean the CSD. We do not have control because obviously what we do look at in terms of the submissions in terms of the bidding. Unfortunately, we are defeated by the fact that we will make arrangements with our own residents within the people, because you can enter into a lease agreement. So if you enter with a lease agreement with me and we both sign, so by default that I am a resident in the Bitou. I don't want to go into detail. There is an explanation of that one that took the increase of the data. I don't want to go into detail. There is a full explanation from SCM as a unit. The reason why it was so long is beyond the SCM, but I don't want to go into details to say where were the delays. It was not the SCM unit. It's the SCM value chain. But I can direct the reason why it was beyond SCM unit.
Councillor Mhlana.
I just want to ask something different. Just take an opportunity, CFO, and ask something different. One, if an official is a new official or is a recently appointed, let's say as a manager, and a manager is expected to be a project manager of certain projects, does SCM give a workshop to that official? That official understands exactly what is expected from that official. Because I'm raising this because I've seen in one status an official going into an evaluation meeting, writing on the status that I'm going into an evaluation meeting. Now, this is very, very concerning because we can draw many conclusions about that. My understanding, you will correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that if I'm a project manager, I need to make sure that whatever that is done transparently. Because now if I write it on my status, it might be interpreted as I'm canvassing. So do you as SCM workshop these officials? Because the next thing that we're going to do, because we understand that ignorance of the law excuses no one. If you are appointed a manager, you are supposed to know what are your roles and responsibilities. The next thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the nearest police station and open a case against individuals. So my question still stands. Do you as SCM give a workshop to the officials that are newly appointed in positions where they are supposedly to be project managers? Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when an official joins the institution, there is induction that is conducted. Now, in that induction, the expectation is that the newly appointed should be workshop on various informations. Typical example in communication policy, in Facebook policy, what are the restrictions in terms of you utilizing the social media, in terms of your work, in relation to your work function. So I think maybe then it's something that we need to enhance, where even probably then SCM are invited or maybe can invited to talk on specific issues in terms of declaration, in terms of confidentiality. So it is something that we just need to enhance. It is happening, maybe we need to enhance it so that all the employees, they adhere to all of this.
Thank you, sir. For Madam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think just to say to CFO, it was only this part of the thing of human settlement that we were referring to take it back, not taking all the report of the supply chain. It was specifically for this one. I think that let it go to a committee. In the absence of the committee that was looking at that, it was done by SCM. We need to make sure as a blueprint that we've done it well. I think that is the one that we need. And we thank you for the advice of saying we can do that. 2, concerns came out, Madam Speaker, that in report, it's well done beautifully. Hence, we can even depict the time frames that at some stage they compromise the service delivery, because I'm sure I don't want to say it's the first of its kind, but I would say commend the supply chain Department of Finance to give us such a clear whatever report about this. In the presence of that is so beautiful. But we like to see that whole thing of the local economic development, the strategy and the mandate of government, that locals supposed to benefit to 30% in whatever projects that are coming in. So we're asking that even in the report, Finance Department, can you also specifically show to us a certain tender was awarded of certain amount, then 30% of this was given to these local companies so that we can also get the names of the companies that are benefiting, because we are here for the local economic developmental side. Instead of us seeing that, because the communities are crying that same companies are just getting work when it comes to subcontracting. And that can will lead to communities that will find them doing extortions, or find them that they come to places forcefully and expect that they must get work. Because people are rising when they feel there's an element of unfairness. So now what I'm asking, and I would like us to document that, in the report that we normally get about this 62% that they did get work as locals, let's also get a report about the subcontractors, because it's not difficult for subcontractors to get, because the compliance will never be like the one who was going through the process of a tender. At least anyone can get the opportunity and make sure that locally, and that 30% that is always aligned with the tender document, let's make sure that we do get, when we are counting our words, we can be able to say, this company did benefit in this one, these companies did benefit, because local people, they always complain that they are not getting anything. In fact, that attests even to the one tender that all the locals pursued, you'll find that all of them, they respond like, ukubone abantu bonke batsalwe leswekilane incinci babe zimbovane kwindawo eyi-1. And that shows, Madam Speaker, that there is an element of unfairness when it comes to that. Because when people are busy, they will never go and pull themselves all over. One thing that comes, you will see Ukome, more than 300 people will drop up into a little thing that it was not supposed to be like that. That says, the writing is on the wall. People are suffering outside. And I would still emphasize LED must be strictly be part of the supply chain, BSC, and all those things, so that they must know that the locals are benefiting. I thank you.
Madam, thank you, Madam Speaker. Having listened now to all the councillors and Mr. Mapai, I would like to amend the proposal. I think I have had an eye-opener, and I bow to the superior knowledge of the grassroots knowledge of the relevant board councillors on this topic. And therefore, I want to propose that we approve the supply chain policy portion, but insist on a separate report that covers the site and service options, as well as all other matters that relate to housing. And then the local economic development side of things also to be included in that separate report.
But the question, sorry. I'm not sure who's acting now at how far is this process of site and service now? So that we don't take a decision yet, and yet that has been concluded already.
Can answer.
I'm not quite sure about the chair.
Site and service, how far is it?
Okay, we just if you refer to what is on this report, those were awarded to the bidders. Now transfer of that should be the process that follows. That, the transfer of the land should be ongoing at this point. But there are still other, because we did not award all of the sites. So the other sites, they still need to go through the advertisement. But those that we have awarded, they should be signing the deed of sales and title deeds and all of those things. Cannot be, this meeting cannot cancel that process.
Okay.
Yes. That process is the supply chain process. There were objections. If there were objections, there were that period, but it cannot be cancelled by this meeting. That process should proceed. Thank you.
You see now, Speaker, this is the problem I have. And I'm going to call it a problem. It's not a situation. The problem I have in this council is that we are brought to actually rubber stamp decisions that are already made. When do we play our oversight? We are here okaying a system that we're not sure whether it was actually done right or flawed. Because now being told no decision about what we are sitting with today can change the offers that I have already granted. There's a flaw there already. Because already we've read in the report that there's actually repetition in terms of errors. There's actually duplication in terms of names. And there's names that I do not believe for a life of me are actually in the waiting list for housing. And they've been sitting there for over 3 years.
Yes. The mayor?
I support the recommendation that the additional report separately to contain the 25 to 25 area. In your horizon, that separate report, I'm not sure, do we want the report to go to the committee, the housing committee, or do we want the report to be submitted to council separately? Yeah, but at least we'll get the report in clarity, just to get the clarity, because even if you look at I've noticed now there's 2 different individuals, the same AF number, things like that. Now there's definitely an error there. So nothing stops us from getting the report or from the report to be submitted. I don't know, it doesn't mean we want to stop the process.
Just a point. Madam Speaker, just to add on what Councillor Mangaba is saying, this is the thing that we found ourselves. There's nothing you can do now. It's been awarded, but what's in front of us now is a report. There's names on here, people rejected, but it's reflecting here as if they accepted it. There's names on here, it's 2 ervans given to 1 person. 2 names, 2 different ervans. You see, this is what we are facing. The process is running. It's in fact by Mosdell and Palmer ready to be signed off by the field beneficiaries, but we are sitting. And hence I've said it, it's a result of too much re-advertising. This is now, because what is here is something we must just accept. Because there's no supporting things here in this. Because while there's people there who's already planting, they are making their fences. Because they've got the letters.
It must accept with flaws. It cannot.
That's what I'm saying. We cannot accept this report. The other actions you cannot change. But there's things in this report that's...
I still want to interrogate the reports.
Chancellor Swart?
Speaker, surely if there are queries about certain people, those queries need to be raised with the department. And if it's found that processes have not been followed correctly or there were flaws in the process, we need to learn from it, because as Councillor Mshlana said, this is a pilot project. We need to make sure that we don't, if there are mistakes that have been made, we need to make sure we don't make the mistakes again and prejudice people. So if people have been prejudiced because of re-advertising, we need to know that, but we need to know what the exact concerns are and the people that the transactions are querying. And surely then we need to get with the department concerned, a letter or document needs to be given them to say we have concerns about this. How did this happen? And to see that the processes were correctly followed or not, and then to amend the processes if we need to improve on them. But we can debate it all the time, and until such time as it's actually documented and given to them to say, give us responses to this, it's going to go nowhere. We might end up doing the same thing going forward. So we need to actually ask questions and get the responses on those particular items that are of concern. Thank you, Speaker.
Renzo, you wanted to say something?
No, it's fine. I think it's settled. I was just going to highlight that the land disposal process starts here. It doesn't start anywhere else. It started at council. So consent to dispose of that land was resolved here. Even the value of those properties to be sold, it was resolved here.
Yes, okay.
There was confusion in the BAC at some point. We had to refer the matter to council to make a clear determination of the value of those properties. It came here, and then it went back with a clear distinction in terms of the bigger airfares and the smaller airfares. And then we proceeded accordingly. I just wanted to clarify that issue. Thank you.
Yeah, your Councillor Ompi.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I've heard the comments made as far as the fact. And council can't change it, but certainly there is still this backstop, and that backstop is it should be investigated. These issues which are doubtful in any way should be investigated, and if there is fraud or anything found, then charges should be laid, and then I think the process can be reversed. But so short of council having proper oversight in this issue, which I share that concern with the councillors that have raised it, there is one backstop still left. Even if council then cannot do it directly through a council resolution, it can be done through proper investigation, and hence I think the importance of this separate report, detailed report, should come to council and it should be acted on. It should not be seen as the final, draw the line under this thing. I think the councillors have a valid concern. To just say we can't do anything, I think that is just giving up. I think we should proceed and investigate this thing properly. And with that, Madam Speaker, I think my proposal stands that we approve supply chain policy portion of this, but insist on a separate report.
And Speaker, while I support the recommendations again, I maintain the reason why we are having this deliberation is the fact that we sat in council and we drafted the recommendations. We came up with the recommendations. We came up with the values. We determined exactly who should actually benefit from that which was decided in council. And it is within our prerogative to actually ask for that report to actually be tabled here in council again.
Thank you, Councillor Mangaba. CFO?
Speaker, the reason why I was specifically in council to rather.
Councillor Msana, you are disturbing. There's a speaker on the floor.
The reason why I was specifically in council to rather deal with the report and not this expenditure hour, because this is a supply. It specifically deals with procurement issues. So hence I was then cautioning, saying, don't interrogate the procurement, rather interrogate it through a report.
That's what I'm proposing.
That's what we're asking. Let it come to a report.
So how does it stand, Tanya? Can you please just
recommendation?
the summer?
Recommendation one is standing. Recommendation that future reports check the percentage of local companies that benefit through the existing appointment processes, including subcontractors.
Please, I get you, Najem, before the
That is what the DM has asked.
best.
The third one, that considering the concerns raised regarding ACM 2025-126 readvertisement of Ebenezer portion 20, disposal between brackets, sale of 25 vacant service sites in the ownership of the municipality, a separate detailed report together with all supporting annexes be submitted to council.
Is that a true reflection of what we discussed now?
A reflection that needs to be added, something that says, as much we know that these things we've started here in the council, but through the report, we see that there are flaws. How about we can say the process of going further with the transfer of land and all, can it be hold at least a bit? Until we get that report of this one, firstly, we interrogate a report. Then thereafter, anything, we're not here to take any right of anyone, but we're also here to protect what we discussed from this council, that these are the conditions that will be when we deal. We had more than 6 meetings when it came to this thing, because it's the one that gives hope to the people that cannot get RDP houses. That's the one that gives hope to the people that have been long in the database and their lives change. Well, some of the people were in the RDP, but their lives were better and they still couldn't get the other houses, that other system we didn't have. This was the first of its kind. All of us were looking forward to so that it should work. It should be workable solutions to the middle income or to others that are hotel workers and whatever in the hospitality. So we need to ensure that it has been done right, whether it's through SCM process, because there was no committee that could get in there. But there's no sin in asking to say, fine, SCM, you have done your part, because we did agree that let's dispose the land. Let's then get it, the report. And before other steps can continue, let it not continue, but we can all of us see that there's something on the wall, things that are there that shows there's a problem, so that all of us, we can be good. Because if the communities pick up this one, they will make us if all those 25 plots were not done correctly. So just to get that report and see those that are well, they will continue. Those are this, please. Let's wait. Now I believe that as much that it was us, the council, that agreed to the disposal, we can even ask as the council to say, like a moratorium, if we can do a moratorium of saying, let's hold in those jobs, whilst you were saying they are in an organogram, what can make us not to say, please, we find you are done. Let's see and report and interrogate it.
Another one.
Yeah, well, then it's fine. I'm just making an example that we should not make, when council and I are saying that it's as if it's a done deal, we don't have now a power of doing anything about things. I think that disempower us. And it's gonna also disempower the communities that having hope to us in doing things right. So now I hear what director is saying. Lawfully, rightfully, it says they were given the names, but what if it was done wrong? Where do we get in?
Database, babes.
Please. So just to see those things, and we're not taking away anything to the people that they think rightfully they did get. It database must be sure. Yes, these people, yeah. 5 minutes, you are not the speaker.
We have 9,103 people sitting in our database. We cannot let that slide.
It cannot.
Thank you.
I mean, that's.
Thank you very much. The item was proposed by Councillor O'Neill and seconded by Councillor Mangaba. Can we please move now to the next item?
I'm not sure whether the acting municipal manager is here.
Acting municipal manager,
Who is going to action what we've just spoken about here now?
acting MM.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been listening to the CFO. Between him and I, we're going to action what comes out of the recommendation in this council meeting. Thank you.
We are moving now to section 3, which is corporate services. Okay, section 52.
C/2/220/10/25, section 2D report for the quarter ending September 2025, page 24.
Item 7, Councillor Mangaba.
You'll pardon me, I get to be very super passionate when it comes to these finances, and especially because they're not ours, but the public's. Speaker, if you read through the report, you find that we have an underperformance of 31% on our traffic fines. Speaker, just last year, we spent over 3 million. We sent 11 traffic officers to an academy to equip them so that they can come back and actually add value to this municipality. This council actually took a stride of wanting it to be a standalone directorate. If that be the case, we got to see value for money. We sat in this council when we strategized around the revised organogram, and we shared a common vision where these traffic officers are concerned. That when they come back, in the traffic department, we will have targets assigned to each officer. My heart bleeds every day when I drive home and back, seeing how the province is actually milking so much money in our town, while we have officers in every corner and every intersection. You find those BMW from province and less of our people. But if you look at the fuel consumption of those GTIs, it's actually steep. But if you look at their books, an official or an officer rather, by month end would have booked 2 or 3 cars. Ma'am, this 31% underperformance is a missed opportunity for the amount of monies we have spent in equipping our officers. Hence, I'm reminding this council that let's stick to decisions we made. We sat in this council strategically last year in November, and we said we will work that 3 million back by giving these officers targets. And we are not seeing that materializing. As a matter of fact, the very same people we actually sent to an academy and spent so much on, some are now back in libraries, some are back in law enforcement, some are without permanence. And I keep saying we need to be intentional about monies we spend. We need to see the return, and we're not seeing it. Moreover, Speaker, I saw, I'm not sure which page was this, where I saw rental of assets that is actually sitting on 46,000. It's a rental of assets that is actually sitting on 46,000. The CFO would actually assist me with, because I don't seem to recall where I found it on the page. Now I want to understand 26. Yes, what? 26. Now I want to understand, is that rental just for our halls and fields, or is it also inclusive of property that are actually occupied by councillors as well as officials? What I'm trying to understand is this: if it is all inclusive, 46,000 is actually way too minimal, which now begs another question. Do we have a register of every property of the municipality that is actually being listed to an official and a politician, so that we are able to actually quantify the monies we're supposed to be collecting from month to month? We need to get to a level where we are actually a municipality that is actually generating its own income. And the only way to go about it is to have these controls in place.
Thank you, Councillor Mangala. Councillor Mhlana?
No, I just want to find out from this 31% is it as a result of us not paying fines? So there was once at the court, the boxes and boxes of fines there. With the provincial provincial traffic officials, if they write a fine for me, where does that money go? Does it come to the municipality or does it go to provincial government? Those two questions. What?
Mr. Kanga, can you please answer on that?
Good afternoon, General Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors, Speaker. On question number 2, Councillor, provincial, whatever they issue within the Bitou area, people pay, it comes to the municipality's office, for the Bitou municipality. On the question number 1, there's many factors for fines not being paid. One is at the court, we only have 150 cases that we can load, even if we put in the court roll of 500 cases, the magistrate only goes up to 150. That's why the question about the municipal court that was raised earlier is very important for us, because that will assist us. We can have all the cases that's on the court roll, we can all of them become warrants. Cognizance was also taken that R2 is coming into effect now, starting from 1st of December, phase 2, and phase 3 is the 1st of April next year, of which the municipality is part of. That will also influence the income of the municipality, because if you pay within 32 days after receiving a fine, that's automatic a 50% discount on your fines. If you receive a fine in Plet, but you're paying in Neisner, within the 32 days, you only get 47% of that 50%. So there's going to be a lot of factors. Our guys are doing what they can. You phoned me now recently pertaining to my guys on work that they performed. Councillor, for the month of September, we had 26 drunk drivers arrested. So the guys are performing. Not like they're not performing.
We speak numbers, buddy. It's 31% underperformance.
I don't know where the 31% comes in, but as I mentioned, there's factors that leads to that. Like, for instance, the court story.
My question still stands. Does these officers have targets?
They do have some.
Then they're underperforming.
Yes, thanks, Speaker. We must assist each other in this one, Speaker. Look, as a municipality, we've got an obligation to assist people in terms of safety. Yeah, it was well and good that we sent young people to Gqeberha to study there to be traffics. And moreover, Speaker, what as council we must understand is that when it comes to budget, we budget. If we say holistically in a budget, you will correct me. If we say we need 5 million from the traffic department in Bitou, we will put it there, and then we vote for holistically that budget. But when it comes to getting the money, it's not happening, because courts will reduce our tickets. It's law. Somebody will be given a fine of 1.2. He goes to court, they reduce that. And I think that 31% reflects on that. And for that matter, law enforcement is such that we want to keep our roads safe so that people cannot die on the roads. As much as we've got, I thought we were going to go to season now. How about all those traffics to be drawn out and be traffic officers, because they have got certificates or they are qualified? Like the competition that we are seeing done by the province, all those young people must join the force because it's going to be festive moods now. But it's an unfortunate part. Again, we used to be a municipality that is being feared by people from the outside. Eastern Cape feared this area. They say immediately you cross that gate there, you are bound to be arrested this side. Because even the speed limits, people knew that I'm not just going to drive anyhow. I think we must go back to that culture. It's not that traffic officers, we are just for money, especially on this side. But we want to keep our residents safe. But more on that, we must. Oh, we're playing a game. This is a game. An executive. We're playing a game. No, I just wanted to address that speaker that we must really take into cognizance on the shortfalls about 31% and so on and so forth. Thanks, DM. We are
So what?
Councillor,
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, mine is just obviously the concerns about the underperforming in the operating budget. We have noted that, and I think we had also a couple of deliberations on that. For me, on the SD but I mean, there's obviously, you see there's a big, but very much slow performance on that. To point out the issue of that we were supposed to, by the end of October, appoint a service provider to prepare or develop the employment equity plan. And I think we also need a service provider to develop our human resource plan and also SOP. So I just want to point out that we are already now on the 30th of October. So hopefully we'll see some progress on that one, because it means that in terms of compliance, that we are non-compliant.
No, it failed.
Don't want to go into the issue of the traffic officers that were sent to training. The concerns about the current underperformance, however, is noted. I don't know, I haven't seen a resolution we decide that those people or the people that came back are now part of the org structure. I don't know. So, I am not aware of that. But what I know is that currently we have an org structure currently in place, and there's no additional provision for additional traffic officers that I'm aware of. So, thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, I know I sound problematic today, but there's methods to this madness. We sat in November here, collectively, in a stretch session that took 2 days, going through the revised organogram. And part of the plans and commitments that were made in that session was that they will be prioritized upon their return, because we don't want to waste money on training people and actually not place them. Secondly, Mr. Ganga, please assist me. How many officers do we have?
Total, Councillor.
Yes, sir.
Including myself.
And the ones that are actually in uniform.
Officers on the road itself. Because I've got 4 examiners that doubles up as the traffic officers as well.
Let's try making them officers for now. I don't need those technicalities. I'm trying to get to those two. How many are there?
12 officers.
There are 12. And you said they have targets. What's the target? What's the target for each?
Councillor, I don't have that.
No, but the point I'm making, and I'm not putting them on the spot. The point I'm making is this:
Councillors,
allow me to land.
Please,
Allow me to land.
just behave. If you want to raise a point of order, just raise a point of order. Let us not talk all at the same time.
I'm trying to guys this. I'm not the smartest in the room, but for us to actually attain a targeted amount, it needs to be measurable. And this is not something that's impossible. We sat here and we vouched for an additional directorate. We got to be a revenue generating municipality if we want to survive. It's a tough time. We can't afford to have officers that are actually writing 2 cars in a month.
Thanks, Speaker. I just wanted to assist on the issue of yes, the variance shows a 31% when you compare with the year-to-date budget. Now, if I were to bring context to the work that has been done by traffic, for 1 month in September, we have collected 3.9 million.
8.9.
Yes, year-to-date. So it is a step in the right direction. At least in 1 month, if we were to collect that much, then it means that we are moving towards one direction. Now, the rental, maybe the councillor did not realize that that 46 is basically a variance. It's a variance. So the total amount that we have collected is 439,000. And that includes our community halls, it includes the properties that have been rented by all the lessors. So therefore, then I think it was just an oversight from councillor to say that we have collected only 46,439,000.
It was a question, actually. I posed it as a question just to confirm. So he's not correcting me, he's answering me.
Thank you, councillors. We have deliberated on this matter. I think it was proposed and seconded.
Yeah.
Last speakers. Madam Deputy Mayor.
I would love, Speaker, that this council take a deliberated move of saying, can we get a report from the administration regarding the plan that we're having about the people that went for training? Because if we talk about it just like this and we bring it up, and as we can hear that, the mayor agrees that there was no resolution that we're having that made us to do this. And all of us were under the understanding that they will be incorporated into the organogram. But if now it feels that it's not there in the organogram, this is a concern that people were taken to for training and we've spent money close to 3 million that came out as an irregular. Then we're supposed to say it becomes an irregular and it will went out to be more of a wasteful expenditure at some stage if we don't do something about the people that were trained. So now what I would say, can we propose that let's get a plan from the administration when it comes to that? How can those people be aligned to the organogram and whatever, so that we should not be found wanting that we've spent 3 million, that there's no value for money. At some stage, it will go and become a wasteful and wasteful expenditure because there's no value. That's what
and you'll be the line on this matter.
We note the report, Speaker, because now we're going to start another discussion and we're all over. When we talk about people that were trained, a lot of them, I can see some of them are here in front of me who have graduated. So let's stick to this. But then when we deal with, because we get these reports from HR, then we deliberate on these issues. Otherwise, we're going to want to be all over. Because I also question people who graduated who are sent to drive trucks. So
We are 8 minutes away from being here for 4 hours. Have you secured us lunch?
Yes.
Yes, at 1 o'clock there is.
I'm just confirming if it's okay.
Yes, there is lunch.
You sure?
At 1 o'clock, so we must take now.
What I was going to suggest, if we're done with this item, let's rather break, because then we're gonna go into another section. We can do those other sections.
That's what I'm saying.
The break.
Now this one, then we can move to a lunch. So it's now proposed by Councillor Sana and seconded by Councillor Mangab.
Just the one recommendation, Madam Speaker. Only that one recommendation that's standing there.
Yes.
What does it say?
Councillors,
Folk from Bitou is sleeping.
can we move now to the in-committee room? We are coming back. One, please. The first one, we must be back in the council. Those who are virtually, we are going to a lunch break now, coming back at 1:30.
You can go to the kitchens and eat.
I can see your fingers.
How many are these fingers?
How many have I got? Yeah.
For granted that we pay to see people. Bill.
Thank you for me. Thank you so much, Chris.
They usually say politicians. But in this municipality, I have seen something different here.
The last 6 years, there's two. Here, people.
Kanti ngome. So bona hayi. Ngoma nayo ningonela njene. Hayi, ngiyani ngone. Abana ayiphunja inyani, ungiphunja inyani, ngisifana lepiya nayo nandiyazi ngakho. Piya yakho bese nje. Yintoni ngokuthandeka? Ngoba ninoshile ngomncoma. Thandeka sesemphoyisa. Like a bow.
Just
Looking for the lip again.
Yeah. Anong bagong ka na? Emang ka na siya po. Asal. Ay, Dios.
18 mm.
Oh, kelaban.
18 mm.
Can you, Madam Speaker?
We are back from
Yeah.
members of the public. We are back from our break. We are continuing now with our agenda. We are in section 3 now, corporate services. Can the administration please take us through?
Item C, stroke 3/329, stroke 10/25, schedule of meetings for councillors for 2026 for portfolio committees, mayoral committee, council, municipal public accountability, for page 295.
Item 7.
Yes.
Kasabangaba,
With the recommendation, Speaker.
Dr. Seti.
Speaker, I would just like to make a comment here. I also go with the recommendation. But Speaker, we have a situation where we receive our agendas oftentimes a day before, 2 or 3 days before. That's like become the norm. That is not correct. That is why we find that we have addendums coming in all the time. That is why councillors do not have sufficient time to prepare themselves. If I'm not mistaken, the rules of order states that those agendas should be out at least a week time. It was done in the past. In the past, these agendas were delivered to our homes. It's much easier now. I think it is incumbent upon the Speaker's office to ensure that it has reached the councillors well in time. Therefore, Speaker, I request that please make this known to the administration and that we refuse to accept addendums which are not provided in time. And that we get our agendas at least a week before time. Thank you.
Correction, Councillor Nyal. Sometimes it's not the administration. Sometimes they also wait for either items to come to them late. They are being told to wait. That's why sometimes it comes late. It's not always them because they are in most cases ready. But then this manager calls or that one call, wait a bit. But this, I must say, even this agenda and the previous one was quite about 4 or 5 days. It was in advance.
Speaker.
Councillor Blanche, is Councillor Nell now a speaker? Because you asked from him to speak.
I thought you made this.
Is he now a speaker? You report to him now.
Speaker,
you bend your head, so I thought it was a green.
Got to be kind to the elderly. I know, these things actually, they came after your time, that at times they are scary for you to toggle around. People such as yourself and Councillor Nell, Jessica should do the right thing and just print like we did in the old days, put it in a brown envelope and go deliver on time at his house. Because really, man, and I understand how technologically challenged people get to be, and we got to meet one another at common ground. So really, man, when once the agenda is out, it must be printed and collated accordingly and be delivered.
Madam Speaker, if Councillor Mangaba wishes to have some education in technology, he can come to my house.
He's inviting me to his house.
It's
a beautiful day today. When do you want me to come through?
Thank you, councillors. We are moving to the next item now.
Thank you.
Item C/3/335/10/25 mandate draft collective agreement on the condition of services for the Western Cape of the SALGBC, page 301.
Item 7, one bill.
I propose we go with the recommendation, Madam.
Councillor Field.
Second.
Next item.
Item 3/C/3/337/10/25 Municipal Public Accounts Committee, consideration of irregular expenditure incurred relating to payment to Botswana Burns attorneys and advocate CLH Harms, page 318.
Item 7. Councillor Lefir, you, Councillor Renisha.
Hi. Thank you, Speaker. I would just like to bring this under the attention of the community as well as everyone attending. Please know that MPEC has a legal and constitutional mandate to ensure transparency, accountability, and good governance over municipal finance as provided for in the MFMA and the SCM regulations. As we've done through our interrogation, have listened to all involved. It is with that we recommend that the matter is referred to the disciplinary board, as well as to the internal audit to determine if any fruitless and wasteful expenditure was occurred and for possible misconduct. I therefore urge councillors to approve MPEC's recommendation without delay and demonstrate our commitment to clean and responsible governance. And recommendations. Thank you. I support.
Councillor Swart.
Second.
Councillor Olivier.
That's gonna say that.
Next item.
C/3/338/10/25, council release period and delegation of powers to the executive mayor for the period 15 December 2025 to 15 January 2026, page 343.
Item 7.
Speaker.
Councillor Blanche.
Speaker, before I propose, can we just make sure that this is the correct delegations, because last time around, we picked up some discrepancies that was giving the powers to the mayor, then it wasn't. And then when she needed to make a decision in terms of the original delegated, then she couldn't make decisions. So if, before we close this one, is this the correct format when it comes to delegations of the executive mayor?
Director, can you help us or?
Sorry, thank you very much. I think Mr. Crouch is busy saying something there. You wanted to say something?
Mr. Crouch?
Is Madam Speaker, for the record, yes, it is correct. These are the delegations that are excluded and those listed in the item under the recommendation. Those cannot be delegated. But the rest of the delegations, as per the delegation register, may be delegated to the mayor.
Madam Speaker, as far as the dates are concerned, I want to make a proposal that we change those dates. There are portfolio committee meetings scheduled before the 15th, or after, before the 15th. 14, yeah.
Yeah, on the 14th.
Propose that we move the closure date from the 15th to the 13th to allow those portfolio committee meetings to take place. And that we then go to the 15th of January.
Yeah.
Councillor Abai.
I will advise that the executive may use the delegations that you have given her, especially the last one, delegation I. Use it now in December.
Administration?
The exceptions.
Administration, did you capture it? There is a change of date now from the 15th until the 13th of January.
Change the board.
Yeah, 15 to 13 January.
Oh.
And I have a proposer and a seconder for that.
I propose, Madam Speaker.
Proposed by Councillor Ombil and seconded by Councillor Olivier. Next item.
C/339/10/25, payment certificate, project specific appointment, SCM/2023/85/ENG, water professional engineering services for a multi-year period ending June 2026. Barbara Fan and H.S. Bailey, water treatment works upgrade, page 345.
Yeah.
Councillor Mangaba.
Thank you, Speaker. I had the privilege of sitting in MPEC as an observer, that I recall this item However, if you look at the title of the item, let's just go back to the title.
Mm.
The title of the item reads as payment certificate. I'm not sure whether this was actually done in error or it was deliberate. However, I think it should be reading Municipal Public Accounts Committee hyphen consideration of irregular expenditure incurred relating to, then it states what this project is. Because if you look at the recommendations, they're exactly the same. I think what I commend about the team, it was how they maintained consistency. They left their feelings out of the equation, and they looked at the cases for on merit, and it was then decided that the very same recommendations that were on the previous one should actually be reflecting on this new one. So I do not think this is the actual title. The chairperson who can actually correct me if I'm wrong. However, let's go with the recommendations once those changes are actually done.
Councillor Valenza.
I was also, Madam Speaker, having a question that when something is already at MPEC and goes to disciplinary board, does it go back to internal audit unit? I wanted just to know why there's an internal audit unit that is being recommended here. Was it's going, it's also got disciplinary boards and everything. Just a question.
Councillor Valenza.
Thank you, Speaker. DM, the reason for referring to the internal audit as well is just to determine, did we receive value for money? And will it then also will it also then qualify for a fruitless and wasteful expenditure? Because they are the experts in there.
Just to add more on that, Speaker. Through you, Speaker, DM, what goes to the disciplinary board is possible financial misconduct. Now, I understood the engagement of the committee when they said that over and above the possible financial misconduct, there might be other errors or blind spots that could easily be highlighted by the audit committee that would then save us in similar situations in the future. Hence, our internal audit will actually do the entire scope, while the DC is only sitting for potential financial misconduct.
Councillor Plans.
They must just also correct thereby the purpose of the report.
So the fact that the internal audit, they've got most a scope of work that they work on. So as they are having a scope of work, are we as the council now derailing them from the scope of work, giving them another extra thing to work on? Because it goes most to that point. We know internal audit, just like the APEC, they've got a scope of work that this year we concentrate on this, this year we concentrate on this. So when now we're referring things to them, we're derailing them, or is it something that we expect we're adding work to them so that they can even again say that so much of the time that we were allocating for working on this now, we're adding this also? Did we consider those things?
Madam Speaker, understanding of the IMPAC scope of work, they are entitled to call on the IMPAC is entitled to call on the audit committee for assistance.
No, I just wanted to reflect on that one, which Councillor Nyal actually explained now. As MPEC, we are entitled to make use of all resources to help us determine a correct recommendation. And we as MPEC can actually work in partnership with the internal audit and the district board.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, you can.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just a bit concerned. Imagine completion of the same work. Internal audit executive is part of the disciplinary board. What should happen if I would suggest that the referral to the internal audit unit should come before the referral to the Disciplinary Board. The internal audit unit can assist with the investigation conducted by impact. Come back with the report, impact and consider that, and after considering that, then make a recommendation to council based on that report that it must go to the disciplinary board. Just for otherwise it's been a duplication and you have the same people that are sitting on two different structures.
Yes.
And just like so if we just turn it around, then Speaker.
Speaker, while we note the contribution of the manager legal, you will correct me. Isn't it that once a potential financial misconduct is picked up, it must be tabled at DC in the first 6 days that it was identified? Now, if we push it to audit, then 30 days later it goes to DC. Is that an acceptable approach? I'm just asking now from the officials.
That time limits that will only run from the day that the financial misconduct is discovered or is confirmed. In this instance, it will still remain an investigation by impact. And depending on what the report says from internal audit, if it confirms they suspect that there is or that they say there's definite financial misconduct, then that referral goes to the board, then the time limit starts kicking in.
Yes, the internal audit, Madam Speaker, internal audit, as we're saying, it's an internal one. It becomes the first one to be considered than going to the disciplinary board. That is more of external. For instance, it came to MPEC and MPEC did his own interrogation. As they even recorded that the verbal whatever thing that was done by a director. So when they pick up then that they can't finalize it, I think internal auditing should be the first one, especially if it comes here, if, for instance, they are not working in that scope of this thing that they are asking. Then they will come and say, we ask internal audit, and the internal audit must record that extra scope now has been added in their scope as they are doing. They need to assist. Because remember, they are also busy with their own internal scope that they've said we will focus, let's say, to SCM and focus to overtime, focus to waste and whatever. So then we refer things to them, they suppose first to determine and say, with this one we're gonna do, and that is getting into a recommendation. After they've done internal scope, then things will go after consequence comes from them, and what they pick up, then it will go to disciplinary, because it's an external thing. So for it to say disciplinary and even internal, it brings confusion, because firstly, we must do it internally with the internal audit and audit this, because you take things to disciplinary after you have ascertained that what is it that has happened here. Then we know, okay, we take them for a certain thing that we are sure of that we've picked up to disciplinary. I was just asking that.
Councillor Williams, sir. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, DM. It makes sense. So I would, through you, Speaker, I would like them to change the recommendations. That we make 0.4, 0.2, and then we'll delete 0.2. Then we can take back after we've got the internal audit. So I would support the recommendations as we make the following changes. Point number 4 becomes point number 2, and point number 2 is completely.
Mayor? Sorry, I'm just thinking.
Move me up.
The previous academic year, the same sequence. Because they thought they have picked those recommendations.
Both of them. Again, and Speaker, I don't mean to override the chair's recommendations here. All these recommendations are actually important and they are linked to the item. I would rather we just switch the sequence and not delete.
Yes. The administrative.
Now what then happens is 1 remains, 4 become 2, 2 falls into 3, and 3 becomes 4.
Yeah.
Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Now, we action it like that on both items.
Yeah, it is.
So therefore.
The other one? This one. Guama. I think that Mr. Did you capture it?
Just to confirm, items.
In fact, first dealing with this one that's at hand, we're changing the title also, Madam Speaker, as you stated previously. Municipal Public Accounts Committee, consideration of illegal expenditure incurred related to the project specific appointment. And then ECA 2023 remains there up until WTW upgrade. So just the first part of it. Then the recommendations that have been noted that the expenditure is regarded as irregular as proper supply chain management processes were not followed, that the matter be referred to internal audit unit to conduct regular compliance reviews on high-risk procurement projects and report the findings to impact. That disciplinary measures be considered where proving negligence and non-compliance is established. 4, that the matter be referred to the disciplinary board for further investigation to possible misconduct, and that the board report back to council within 30 days.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I agree to a large extent with the recommendations. However, once the change switch around of these items are made, the second step becomes a suspensive petition. On the first step, referring a finding, in other words, if there was a finding that there could be irregular expenditure, only then should it go to the disciplinary board. So I would suggest that we say should the finding from the impact.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
From there.
See that there is irregular expenditure, then it should be referred. And then we'll.
No, he says, let's just not follow the sequence for the sake of from the internal audit. If then the findings are that there is possible financial misconduct, then only then can it be referred to the disciplinary board. Which makes sense.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, that it starts inside firstly, then it goes.
No, but for him, he's actually changing words so that we don't get to duplicate work of no findings.
Yeah.
It's only referred to if there is possible irregular, I'm saying possible misconduct.
Projects.
Thank you. Proposed by the chairperson, Councillor Willemse, and seconded by Councillor Mangla.
You see? So what I say.
Moving to the next item.
Madam Chair, are we then going back to the other one to rectify that one as well?
Yes, the same as the second one.
And yeah, I need to read.
First must be the same as the second.
I need it into record then. Resolution C/3/337/10/25, Municipal Public Accounts Committee, consideration of illegal expenditure incurred relating to payment to both Krana Burns, attorneys and advocates CLH Harms. The verbal presentation of the Director for Corporate Services, Mr. L. Loliwe, be noted that it be noted that the expenditure amounting to 2.6 million rand is regarded as irregular expenditure as proper supply chain management processes were not followed. That the matter be referred to the internal audit unit. 4 becomes 3 into the record. That the matter be referred to the internal audit unit for further investigation to determine where the fruitless and wasteful expenditure was incurred, and that internal audit report back to council within 30 days. Then 3 became 4, that the matter be referred to the DC board for further investigation to determine possible misconduct, and that the board report back to council within 30 days. Is that correct, madam?
Yes.
No,
I think it should.
It's only referred to the DC if
Should have finding, yeah.
provided the audit committee had findings financial misconduct.
Same.
And it was recommended by Councillor Willem, sir, and seconded by Olivier.
Sorry, guys. Speaker.
Okay.
I just need to bring this under our attention. This specific item is already identified as irregular expenditure. The reason why we refer to the internal audit is to determine if there is fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I don't want to dig into this item. What happened, and that is for the investigations, but there is invoices that the rates and stuff doesn't speak to one another. It's for that reason why we refer it for the fruitless and wasteful expenditure.
Commission status.
Different. So it means it creates a different.
So it's a different. So this item is different towards the Zutari item.
What is
the Zutari item? Was for MP determine if there was irregular expenditure. Reason for Zutari was because the supply chain process wasn't followed. So we must check for negligence. That was the recommendation of Zutari. This one is a definite irregular expenditure that needs to be investigated by the discipline board.
Through you, Speaker. Now, Chair, kindly take us through the recommendations one by one.
Yeah, you can see.
The verbal presentation of the director course
noted. It is noted in the expenditure amount of 2,697,180 is regarded as a regular expenditure. It's already there, it's irregular. Its proper supply chain management process were not followed. Let the matter be referred to the disciplinary board for further investigation to determine possible misconduct. And let the board report back to council within the 30 days. We add number 4, the matter be referred to the internal audit unit for further investigation to determine whether fruitless and wasteful expenditure was incurred.
And the internal audit report back to council.
Report back to council
Yes.
within 30 days.
That 2.6 includes different invoices, or it's a one invoice.
Invoices.
Speaker.
You're sorry.
Let's just craft. The thing is, it's an identified item that needs to as resolutions as such, and the other one was a clean page that we are crafting. So we are crafting. We can craft on the other item the way it must be, but here there's an alignment the way it must go.
I beg to differ. Speaker. Chair, I think again, 4 is 3 and 3 is 4 in this one. Because if you look at just the recommendations, the verbal presentation we noted that it is noted that the expenditure amount is regarded as irregular expenditure. Now we go to the 4th as 3rd, right? That the matter be referred to internal audit. Then the 4th one, with all of that that's written there now, the 4th one be number 3. That sequence of internal audit before DC.
What must be done done 2 items because Chairperson, it is already declared as an irregular. But this irregular, they want to fine tune is there no possibility of this through internal audit?
That's why I'm then moving the 4th recommendation to number 3. And number 3 becomes number 4. Because once internal audit
finish with the report.
Once they're finished with the report and they've ascertained the fruitless and wasteful element, then they are able now to refer it to DC.
Swart, and then
Maybe some clarity from our legal manager here. 3 and 4 are 2 different items. The matter going to the disciplinary board deals with someone's conduct, and the matter going to internal audit deals with the expenditure. Yes, so it shouldn't matter in which order 3 and 4 is. They're two separate items.
You will correct me again if I'm wrong, officials. The items that are, or the sitting that happens with the disciplinary board, it is based off financial misconduct. It's not just conduct or misconduct. Because if that were the case, we would actually send everyone who's actually who's misbehaving there. It's only tabled at DC based on potential financial misconduct.
Maybe I could stop. Sorry. Thank you, Hoffman. Financial misconduct is about irregular expenditure, practice and wasteful expenditure, all the different manners of which financial misconduct is committed is determined by the MFA makes clear, gives a definition what it is, as well as the financial misconduct regulations. Now, whether it's practice or wasteful, whether it's irregular, whether it's unauthorized, all the same definition. So the optimal way of doing this would be first to take an internal audit. If there is a determination of the impact, it's irregular. But they are unsure whether it's also purpose. I understand it correctly. So on that. So the first thing you determine the report and then they refer the whole allegations to the disciplinary report.
We struck.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, now just the technical consideration which has to be kept in mind. Once it's been identified as irregular expenditure, there is a specific time period that we have within which it must be referred to the disciplinary report. If we now extend that time period because it must go to the internal audit, then the one is going to obviate the other. So we've got to be very careful in how we draft this thing.
Therefore,
Please bear that in mind.
So on this matter.
Madam Speaker, with regards to the work of MPA, remember MPA is item prepared to impact all investigation. Now MPA must conduct the investigation. At times, MPA does not have the abilities to conduct the investigation. They can go into the phone to do it. Then upon them, on that investigation, then they evaluate the recommendations of the internal body and make a determination. Once you take it to disciplinary board, then by implication you are saying that the financial misconduct. So now say taking it to DC, you are not sure whether it's misconduct or what. Expect DC to say that DC is not responsible to make that determination. When you are sure that this is a financial misconduct, therefore I take it to the DC. Then the
Point of order, on a point of order.
Chancellor Plettenberg.
Guys, you were all there. Now you want to come up and down now. Yeah, when we were there, when we were crafting these things, we were all good. And we all said, yes, this is the format it must go. Come on, CFO, you are putting me under the train here now.
No, but
we were all there.
Councillor.
So I'm saying, guys, the recommendations in this form is because it comes from the meeting where everybody was. Now we are shifting now.
It doesn't matter. That doesn't mean that we're right. If there is.
Please.
Speaker, so at a point of order, firstly, I would just like us to bring us under attention. We are talking about director here and he's sitting here.
Speaker.
Secondly, it's becoming a norm that officials don't excuse themselves. Furthermore, to you, Speaker, we have now discussed and collaborated on this item. I will then stand in agreement that we move number 4 to number 3 and then number 3 to number 4 with edit rubric recommendation for point number 3 that the internal audit get back to us within 14 days. Back with us within 14 days and 30 days from, and then the disciplinary board get 30 days from they've got the report back from the internal audit. Thank you.
Thank you. Administration, did you get it? No. Councillor Willemse, can you please repeat for them?
Number 4 is number 3. In internal audit, need to report back to council in to MP in 14 days.
Yeah.
Well, in 14 days.
That's very clean.
Point number 4 then stays the same. Within 30 days after receiving the report from the internal audit. Does it make sense?
Anja, jy's nog nie seker?
It's enough timelines and yes, tell me.
Met them at the end.
Getting worried with these timelines that are being pushed, but you are taking something to internal audit that they've got already their own prescript of work. And even them, they might come back and say their hands are full of this and that. I think let's make it open of saying it goes to internal audit, because at some stage we might get even a report from internal audit that there are some other things that they couldn't even focus in their prescript of their calendar that they've put in front of us. So now I'm worried with this that 14 days we must done and whatever. We're fine to say let's go to internal audit. Then internal audit will see how to put. We cannot treat the things as if it's a matter of that it's a it's a cast and stone and or as if we are rushing tomorrow, we won't be here. If we expect a very good thing, unless there's another thing behind something that we must push it whether we like it or not.
It is.
So now I feel let's park the thing of the times that we put. Because if in this case they are coming, when did they take place? For now that we are just the edge of the times, whereas we still take it to the internal audit. The internal audit had its own plan of the year schedule, what they are gonna do. These things I know have been there. You might say, come rush. Even now, the thing of the airport, of the fire station that was there years ago, it has never come here and come back. Whereas we wanted to know it then that it is an unfinished. Why now there's a certain cases there, we say this, and put it timelines. It worries me, this whole thing that we're in. We are using internal audit, let it go to internal audit. After it came back, then it disciplinary report. We'll say after a certain time, say we impact, then it will go to disciplinary report after the whole full report, because let's do it justice to everything there. Especially if it says there's already a verbal presentation that was there. We didn't know what was the verbal presentation.
Are we not sorry?
Councillor Willemse?
We're not privy.
Councillor Willemse?
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to clarify the time frame. As you all are aware, there's been numerous cases of MP coming to council. And we've been waiting for feedback forever and ever in a day. We as councillors, as MP committee, are here to make sure we are the watchdogs of the community. We are responsible to the community, make sure that public funds are spent on a proper way. The reason for the time is to make sure that nothing goes in vain. It's another mute situation. And we are not here to hunt anybody. We are merely here to follow procedure. As Section 32 clearly states out what we are entitled to and not to do.
Yeah.
But to you, Speaker, I would like to get clarity from legal. Is the time frame something that is doable or not?
Speaking of,
Peter?
because say, because
I thought you were going to give me first.
the audit board is consistent. Some of the members are external members. So dates need to be organized, and with them or when the disciplinary board can sit. So it can pose a challenge if we are too restrictive in terms of timeline. And then the other thing is that the disciplinary board might decide to do an investigation or doesn't investigation. It cannot, whoever it appoints as an investigator to a time limit, so to speak. Depending on if an internal audit is giving us all the information and the investigation is not that extensive, it can pose a problem if we have to tell the investigator, you only have 7 days to complete it. So it does have its challenges.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, if we want an investigation, whether it's coming from MPEC, a solidified one, it must be given time. Why rush? We can't rush things here as if there's something that we were rushing. If we can count cases that were not rushed, there are so many. Because we want something that we are going to be able to say, really, we've played our oversight role in this one. You see? We can't be appointed by 30 days and so on and so forth. Whereas something is still going to be investigated. That investigation might not take 30 days. It might take more. When it says 30 days, are we going to bring back something that is not finished? It's not a finished product. Because this 30 days just came now, a few months back, and I smelled a rat when I saw those 30 days, because it has never been. You see, let's investigate thoroughly and not put time frames. Please.
Councillor Willemse? I just want to read what is there. Highlight for further investigation to determine possible misconduct and then the board report back to council. There's nowhere in there does it make mention to be finalized in 30 days. Report back. Report back is giving us a progress of what is happening. And if it was a norm for being suspicious about any item or rates, I can gladly say and state on a record, there's no rate here. We are here to perform our duties. And I understand the time frame and I hear what everyone is saying. But nowhere in our recommendation do we say it needs to be finalized. We understand it's going to take time because we want the proper job. Nobody's pushing, I want it to be finished. No, we want the report back. We want accountability. That is all what we are fighting for. To be transparent. Thank you, Speaker. Otherwise, I'll take another 5 hours.
Thank you.
Transparent. Speaker, I think I'm speaking Greek. I don't know. You can't put time frames when you are going to investigate something of this magnitude, is it? We need a finished product. Then a finished product is not going to be put under time frames of 30 days, unless we want to lose them. Because if it comes after 30 days and it's not a finished product, what are we then going to say? We are not, Auntie, please, man, I'm still on the floor. We are not saying that those things must be done out with. We are saying, let's not put time frames because we want a finished product.
Thank you very much.
There's only one answer in South Africa, man.
Captured it, Musne. You've captured a the inputs from the
Honest to say, I
from the chairperson.
leave it out.
Okay.
1 and 2 will remain set. 3 will change as indicated that the matter be referred to the internal audit unit for further investigation to determine whether frivolous and wasteful expenditure was incurred. And then the internal audit report back to the Municipal Public Accounts Committee, that was indicated on its findings. And then it was within 14 days. Do I keep in within 40 days? Do I still take out within 40 days?
Take out.
Take out the 14 days.
We don't need time frame.
Just talking about the change from 30 to
Yeah. Hello, ma'am.
30 days.
Take out the 14 days.
And then the next one, do I proceed with a fourth recommendation then? That should there be findings of possible misconduct, the matter be referred to the disciplinary board?
Yes.
Is it correct?
Sorry, I want.
Is it for the?
Yes.
Madam Mayor.
It became 4, sorry. It became 4.
Yeah.
Sorry, I must keep it at that. Then the matter be referred to the disciplinary board for further investigation, to determine possible misconduct. And then the board report back to council within 30 days.
Can I add something there and say report back on their progress to council? So report back on their progress to council.
Yeah, without time frame.
Yeah. And then, Madam
I
Mayor.
don't know what this time frame is about.
Oh, hi, Mo. Madam
I
Mayor.
want to.
Who came with this 30 days?
I want to know, is it saying now that the matter referred to internal audit unit for further investigation to determine whether fruitless and wasteful expenditure was incurred? And where must the internal audit report back to? MPEC.
Yes.
So MPEC then needs to table the findings of the internal audit back to council. And then council can, based on those findings, make a decision. We are preempting the decision now. Just my opinion. I didn't want to say anything in the previous item, but I'm asking now if the internal audit must report back to council. Remember, council is extended. Council give MPEC the mandate, so MPEC must report back to council. So if that report comes back, then there we can say, okay, this is what the internal audit is found. It needs to be referred to the disciplinary board because there's potential financial misconduct or whatever the case may be.
Council.
I just say.
Speaker,
Islam Sana.
I don't know, Speaker, but whether it's gonna be for this special case that we get to read the internal auditor's report. I'm saying this because there is a 3,000 that was missing, that was budgeted for the community one in Boston. I've never seen that report. We're told that there's a report that was done by internal auditors. I have never seen that report. So I'm asking, will it be for a special case for this that we get to read a report coming from internal auditors? I hope I'm not making things very much complicated, but I'm asking. There was 300,000 that was stolen. It was budgeted for the community hall of Forces Health. And internal auditors did an audit, but I have never seen that report. Will it be for a special case now? Or do internal audit have eyes?
Check everything like that, I'll get it. If we can give it fixed to time.
We hear you, Councillor. And I don't know.
Unfortunately, we don't have a municipal manage.
It's the point. I don't want to get involved with the other issues. Because two rights doesn't make a wrong or two wrong. Whatever the case may be, we are with these recommendations now. If council has got any other issues, you can raise those issues. But I was asking, in terms of the process, if we are saying that the matter is referred to internal audit needs to report back to impact, shouldn't it just be that? Because impact after that needs to come back to council anyway. So why are we including the recommendation of the board?
Yeah,
I think that's where the confusion comes, because that's what I'm saying.
Madam Speaker.
So that's my point. It's not about the other things.
Yeah.
No, I'm just making a reference. I'm not saying that must be answered. I'm making a reference.
Okay. Speaker,
Speaker, I am getting totally confused. The reason why I'm getting confused is there was specific mention made by Councillor Willemse that irregular expenditure was already determined. Now it is supposed, that's the way I understood it, and this is why I'm confused. Now there's this additional thing that to make sure that it's fruitless and wasteful expenditure as well, it must now also be referred to impact, to internal audit. Now, to me, if it has been found as irregular expenditure already, then there's no need to go to take it further to internal audit. It's a simple, straightforward thing. Really, in fact, follow that approach. So we're overcomplicating this thing and over.
Oh, I.
Last.
Can I advise internal audit report to the accounting officer administrative functionally they report to the audit committee. Now, in terms of the internal plan, there's things that are called audit. And once you go with an ad hoc, the expectation is that functionally that report must be served to the audit committee. Hence, I was advising, saying, in terms of if MA required some special assistance from internal audit, so then that report from internal audit, it cannot serve directly to council because it has to serve to audit. So that report, then, if they are asked by MPEG, it's a special request by MPEG to assist them, so that they go and report back to MPEG. So hence I wanted to advise so that we cannot create an expectation where MPEG will where internal audit will conduct the support and come and present report themselves to council. It cannot be.
Not to council.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just
audit out. Let it straight go to disciplinary board.
Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker. We hear that very well. That it must go to internal audit. It is the MPEG committee that felt that they need internal audit. We don't know whether that they took it from the presentation that was happening verbally, that made them to know that there could be a possibility of let's say, not irregular only, a possibility of a wasteful expenditure, because every case got its own history as we are interrogating. Then that interrogation makes you to know that, should I only rely to this thing or should I go further? Because it all depends. The presentations that when people are coming, there was a verbal presentation. That makes maybe now for the MPEG committee to feel that, oh, it's okay, there's things that we're acknowledging. Let's go to internal audit. So that, because I'm sure there's something that might bring us a fruitless expenditure. My point is then it says, before we take to disciplinary board things that are not even finished, as the suspicions of the, whatever suspicions or anything that was determined when verbal presentations were done. Let's take the internal audit firstly, so that the internal audit does everything. If it adds to the irregular whatever, let it do. Then thereafter, when the report is done and clear and reporting to MPEG or to via APEC, whatever way, then it's where then MPEG will come and give us a report again here and saying from the internal audit, this was written, whatever. Then thereafter again, coming with their recommendation saying this is what we're bringing here, then we accept it, then it's going to be referred to the board. I think that's the narrative that it's supposed to be like that.
Samsana?
Yeah, no, I get what the deputy is saying. So it means number 3, we can't jump. If we have the recommendation number 3, we're jumping the gun already.
Already, if there's still one.
That's essentially what the chairperson has been saying, that we are moving 4 to 3 and 3 becomes 4. However, 4 only come into effect once a report is brought to effect and MPAC brings it to council with a finding or a recommendation. Then only that recommendation will determine if it's going to the DC.
And Madam Mayor suggested, let's take out this disciplinary board idea because we are preempting. Let's wait for everything come from internal, because both cases, we felt that they need to get into internal. That's how MPAC felt. So let's go to internal, then we wait till the report comes. Then when we add up, then we'll say from the internal thing or the whistleblower that we get and this that we get, this came up to this thing. Then it goes to the external part.
Because here's the thing, this item and the item that we've actually resolved previously, saying merits, meaning now if we're removing number 4, if we're removing recommendation for the DC, we should remove on both of them and then we resolve on that and stop deliberating on this now. I'm done.
Internal.
Councillor Msana?
I think I also support that we remove number 3 and 4. And also consider the advice we got from the CFO.
Okay.
If you were listening properly to what the advice that he gave.
But they will report to APEC or internal, not straight to us.
Yes.
Then Tina will wait till APEC report or MPEC gets a report that they were desiring.
Yeah, I'm not sure where we speak because we keep repeating the same things. Because ideally the audit report is not coming to us. It's going to MPEC.
Yeah.
MPEC is going to be afforded a time to do the presentation in council. Then we will make a determination from there.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, I think in both 3 and 4, whichever order we have them, they must report back to impact, and impact will report to council.
APEC 4 becomes 3, 3 falls away. However, the 4 that becomes 3 is a report to MPAC and not to us. Is there any more?
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if I'm going to access. But if I'm hearing correctly here, the suggestions are we remove 3 and 4. We don't remove them. Which one do we remove? This is really confusing.
Allow me to assist. Allow me to assist. 1 and 2 remains. 1 and 2 remains. 3 disappears for now. And that becomes 3. However, reporting back to MPAC.
So 3 remains.
Now 3 comes out.
We can assist you.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillors, we must decide now on a final. Yes, we must decide now on a final recommendation because we have spent now more than 15 minutes on this item. So please let us now conclude which item, which recommendation are we going with so that we can move because there's still a lot of items that we must
You're going to be here till 5.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm supporting that number 4 falls away. Number 3, sorry, that number 3 falls away. Okay. Because it makes sense like that. Once the report from internal audit, whoever the report comes and it eventually reach MPAC, MPAC must apply their mind and they come with those recommendations. You don't have to capture it. They come with those recommendations, they can't solve.
Sorry, councillors, one item was previously proposed and seconded. We remain with those that have
Ideally, Speaker, I did not argue second here. Mine was the Zutari one. This one was actually from that side. So the chair recommended and she supported the recommendations. However, I was moving the same principle because Zutari cannot be hidden between pages.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Not like that hidden.
It was. That's why I had to change the title.
So the title is changed. That is an impact.
Okay. So the chairperson has proposed and then the mayor has seconded. And on that one of Zutari, did the title changed? Alright. So we are good. We are all on the same page now. We are moving.
Because now.
What else was?
Really 1.4.
Next report, please. We are in section 4 now, committee.
Em is listening.
Councillors, please, let us be quiet. Community services, section 4, can we please, the administration take us through?
Yeah, one item still left under 3. 3/3/340/3/25, closure of municipal offices between Christmas and New Year 2025 and 26, page 363.
Item is serving on bill.
Propose that we go with the recommendation.
In seconder,
Seconded, ma'am.
seconded by Councillor Mangaba, moving to community services.
3/4/301/09/25, a 4-page short project, page 3.
Item is serving.
So Dave, your time to shine. Speaker.
Councillor Mangaba.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we sat through a presentation. And again, I know they are proposing this 2,000.
Million.
2 million, excuse me. Speaker, if you divide the 2 million by 3.5, which is our basic for EPWP, it affords us 47 EPWPs in 12 months. I'm not saying shark spotters' work is useless. All I'm saying is once we are actually helping one cause, we must also be able to actually take items on our IDP list. Part of it that is actually a burning one is unemployment of the youth. For me, splitting 2 million over 14 shark spotters, as opposed to splitting 2 million over 47 shark spotters, I would always go for the more numbers because we have larger communities that are actually, at the margins of poverty. Now, that's one option. Second option is, usually, Speaker, during the festive season, we have lifesavers or lifeguards that we actually take on board as part of our seasonal staff. Now, my question is again, have we planned for that this year? Because now it would be duplication that we have lifeguards and shark spotters at the central beach. And again, I maintain, I never said this initiative is actually something that should not be funded by the institution. But another thing that we must also be guided on is whether or not we are able or allowed, or is it even acceptable for a municipality to actually fund an NPO consecutive years. I guess I will be guided by the CFO where that is concerned, so that we are able to actually color between lines. Because I know, in as much as we are allowed to actually, as per the MFMA, we are allowed to actually fund NPOs. There's actually standard at which we need to go about it. If an NGO was funded a previous year, they need to bring their statements so that the accounting officer is able to ascertain what was done with the funds that were given, and does it warrant them getting some more? I know there were bells and whistles with regards to the presentation that was done, but anyone can actually render such a presentation. We need to actually measure that which is done with the monies that we're actually offering to the shark spotters before that decision can be made. And even when it's made, an invitation is supposed to be thrown out there for other similar NPOs to submit similar proposals. Then from there, the due process follows, and then the determination is actually done whether or not the funding model is actually going to be applied end. Now, I personally, I think I'm going to need the CFO's guidance with regards to this. And again, I need us as councillors to actually deliberate on a meaningful way forward in the options that I've actually tabled. Thank you, Speaker.
Very much. Councillor Swart.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm a bit confused by the item because the item just asked for us to note the current MOU that's in place and the co-funding of the 850,000 Rand for the period for the year going up to June 2026. The presentation that was given brought other things into play in terms of the program and the continuation of the program into the season. We need to also understand that the role of the lifeguards and the shark spotters are different, but they do work in cooperation because the lifeguards on the beach and they're looking after people swimming in the sea, and the shark spotters are an early warning system, if you want to put it that, to advise the lifeguards of potential danger, who then, based on information they get, decide whether to close beaches or not to protect the bathers that are there. So that's, the operations are different, but they work together. So you can't, the lifeguards can't be expected to fulfill a shark spotter role and vice versa. So the item is saying we must note the current status quo, but when the presentation was done, something else was highlighted and the risk going forward. And the risk, as I see it, is we have put a program in place that was started by the communities, and then because there's the funding dried up after a period when there was no perceived immediate threat from the public, and the shark spotters struggled to fund the shark spotters themselves, not the rest of the operation. And that's where the 850,000 comes in, is to just fund the shark spotters only. If we don't have shark spotters going forward from the 1st of December, the risk we have that if there should be a shark attack or photo shark attack, the finger could be pointed at the municipality that maybe we could have prevented it if we still had the shark spotters. But we also haven't done an adjustment budget, and I don't know what discussion has taken place around additional funding to the shark spotters and the availability of that, because it was alleged that there were discussions with the municipality, and because nothing's been forthcoming, that's why they're in the position of the moment. So I'm not too sure how to go forward. We asked to note the item, but noting the item doesn't solve a potential problem that we could have coming up in season. And I just wanted to comment on that. Thank you, Speaker.
Samtlana and then Councillor Blanche.
Yeah, Speaker, I think we see that this project is not sustainable. It's unable to sustain itself in terms of finances. And if there is a greater need for shark spotters, why can't we incorporate them to the municipality? And I think if we incorporate, I don't know what they are doing. I saw that they have a binocular, and I don't know what else. But if we incorporate them to the municipality, we won't have to give an NPO a 2.6 million or a 2 million rand. We can have those young people here within the municipality. They get to supervise, because we do have at the beach, we have a, what you call this thing of John? Beach control that deals with beaches. So if there is a greater need to have such a program, why don't we incorporate it to the municipality?
Plans?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, thank you. If you look at this, it is what Councillor Swart says, a report. And in this report, it doesn't speak to what they previously said. So it tells me that there's something wrong here. Because if you heard what they were saying, there's an outcry to be funded because they're going to be depleted by the end of November. Here in this report, it doesn't even ask for money. It binds us to a 3-year MOA. And so if you are to take this, before we close on this, if you are to take this, it is then in a report form. But what they have raised through the presentation is an outcry for support. So when we go to that part of it, we are to look at, are we now all of a sudden taking our responsibilities and now outsourcing these things? Because with the outsource of it, there's different legislation that needs to be followed. And again, I'm saying, they had the presentation, they had the support. They had to make means to fund themselves so that they can be fully covered into when the financial year ends. Because now midway, not even midway, they come and ask for support, and they don't ask support in here. In this report, there's no outcry for support. But take it here, it's a report, and then they know what they have arranged with the municipality. Because previously you could pick up there's something wrong there, trying to rectify their own mistakes and looking for things now to come to get support by keeping a gun against our head, because we must follow procedure to fund these people. So yeah, that's just what I want to raise. If there's anything else.
Councillor Ompia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm with Councillor de Blanche. I'm with Councillor de Blanche on this. The item does not speak to funding, but the presentation this morning was certainly an outcry for funding. I think what council needs to do is to determine: are we getting value for money? Do we need the service or do we not need the service? What is the public feeling about this? It is a fairly important issue. I think this morning I made mention of possible sources of additional funding, which does not include, which I did not include this morning, the municipalities fund. I think there is a potential for provincial funding as far as the tourism side is concerned, if it is approached correctly. But I think what we need to do is to determine whether we are getting value for money in this. Is the service genuinely required? My gut feeling tells me that there will be a public outcry if we do not support this, and that the public would want this service. But we must get value for money, and we are in a position where the financial position of this municipality, the liquidity of this municipality is not what it should be. So with that having been said, I would propose that we actually ask the administration to prepare an item that comes to us, giving us, but it must be fairly shortly, because otherwise shark spotters are going to be closed.
Councillor Swart, then it will be Councillor DM, then it will be Councillor Kapai.
Going back to Councillor Swart, I spoke now.
It's a time before.
I wanted to make a proposal, a recommendation, because I know Councillor Mshlana has made a suggestion of incorporating them. I don't think it's going to be as easy as what he thinks it might be. But we've got to talk on what's in front of us now. So I wanted to propose that we note the report. And as a second item, second recommendation, that council mandates the municipal manager or the acting municipal manager to discuss the needs of shark spotters and prepare a proper item for us that we need to obviously try and resolve before season starts. So maybe as a second, so we note the report as the first recommendation. The second recommendation is the municipality enter into discussions with shark spotters about their needs.
I will.
Councillor DM.
Madam Speaker, as much that we will say, the report that we're having in front of us doesn't speak about the concerns that were raised. But at the same time, the concerns that were raised remain being concerns in the sense that they said, firstly, 850 has not yet been paid. Even if the 850 will be paid, it's gonna be paying things that they've already have paid. And seemingly, by the end of November, that will be the finish of the money that they will be having, even if 850 is there. That says, 1st of December, there's no operation of this, whilst we will be putting in the 850. My concern and my worry, the report we were supposed to get because we are giving them 850 anyway. But I'm worried now to find the 850 will make them still not to go on till 2026 that we are paying them for, because we've got a memorandum of understanding with them till 2026 with our 850 that we normally give. So now I'm just worried that we'll now take again 850 to people that says now from even November, December, they won't be there for us, whereas Tina, we're expecting them to be there with us till 2026. So it's a worry, that one. Whereas I agree, that doesn't reflect to this report that is in front of us. But they were here to say, it means we're still owing them 850 that won't serve us till further the agreement that we had with them. So now I'm alluding to that says, let's agree this report, but also finishing the fact that we owe them money that they will still give us a short service. That says that says now we have to go and check if do we get value for money. And also we make a right report, because honestly, it's unfair now. They start to bring money that is shorting, whereas we've got an MOU of 3 years of 800. It started from 800. We even escalated the amount till it's 850. But now we find that even up to June, we won't get it in our 850. It's a financial misconduct of something. But still, let's establish a committee that will take this thing further. But I'm not saying we should not pay their 850. According to Mako, when we were talking, they were supposed to be paid as early as last week when they were here. So now I was worried to hear they are not yet paid. But maybe even CFO felt that this 850 being paid whilst by June we would be having no service anyway. Maybe that could be the possibilities. I don't know. I can't even now pay the Tunan, paying something that will short by December, June next year. And December, we don't have people. Huh?
We have a contractual period.
And then they must have a contractual application to be there till June. It should not be one-sided.
Speaker, I thought Councillor Swartz was going to just give us a brief history of how did shark spotters came to be in our shores. You see, because we were under siege. A tourist abroad was attacked by a shark in our shores, and she died. Councillor Swartz was on TV, national TV, answering questions, and we had to run to council because he was asked questions. What are you then going to do as a municipality? I think neither than we know that employment money is too much and so on, but the spin-offs that we are getting when tourists come to this town, because tourists are not going to come to this town if people are bitten by sharks. And we know the history of Plettenberg Bay, that there's rollback mountains there. There are seals. And these white sharks come and visit this site. And it's when people are bitten by sharks. What are we? Because we must plan about it now. It came haphazardly then. We were under siege. We had to do something. Nobody was saying no, we're going to plan about this, let's wait and so on. Now, if again, I was looking at their table, the visits that are done by White Shark in this bay. What if somebody is beaten again? So I think we must plan, and I agree with Councillor as well that let's let the municipal manager have a meeting with those people and discuss. We've got tourism here, and we support tourism. What is tourism doing for our people?
We give them 4 million.
We give them 4 million. But you see, here's the defense coming now, defending tourism. No, we're talking about a town that is of a tourist destination. I benefit anything from shark spotters. I don't benefit, but I can see their work. I can see their work. So I think we must utilize the money that we have in benefits like this, not in giving people performance bonuses. Yeah, nobody talks about it. Nobody.
It's coming.
And we gave somebody a bonus that he doesn't deserve.
He had the moment.
You see? That is close to 1 million.
We are speaking about shark spotters now, not about performance bonuses. Can you please now come
to support the statement that
not about
I'm trying to support the statement. You want to follow up to the
mayor?
After the mayor.
I think, Speaker, totally Councillor Kagaba covered some of the stuff I wanted to highlight. And also, when we were at Mike, the issue of the SLA came out. That the current SLA that is in place till next year only make provision for that 850,000. And at that point, I think we then said, CFO, we sort of went in our discussions. You said that you guys are going to review and check the deliverables, what exactly is in the SLA. And at that point in time, we also then recommended that since they have the shortfall and we haven't paid them the monies yet, if the monies then be paid out to the residents, but then that other issue must come up. So we then need to amend the SLA if there's now this risk of them closing down because of the shortfall. Understand? So I was expecting in this report that we would get those type of things to say, okay, this is what the current SLA provision for this. We will pay out the 850. We will review the SLA and maybe then top up whatever. But based on this is the finance model that we recommend to council. But that didn't happen. So hence now I was also sort of confused because it doesn't bring a solution. Understand? Because yes, as it happened previously in the past, really it was basically an incident happened. You could see there in 2022 when we had 2 fatal shark attacks. So and just the fact that if you look now the sightings, they are still active in the bay. So yes, we are sort of pressed now into a situation that if we don't agree on something, or at least we don't delegate someone like the MM or whoever to go and revise that agreement and come back to us urgently, we will sit with a problem. So we don't want that also to happen. And I do think this is very important, especially what we also discussed in Mako was this is going to be important moving forward if we are going to do a new SLA with them. That it must be done on proper financials. Secondly, what Councillor Mhlana has mentioned, there was a discussion around the cost-benefit analysis of maybe bringing this in-house and officials going to, I don't know if it's some municipality that are doing it, but that would take time for us to maybe copy that model and then look at the financials that that other municipalities spending in their org structure? And what is the cost benefit analysis for us bringing it in-house against us outsourcing it? Those were the discussions we had in Mako. But, you know, unfortunately, I think those other discussions were premature. It was just to say, okay, once this SLA expires, what are we going to do in the future? But I would also then support, you know, that let us then delegate either the acting municipal manager to go and conclude this matter, but it needs to be done because the 1st of December is around the corner.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Mangnaba, then Councillor Tablanche.
Speaker, there's something we are running away from in this discussion. There's an agreement between us and the shark spotters. And when they entered into that agreement, it is a binding agreement. We give them this much money, and this is how they will service us for this much time. It looks to me as though all we are discussing is the fact that they're saying 850 is not enough. And 850 that they committed to when they entered into an agreement with us. That's first part of the conversation that we are not having. Second to that, I want to concur with the executive mayor in her deliberation. However, we don't necessarily need to go do a best practice in another municipality. We can run the very same program, similar program as to what we are having at Revenue with PwC, where we actually took them in on a contract. Their obligation is that in as much as they're here for revenue enhancements, the locals that they actually have working alongside them, by the time that that contract comes to an end next year in June, they must have imparted or shared the training with the existing staff, so that in the event that the contract comes to an end, at least we have a skill internally that we can actually carry in ensuring that we maintain. We can do the very same with regards to the shark spotters, because they are in a quagmire at the moment, in as much as it sounds like it's our problem. Oh, what's missing from our end is the fact that we owe them 850. The mismanagement of funds, or how they chose to dissect that 850, it is their failure, not ours, because according to the agreement, that was enough to actually sustain them. Now, I understand that because we are approaching festive season, we're going to approach this on a panic approach. Again, I'm telling you now, my lovely Councillor Dave here is actually making a comparison of lifeguards to shark spotters. I could easily make the same reference and say in Ward 3 we also need fire spotters. Then they can liaise with firefighters for the fire to be combated. I can go as far as saying, you know, with the rate of crime that has actually risen in our communities, we need thug spotters so that they can talk to law enforcement. Law enforcement can go and let's not be too sentimental about it. Let's look at the agreement for what it is, so that when this discussion happens between them and the accounting officer, we all have our switches on. The commitment was made. They chose to actually from 850 to pay each of these spotters 10 grand. Nothing that actually forces them to actually do that. That's why I reeled it back to that 2 million they want could easily cover 47 EPWPs 12 months. And this is not me saying I'm minimizing what they're doing. Let's get into those discussions and reviewing of MOU, understanding exactly that it must be a compromise from both ends. And then again, yes, we are lost of recommendations here because the presentation was done initially instead of being done right in this item, so that the engagement can be aligned. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mhlana, then.
I will speak.
Joe, Councillor Tablanche.
Speaker, yes. Again, part the report on the one side. If you look at the chart, the municipality is now the biggest contributor to the shark spotters. And if you listen to why all of a sudden their funding is now coming to an end by end of November, she further said they have no guarantee. Sanlam is contributing 300,000, will be now on board. So now already we are 800,000, the biggest contributors. Sanlam is taking over, is withdrawing their 300,000. Now, the funding is coming to an end of November. What are they putting on us now? The season. Yet, look at how we argued about the season. So, from the MOA, we contributed our share. For this financial year, we did not pay it. Yes, it's going to be paid, but it's not going to cover the last part of the financial year. So we have done what we were supposed to do. Now, taking us to wanting to support now to cover the season, it's going to be allocating budget outside of our budget processes. It's going to be outside, which we will find again ourselves doing irregular things. See where we're going. So that's why I'm saying in this report, there's no way near they're making mentioning of they're going to end in end of November, and the season is going to be left without stock spotters. When this report was crafted, it was still that the contributors, of which the municipality is the main contributor, plus Sanlam, who is close to 1.2 together of them. Sanlam was still in it. Now all of a sudden Sanlam is withdrawing. Now it's being tasked to us to ask for additional support. So again, I'm saying we are within our agreement, what we have done with them. Only the payment for this financial year, it's not there. That will come. Let's say we pay them tomorrow. They will still be short based on the presentation. So I don't want us to fall trap of trying to say that now the season is going to be without shark spotters. Now we must make a decision and A, B, and C. Although there's going to be a different discussion outside of this report that's going to come. I just want to raise it here that we are cautious when we go and do this support. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Teblanche, Councillor Mfana.
I request, Speaker, that we give the CFO. No, there were some questions that were posed earlier on. Maybe you can advise us on this. Because really what Councillor Teblanche is saying, is deliberate that this is brought to us at this time, so that we are scared that sharks are going to eat people. Anyway, sharks don't eat people. They don't eat human flesh. But anyway, can we give them
the people that will argue with you?
Thanks. The question that was speaker, are we allowed the NPO into over more than one period of the year? Yes, it is permissible, Speaker. However, there should be financial statements that are being submitted on an annual basis, so that the municipality can be able to track the monies that were dispersed. With this one, there is a missing MOA that was signed, which is binding by both parties. So there is an obligation for us to pay the monies that are due in line with the SME. However, those monies were not paid. We were in the verge of paying. There was just a glitch between the invoice that was submitted together with the SLA and the council. So there were discrepancies. So we were still sorting the discrepancies with the Black Shark organization.
Councillor Schwartz.
Thank you, Speaker. So let me go back to my original recommendations that we note the report, and that number 2, that we task the MM and the CFO to enter into discussions to discuss a proposal that must come back to council, and then bearing in mind that we do have time frames.
Mr. Kenda.
I second that.
The CFO can indulge us. What sort of discrepancies were there?
It's the variances between them. It's just an administrative error that needs to be fixed.
People get fired for invoices.
The item is closed. Can we move now to section 5, engineering? To the next item, library operating hours.
Please note 4.306 from James Plettenberg library operating hours, 28.
The item is 7. Councillor Olivier.
The recommendation, speakers,
Candidate speaker.
simply because you get the savings that we're going to have, not it's going to touch more.
Thank you. Moving to section 5, engineering.
Please note 5.240/09/25 feasibility report and way forward for renewable energy in Bitou for HPHC.
Item is 7.
Times to shine. Yet again.
Item is 7. Councillor Olivier.
Support the recommendation of the.
Councillor Swart.
I'll second it because Councillor Manyao was a bit sad tonight.
I know how passionate you are about this, my friend.
Next item.
Grant is coming with this.
5.1/09/25 capital projects implementation plan report completed in August 2025, page 398.
Item is 7. Councillor Olivier.
The recommendation.
Councillor Mangaba.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker. Look at the item. The title is Capital Projects Implementation Plan. Then you zoom into the implementation plan. Then you realize there's no spending. I am seeing zeros. There's nothing progressive about it. It says progress report, but really, and I'm not trying to be funny. I am not trying to be funny. That's why I was worried when the acting MM is actually not around, because unfortunately, Lungelo is not going to be able to respond to quite a number of questions, or even Luvuyo, because at the end of the day, it's been 2 years in a row where we've been underspending. And Speaker, we can't afford to underspend when our people are sitting on feces. When it's uneasy for people to enjoy a summer's day, when our people's health are actually at harm's way based on just the drain and sewer spillages in our communities. And then you look at these things, majority of them are actually sitting on a zero year-to-date expenditure. Speaker, might I remind you, tomorrow is the last day of October. We are getting into November. I can almost assure you now that by December, we won't even be sitting on 30% spending. Well, newsflash, on the 27th of February, we are losing yet more monies. We cannot afford to actually go on like this. Speaker, we sit in council. We commit that this municipality must take loans. We go to IDP meetings. We commit to communities that they must be patient with us. There's upgrades coming into our communities. I've been singing that for the past 4 years. To a point, I even get heart palpitations when I know I have a report back meeting, because the officials keep failing us. And you know why? Because they don't sit with us in the township. They're not exposed to the problems. They have the luxury of visiting us once per month and walk away from it, and we get to sit with the situation. These are the very same people that will be knocking on their doors next year and asking them to cast their votes behind us and saying we're going to represent them in council. We sit here, we collect all the information in every spaces where we go. We come and join heads and hoping that, solutions could actually come from these engagements. This is really a mockery. If you really look at it, it says we are doing nothing. I'm seeing zeros here, and it says a progress report.
Samtlana.
I think we just need to be honest and straightforward
we are a council and we have executive here in this council. And those are that's the only structure that we must hold accountable. Unfortunately, the executive must deal with the officials, non-performance. So the executive can't come here and pretend to be like us, also complain, yet they are empowered to take action. And no action has been taken by the executive. Executive complains. In the PC meeting, executive complains, like me, yet they have powers. The director complains himself, like me, yet the powers are with him. So it means there will never be a proper implementation of these projects. And what I know is that the director was given a leeway to employ people that can assist him to perform. Because if you look at engineering, all the people that are there are people that he brought in. The only person that is there is from roads that he inherited. So what do we do from here, executive? Because this is your responsibility. And the speaker, you must assist us. We must hold the executive accountable. Because there's no service delivery that is happening out there. We as ward councillors, we see it. We see it. Nothing is happening. We budget to give them money, but nothing is happening. They complain about SCM. It's a pity that they are not here to complain now about SCM, but everything, if you ask them, they complain about SCM. We're still waiting for electrification. There was 1.8 million. That has not been spent to date. We're waiting. How many months now? So we must hold the executive. If the executive is failing, we must set it. And the executive, you are failing to do your duties. Unfortunately, you are in those positions, and those positions have responsibility. And you are going to be accused of politicking when we talk the truth, when we tell the people the truth. And that time is coming when we are going to tell the people the truth. What is the truth? So something must be done, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mhlana. Councillor Swart.
Thank you, Speaker. Can we maybe just go back to page 402? Because that's where my real concern lies. In the portfolio of meetings, we've been assured that the spending will happen in time. If we look at commitments, we can see orders and things have been placed that, according to the summary, gives us 89% spending. So, I mean, we still have until June next year to do that. But my concern is the mixed spending, because we need to have spent 40% of that by December, by the 31st of December. So we were given the assurance that this will happen and it will be spent by the end of December, that we'll be on 40% there. So while it is concerning in terms of what has not been spent yet, it's encouraging that in terms of the commitments there, that it does look like that will be spent. But as I said, my main concern is that we at least get the mixed spending up to 40% by December. That's a crucial one. So yes, I'm concerned about the lack of spendings in this first quarter, and we're now in the second quarter. But I think this report is for the first quarter. So I'm concerned about it, concerned about the MIG, but encouraged by the commitments, and hopefully those commitments happen. So this report has been proposed, if I remember correctly. I'll second the report then.
Items.
No, it's not those.
What Councillor Swart said.
You can I speak? It was okay. Councillor by then you.
Oh, thanks, Speaker. I don't know whether the acting MM is still online. Because that's what I said earlier when Councillor Nell was dealing with me. You see? Now, yeah, he dealt with me. Besides him. So I don't know whether the acting MM, he must explain.
Acting MM? MM?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can you hear? And I've listened to the conversation. I've listened to the concerns. Yeah.
Yes,
we are that if you can give me just a second just to complete my presentation. I myself and the CF tend the matter. The CFO is in constant contact with the project managers and also and manage. So actually knows what is going to be spent up until today because this is the only first quarter. I think it prudent that the CFO give the latest report. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, we are in trouble here, Speaker. You know, but the item, Chief Financial Officer is somebody who gives money. They come with things and say, I will give you the money when proper procedures have been done. Now we are told to go to the CFO. See why? The CFO is the Director of Engineering now. He knows the CFO, those project managers go to the CFO. The CFO doesn't meet and talk business with the director. Now, Councillor Mhlana, Executive Mayor, through you, Speaker, really, he is citing, because really we are going to gunpoint you now, that your administration, figuratively, is very weak. We've been talking, you were frustrated also. You were here in this council, very frustrated about this directorate and nothing that has been done. Well, what I've said earlier, the stand in Gonokuru, and even down there in Zawazawa for that matter, it's unbecoming. So really, we can't do anything. We're in opposition. That is why you have been given these powers. The DM, Deputy Executive Mayor, the Executive Mayor. Stay in town. You see, so it's you. When you speak to these directors, they move. But there's nothing that is happening. So really, we are going to say, and you will say we are politicking. Yes, we are going to politics now. Yes. That you are very weak. You are a very weak administration, executive for that. And 7 communities. But there's nothing that we can tell you. It shows there's 0%. You can respond to the executive mayor. You are part of the executive.
Inheritance.
No, that's not inheritance. That's not inheritance. You see, that's not inheritance. Don't come with patriarchy here.
Patriarch.
Mayor? What must we say? What must we say? What must we say?
Dr. Sheila wins.
Thank you, councillors.
What being presented now that
this is sex. Thank you.
We executive. But Nina. We executive.
Sit us, because the math class and the opportunity for blackmailing. And the opportunity for the executive mayor.
We talk the truth now. Stay in town.
Serious, I will remove you now. If you don't want to participate any longer, I will
your car. No, I'm when you are going. Check it out. Our people are down there.
I will remove you from the council and then you can discuss outside.
Who's the removal?
And we will remain with the people who are inside the meeting. The meeting, please.
Can I ask something, please?
I've given the platform to the executive mayor.
Go 5 minutes, I need.
I'm waiting for the councillors to finish.
Carry on with the mayor. Apologies.
Yeah, I was still on the floor and the patriarch got in.
Madam Mayor,
forgetting that really she's the executive.
Thank you.
She must feel the heat.
So, Councillor Tabai, thank you, Councillor Manyaba.
Certainly a pleasure, ma'am.
Concerns are duly noted. And we are not going to play the victim here, or we are not going to, now come from a point of that we want to actually defend.
Thank you very much.
We want to defend the expenditure. Concerns you have is the state's concerns. Yeah. In actual fact, after the MACO meeting, I took the liberty to write in writing a letter to the acting municipal manager, citing exactly the same challenges that you are citing. We can look at the commitments, correct? But if we look at the expenditure, it is very much highly concerning. And remember, our capital budget is mixed funding. It's mixed funding. So yes, there is the issue of the mixed funding because it's a grant money. There's other grants. So we are being measured that by December we need to be on that 40%, which means if we are not there, same thing that happens every year. We do get the letter, get threatened. So the same concerns. In actual fact, did say in Michael, as far as I'm concerned, just like you were saying, we were promised throughout the year, we will see progress. This is the first report. We don't see that progress, which means if we must now sit here looking at the modus operandi from the previous years.
2 years.
Yes, exactly. We might find ourselves in the same situation if you start to count the calendar days. It's
I is the acting manager. Okay, so,
yeah. So anyway, the letter was addressed to the acting regarding the poor performance, regarding the in terms of the expenditure, and he did respond on the 7th of October that the measures that they were put in place to remedy the slow spending of the capital budget and to fast track project implementation. One of the things that was listed was that he has consulted with the project managers, with the CMO, as well as the SEM manager to implement measures to ensure that the capital spending targets will be met. And these are the measures that, according to the letter, that they will do to expedite the spending. Number one, meetings held with project managers, SEM manager, and the CFO to ascertain the cause for the delay in the spending for the current financial year. In actual fact, if we look at our Section 71 report, you can see where the delays are. Second thing is an instruction from the Office of the MM to the SEM section, CFO, and all other departments was prepared to provide more structure, cooperation, and coordination between departments to expedite procurement processes. The instruction is in its third draft, and it is now considered to be the final for my signature. Then the SOP to be developed was developed by SEM to guide departments in procurement processes in respect of capital projects, especially panel appointments and multi-year projects. A report is submitted to the MM monthly to to monitor the attendance of the bid committees to ensure attendance and prevent delays in procurement processes where officials fail to attend. They will be taken to task. The CFO has alerted all managers about the slow spending and the consequences thereof and requested an update of the capital report with information on how programs and projects will be expedited to ensure that spending targets will be met and that grant funding will not be lost. And then on the issue of what Councillor Swart has raised, that a special focus will be placed to ensure that grant funded programs are being expedited. And according to this report, the capital performance after the first quarter up to 7th of October is as follows. Now the CFO must listen. I think the actual spending, 16%. Commitments, 26.22%. So that means a total of 42.52%. It's the total, probably total spending. And then they're also highlighting here that the Brackkloof substation project has been awarded. You know, we had a lot of issues with that one. And they were, at that point in time, waiting for the order number to be issued. And then if I go for it, I'm not going to read everything, but it says big spending is on track. And the PMU manager has confirmed that the 40% target for December 2025 will be achieved. Where spending remains low, managers will be taken to task and be held accountable if funds are lost and the municipality suffers financial loss. So those were the commitments from the acting municipal manager, and I think the CFO, he also asked the speaker to have a turn on this. But I mean, I'm going to get back to the issue that I've raised previously when the audit committee chairperson was here, that really it is time for us to stop the talking and in terms of our KPIs, you know, what measures we can put in place to really hold this just, you know, accountable. I think that's it from my side.
Looks like next year we won't have a director engineering. We're going to have to re-advertise.
I want to really speak, but Mayor, I think we must correct one thing here. When we see the executive, we see the mayor leading the executive. We don't see women. See the executive. And if the executive needs us to assist them, all the directors accountable, we're going to assist you. If you suspend them, we're going to assist you.
Say the word.
Because we want service delivery. I'm a ward councillor where I come from, and people are waiting for service delivery. So this accountability and consequence management must be done.
Must not be hiding just because
about it. It must be done. Because what's going to happen tomorrow, your party is going to be accused of only looking after this affluent area. The service delivery is not coming to our people. The whole executive stays here in town in Ward 2. So those are issues that we must talk about. We're going to assist you, executive.
Thank you. Fortunately.
I also want to comment on what acting MM was saying about CFO to give answers. I don't think that CFO can be in contact with the project managers and give a report again on behalf of another director, which is the acting MM. And he's the one who's holding the biggest budget in this municipality. And his performance is questionable because every now and then a capital budget is not spent. So I think really the performance of the directors must be investigated from my side. I think that's what I want to say. Wow. So by asking CFO to answer on his behalf, whereas he's the one who's holding that budget, is uncalled for. He's the one who signed a performance agreement for a capital budget, not the CFO. So I think on that one, he must be corrected that it can't be the CFO who must be in contact with the service providers, the project managers.
Oh, one more. Carly, I go virtual and come the inyaganya call.
Can I have now a proposal and a second on that one?
Oh.
And any seconder?
So I want to ask a question. Why is the electrification of informal settlement no longer appearing on this project? Why is that?
Where
is it?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Madam Speaker, I actually got the Acting Director Engineering involved. He is going to speak as the Acting Director of Engineering. So, Mr. Fourie, if you're available.
Mr. Gianni Fourie, Acting Director.
Available, yes.
We can't always shift the blame to the next person. I think that's what is happening here, Madam Mayor. Always when there's a problem, the blame will shift to another person.
In committee meeting.
No one is taking responsibility and say, it is me, I've done a mistake, I've not done 1, 2, and 3. It is. Can we move to another item, to the next item?
We know cognizance of the zeros.
Did you get that certification? Can we be quiet? The item is 7.
Next item is item C/5/242/09/25 drought intervention implementation plan, page 404.
Item is 7. Madam Mayor.
This one is another one. We'll see there's a difference between the recommendations that came in the code and the recommendations that is actually serving before council today. There has been, if you read the item there, there's also attached to this item, there's actually a report on our borehole status report, on the boreholes and the status report on the desalination plant. I think the issues with the care reserve and so forth. But the original recommendations that came to us was that we consider declaring a local state of disaster due to a drought. Now, when we got to Michael, we sort of felt that to get to the point of declaring a local state of disaster, it's a legislative process. There's certain protocols that you need to follow. So we felt that that was premature. And at that point in time, we then said, okay, let us redraft the resolutions and then say that Bitou be declared a water scarce area, and then we then erect the necessary signage to inform the public accordingly. Also, number 2, there's a drought steering committee compromising of representatives from the respective directors, as well as the portfolio chairperson. And then thirdly, the drought steering committee meet on a regular basis to monitor and to coordinate drought-related interventions. And also because of this issue that if you look at the desalination plant, you will see that there's a 24G notice on the desalination plant. So we specifically wanted to note that one of the biggest challenges that we will collaborate on is that, we need to now come up with an action plan as to how these issues that now are being addressed in this technical report, how it will be faced into an actionable working plan. And in those discussions, we did resolve that, we will sort the intervention from the district and also from the provincial government. A meeting was held with the provincial government, the district, the Department of Water and Sanitation. I also written a letter to them. A meeting was then held, and indeed it is concluded that it is premature to declare a state of disaster. Also, they have looked at the predicted rainfall, and given that there is a possibility that, it might increase our flow and our availability of our resource. But one of the most important things is that for us to resolve on moving forward, that we really need to come up with a plan to clear our catchment areas, and also for us to address the leakages on our main lines. Coupled with that, we also discussed looking at the highest consumers, domestic consumers, and then from there, a targeted approach in terms of awareness. And also, we've also then asked, there was also a conclusion that we need to ask for intervention, especially from province regarding the issue of the desalination plant. So during that meeting that was held, the officials then said that they did bring these matters to the attention of the provincial government. And we are awaiting feedback for them to escalate these issues that are raised. But the acting MM is online, so we can elaborate more on that. Mine is just to present the resolutions.
Acting MM, anything to add on what the mayor has just said?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the Madam Mayor is correct. We did have a water resilience meeting with province. In the meeting, it was chaired by Graham Polzer. And then we also had other sector departments involved, which was made up of Department of Water and Sanitation and also COCTA. So there were various people present that could actually assist us in sorting out the 24G, which is 24G is to say, yes, we acknowledge that we've worked in the estuary. There was no environmental impact assessment. So obviously something we inherited from the past. 7 years or 8 years ago, we should have actually completed it, but it wasn't. Now we just got to go through the process to say the 24G is to say, yes, we acknowledge the mistake of the municipality. Now we're going to correct it. They're going to be happy with that. And then they're going to fast track it for us so that we do have, we can use the desalination plant if need be over the fair time where our current water resources are at strain. So that is happening currently. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MM. Do we have a seconder and a proposer? Madam Mayor, were you proposing?
Yeah, I'm very worried that I don't know what is the level of our dam where we instruct water. And also, I'm hearing we're talking also about the desalination plant here. And also we want to have a billboard talking about a water scarcity area. I'm really concerned with those. And what worries me is that we are not taken through with this. Yes, we agreed here in council that we will be on level 2 in terms of dishing water to our communities. And there were rains. Again, I don't know whether there was a report, because we need to be taken through all the time, especially updates when we talk about water. And again, these things always on my mind is that we are a tourist destination. Are we not going to scare tourists away from the town? When they see a billboard, they say, oh, there's no water in this town, they will drive straight to Neisner, where there is no water. And leave water this side, clean water this side. So we're not marketing our town, man. And I'm not fighting with anyone, but we can't have directors that don't give us feedback and take us through. We've got businesses here. We want our brothers and sisters to get work. We don't have a gold mine here. We strive on people to go to the beach, to go to these restaurants.
Invent that.
You see? So I'm trying to say we can't be as council as comfortable with a report that is not taking us through. I don't know the levels of this town water. We're talking about the Pisang estuaries. We don't know whether the water is acidic or alkalic. When I speak to people, I must have that language. And they will say, yo, this councillor knows about this town. Now I'm going to mumble in front of people, whereas they have given me an opportunity to be a councillor, to represent them in council. It can't be like that. When we employ serious officials, they must do the work. That is why, like, if an official doesn't do his or her job, he must go. Simple. Because communities are going to say to us, go. They are not going to vote for us. So I'm trying to say, if we're not doing our job diligently as councillors, our people are not going to vote for us. Yet we are given an opportunity that we must show an oversight out of all these that are happening in this town. I'm very frustrated, Speaker, when it comes to service delivery. Go to the Eastern Cape, a town that used to be the best town in the Eastern Cape. Then it was called Grahamstown. I don't stop anymore there. I drive straight, Makanda, one of the best towns. Is now, if we've got officials like this, people are going to pass through Plettenberg Bay. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ngaba, then Councillor Swart, then Councillor Wambil, and then.
Thank you, Speaker.
Close.
Speaker, in all honesty, I am not diametrically opposed to the recommendations. I concur with Councillor Kapai that really now this information, if somebody asks us anything, we are not furnished with the rightful information. Because I'm not sure whether we are approaching day 0 or we are sitting on 48 or whatever. In that same breath, while we will have signage, I would rather we package it right. Instead of going for scarce water area, we can actually, have signs and leaflets to the likes of, please use water sparingly. Let's just have a way of going about it, just in terms of packaging, because really it will scare a lot of visitors away. A lot of towns that have got those signs are super dry and they are running out of business. And even Jesus actually packed and left there. Now we are approaching festive season. I would guard us against, I would caution us against scarce water area sign. Instead of that, let's just have signs that are actually teaching our people to actually use water sparingly. In that same breath, we need to actually get a heads up in terms of where are we sitting in terms of our reserves in our dams. Because really, I've got nothing to communicate where this is concerned. I bumped into Nazi during lunch, and she asked to actually take a video of me saying we are a water scarce town. I could not bring myself to saying that. I do not want to be associated with that. I do hope that we rise above this, but for the time being, we need to have a way of packaging those signs. They must not be scary, because this is scary for me. I might just, go on a hiatus and go be at Maldives for the next 3 months just to be away from all of this.
Speaker, I think the whole intention of this is just to plans in place should we, as a municipality, have problems. Plet's always really been a scarce area. We've never really had the storage facility. And I think the idea of the signage is to keep reminding people that, yes, we are on water restrictions, but also that we need to conserve water at all times. We shouldn't be wasting water. And we've had a problem for a while with our water losses at over 30%. And we heard from the NSC this morning that we're down to 19%, I think it was. So at least we're making some headway there in terms of water that's wasted. But at the moment, what the municipality is trying to do is put a long-term plan in place. And that has been in reports recently with the funding that we're trying to access and the work that we're doing around setting up the Bitou Dam that has been on the cards for a long time. So more effort is been put into getting that and making that a reality. So at least we've got some decent storage. The Roodefontein Dam, we don't have access to all that water as a municipality because it's actually not our dam. But there is an agreement with the farm that it belongs to. So we have access to part of that water, but not all. And as we know at the moment, that's at 47%. So our main water source is the Keurboom's River. And our extraction from that river is dependent on the flow of the river. As soon as it drops below 300 liters per second, we are not allowed to draw water from that. So at the moment, we don't have a problem because there is sufficient flow. But we need to try and mitigate for should we have a dry spell where we could go below that. So reports have said that we're going to have a dry summer. And then recent reports have said that there's indications that we can have a wet summer. So we don't know what's going to happen, but we've got to try and put things in place to make sure that should we not be able to extract, we can still supply water. And that's what this is really about. The desalination plant is operational. It's not running at the moment, but it can be switched on. And on a daily basis, it is switched on to backwash and just to ensure that it's running. So all that needs to happen there is we need to repair 2 boreholes for the desalination plant, which needs an EIA, which is what's in place at the moment. And also, should we need to switch it on, we might need to bring seawater in, and that means reaching the mouth. And for that, we need an EIA. So what we're trying to do at the moment is put things in place so that should we not be able to extract from the Keurboom's River, we at least have alternate sources that we can work on, and we don't leave getting those active to the last minute. And that is really what's been going on for the last few months in the portfolios and also in coming to council with the various reports that have come to council. So the first recommendation that we declare the water scarce area, that we've always had, but we need to let the public know and visitors know, please don't waste water. And that's the idea of the signage. And the drought steering committee is really to put things in place so that we don't end up in a situation where we need to find alternate sources and we've done nothing about it, because that's not something that can happen at the last minute. We need to plan for things like that. And that's the whole idea of that. And for them to meet on a regular basis to make sure that the plans we're putting in place are there. We may never need to use them, but if we do need to, at least we've done something. So that's the whole idea of the recommendations and of this report. And I hope it just brings some more information to bear to some of the people in the room as well. And with that, I'd like to propose that we go with those recommendations.
Bill?
Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, I think it's important that certain items that have been discussed superficially just be highlighted a little bit here for the sake of the public. Yes, there is a threat because if the given river drops down below, I think it's 350 megaliters per second, the flow, we will be stopped from extracting water. At some time recently, the river was quite low, but after the recent rains, the flow went up to, I think, up to 700 megaliters. After the recent rains, it went up to...
It was, sorry, Madam Speaker, it went up to 2,400 liters per second after rain, but last week, Friday, it was sitting at 450, so it actually almost tripled.
So the immediate threat was somewhat mitigated. The difficulty we have is that the storage capacity, there is not sufficient storage capacity to capture and harvest that excess flow that we are now finding. There is a plan in place to replace piping, which was dysfunctional up to now, to pump some of that water, and it requires the restoration of a pipeline from Kwanapatula, from New Horizons to the Brockwell Dam. The dam in the Pishang River Valley. Roodefontein Dam. That pipeline needs to be repaired, and there needs to be a flow meter installed of how much water is extracted and imported into the dam, so we can at least store that capacity. The other item that needs to be understood is, at the moment, the desalination plant is working, but 2 of the boreholes in that desalination plant is not working, it's silted over. Therefore, the dam, the mouth must be breached, which, as Councillor Swart explained, requires an EIA. At the moment, the desalination plant can produce 1.6 megaliters per day. But it can go up to 2 megaliters per day if the boreholes are repaired. A further problem of the desalination plant is it is a desalination plant. Water needs to be saline, and at the moment the water is not necessarily saline enough. There needs to be more salinity in the water. That's why the river mouth also has to be bleached to get the salinity up, because the filters in that plant require salt water. Otherwise, those filters will not work properly. It is not a matter that the desalination plant is not working. There are also boreholes that are functional, but they are not all functional. But there are boreholes that are functional, and there are more boreholes that can be made functional. So while the position is dire, we are trying now with forward planning and to make sure that the additional pressure which will come to this town with the season will not cause us to run out of water. The major threat is we do not have storage capacity. And the dam, which has been spoken about since 2010, and has been in planning since then, has now become an absolute necessity, and that is one of the items that is being, at this stage, chased as hard as possible. So, yes, we are a water scarce area. Yes, we cannot sit on our rollers. It is of exceptional importance to this municipality and our community. We are trying everything possible to mitigate the matter, especially the impact of the season. But it looks as if we should cope. With the current rainfall that we've had, things have improved significantly, and with the weather forecasters being slightly more optimistic about the rainfall possibilities for the future of this season, it looks as if we could get by. However, if we do not plan with absolute urgency and with total dedication now, we are going to get caught out. We need more storage capacity. We need better reticulation. We need the leaks restored. We need to replace a lot of old piping, which is not the right size. There's a lot of things that have to be done. All those matters are being taken in hand. There are plans being developed at the moment. That's why this water steering committee has been established. They are being worked as hard as possible, as fast as possible on these issues. This requires a lot of funding, in excess of R1 billion. There is funding available, but that funding requires that a project must be spade ready before you can actually apply for it. A big project ready. To get a project ready, there are a number of smaller projects that has to be done before you can apply for that large fund. But those projects are underway. So I think I've said enough, Madam Speaker. It is not all doom and gloom, but we can't sit in our laurels, and we have to work as fast and as hard as we possibly can now already to avoid the crisis that is coming.
Mr. Speaker, this is the kind of information that we're supposed to be getting from directors.
You must be a director.
Next slide.
Acting MM.
Yes, Speaker.
Acting MM.
I'm here speak. I'm listening.
Can you also please deliberate on mitigation measures so that we can move on?
Yes, I can. I can. I just want to make a point of view here. It looks like some councillors have been listening to what I've been saying and the items going through. I think we can improve a bit more in our communication to the rest of the councillors, but I have noted that. So the mitigation factors at the moment is we've got province that's going to do some alien vegetation clearing. That's one. The other thing is province is also going to assist us in establishing using those balls that are actually at the moment defunct or vandalized. There are 5 balls in the estuary that are working, 2 are not. So we need Department of Water Affairs to come along and say, okay, yeah, you can proceed. You can now do repairs on those remaining 2 balls, and then obviously to get the facility up and running, the desalination plant, to ensure the membranes are kept wet and that it has got salinity in it to protect it. We've got to open up the estuary. So as a municipality, there's certain things we are powerless to do, but there are stuff that province can assist us with. They've given us a geohydrologist to come and look at further water resources below ground, and then the possibility of sinking more balls into those aquifers that will actually augmentate our water supply. That's it. So the rest was covered by Councillor Nell and Councillor Swart. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting DM.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Whilst we have got the mitigation factors or mitigation solutions from Kum, who direct, I would love then God to bring this thing that we've been alerted about the global warming all these years, if it's not 10 or 12 years back. We've been getting information that, as we know that we normally get summer rainfalls and winter rainfalls all throughout the year rainfalls, but up to now, the past 5 years, we can see that the patterns of this season have changed. Even with the fact that now it's October, almost end of October, but we are still in winter instead of summer. That says, without asking, that there are problems that in the weather that have made us to change, that the whole country, in fact, the whole world has been concerned about. Other things that we pick up, there were no design plans when it comes to the layouts of the pipes and everything in this town. So as the people now have to implement the fact of making sure that we've got enough water, but consultants have to kick in order they should make design plans so that even if anyone comes after the team that is now in place, they must always know where to get that and how to make that and whatever, that we know. So I'm trying to say, the fact of always acknowledging that we are in a green desert in the garden route area, we're supposed to keep it in mind. Then we should not, when we've got water, relax. When we don't have rain, again, we start to worry. Now, what I would say, amongst the mitigation, we need to keep that drought committee. It must be something that we know we've got a committee that is there that always monitor our water so that weekly we get all the time data or information that what is going on with our water. It's true with the Councillor Bangaba when he's saying that let's look for a certain language, even ourselves, as much that we felt that there's a drought, because when last did we get in Vula? And we see trees are green, but go closer to the trees and just push them, they fall. That means that there is a drought terribly, and nature is also suffering. So what I would say here, we need to encourage our communities day in, day out, that they must use the water sparingly. We need to inform our tourist establishments that we need to do that. And this is one of those things that we need to have signages and to know that we need to do it sparingly. Developments that we are starting to have or we approve in the council, we must know that they must bring a green kinds of solutions, you know, instead of all the time thinking that it's having water or it's gonna be having water throughout. The global warming is there, and we must acknowledge that. So in that case, I'm just saying, ailing infrastructure is there, asbestos pipe, we need to deal with it. But the whole thing, you find that people, if they see a leakage, they have to dig the whole day, not even knowing where is the leakage. So those things, we need to have a plan, a layout of where the pipes and what, and that we are lacking in this municipality. That is adding to what I was saying. Some of these things we've inherited them. And even if you would want to blame a certain person, that one, you end up asking yourself, is it the director that we've just appointed 2 years ago that was supposed to solve these things? Whereas it's the things that we find that more than 7 years ago, we've been in this situation. I'm not saying we can't put pressure on them, but as we see, the problem is that's why I'm saying we need to be mindful of the fact that these problems has been long coming. There are no designs at place for people to tell us this problem can be there, this problem can be like that. The desalination plant, we had it past 10 years ago, but we were shocked to understand that there were no EIAs that make us today to be proud to know that everything in system was placed. And we need not to go out there and say, those people who started the desalination plant, they never made these provisions, the EIAs. Today we're talking about 24G, things that shows that we bypass the regulations that were there all these years to a point that we are punished, that we're doing things not right. And whom should we blame? It's only us to say, let's reason together and do this. So I'm just saying, let's keep on conscientizing our communities that let them be mindful with water and use it sparingly. Science, let's put it. I know it's going to threaten, but any tourist is responsible for its day. They Google, they get the whole information. The worst thing is for them not to get water from the taps. But as long we guarantee that we must use water sparingly, we've got that problem. When they want to come, they will come. Yeah, I'm not saying this out of ignorance. Rather,
you're allowed to say I inspire you.
Yeah. So rather we use those words that are better, that can make us all otherwise to work towards the solutions of saying, let's use water sparingly. It's okay with Tunan.
Thank you very much. Can I now have a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I will second, can I just add one important?
Said a mouthful, okay?
Which adds on to what the mayor said earlier. Yes. He must not underestimate the value of alien clearing. To make a point, a large gum tree, which forms a large part of the aliens in the Cape catchment area, one large gum tree can consume up to 2,000 liters water per day. So that's why alien clearing can make a massive difference And there has been Indian clearing ongoing in the Cleveland River catchment area for quite some time, under the guidance of a lady who's been working very hard, but it hasn't gone far. There is a lot more that can be done. So just in terms of alien clearing, we can safeguard ourselves and we can create jobs in that process as well. So I just think the public and everybody that is listening to us must bear in mind there are things that we are doing. There are things that can be done. It is not doomsday yet. We are not at day zero yet. But if we do not rectify what was left to rot since 2010 and earlier, we have to do it now because it's been postponed and postponed and postponed budget after budget to the outer years. And when we reach the outer years, it's postponed again. And that's the way it's been done. And now we are sitting with that problem now. So I think with all that information, hopefully it gives the public a bit more ease. But it doesn't mean that we can now waste water. Another item that needs to be considered, I think, is enforced rainwater harvesting. With new building plans, I believe that we should start forcing people to install water tanks. And rainwater harvesting can answer a lot of other problem areas we have as well. But may I again come back to the smart water meters. Water detection, leakage will be substantially improved if we get those meters. So we need to expedite getting those meters in place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Second
the item.
Thank you. Moving to the next item. Proposed by the Legislative Mayor and Secretary Councillor Bitou.
You are fine now because we are not talking about sewerage in Banukuri.
Problem, it's
a lot.
That problem is just, I'm simply aware of it. I'm as disgusted with it as you are.
You dealt with me. You didn't show. You didn't show that you
picking up the wrong.
Passionate about it.
Some have copied behind us.
Shin, can you please take us to the next item? The item is 7.
C-5/222/3 roads, transport and stormwater capital project implementation plan for period ending September 2025, page 417.
Item is 7, Councillor Olivier.
Recommendation.
Councillor Swart.
Second.
Next item.
C-5/247/10/25 capital project implementation plan. Report for period ending August 2025, page 422.
That's what?
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to check. We've dealt with the August one. Is this supposed to be September? Yes.
It's it says because again.
It's supposed to
Recommendation says September. Just in the release or the top one to September.
So we just need to change to September. And then with that, I propose we go with the recommendation.
Thank you. Moving to the last section, which is section 6.
C-220/09/25 Bitou Municipality draft integrated human settlements plan, page 429.
Item is 7. Deputy Mayor. Item is 7.
Oh, shit, no,
We go with the recommendations.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Before I can second the Deputy Mayor, councillors, about this item here, I have been suffocated about the issue of the housing project that is not done in Gonotula phase 5 in my ward. I just want to know today from anybody who can answer this, what is happening to that project? Because claim was submitted to province and it was approved. The sum of 2 million was revived by the municipality. And that was in March 2023. I just want someone who can tell me what is really going on, because being a ward councillor is something else. I'm not sure if, I know that all of us were not councillors, ward councillors, some are PR councillors, but there are those times that we must stand in the ITP. People just throw stones like we are not representing us well. We're sending you this, you don't deliver, all that, and all sorts of things. So being there, you can be disrespected because of this service delivery that are not going to people. What is going on with that project? I just want to know that.
Speaker, just to add on what my colleague has just kept on. In all honesty, Speaker, in all honesty, she's been promised, and I've been sitting in those meetings where she was told the one end right after the cultural village, the one end is augmented already. There's services running there, and then the project is actually approaching to no avail. The whole of last year, she was told the back of assemblies, they were pegging that side, and there was actually 2.5 million that was actually spent in developing that area. So the report was saying. We would expect by now that there's actually conversations even around site and service, which we know is actually the future at the moment in our townships, as well as also considering the fact that there's people who are actually in the waiting list for RDP housing. So in all honesty, she's caught between a rock and a hard place when she's got to report, because every time there's a commitment that is actually made, but it's never fulfilled. I'm not sure who's going to be able to answer that today, because there is no facility. I'm not sure if Director Slim is actually ready to give us the 4-on-1.
Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, the layout plan was approved long ago by the Planning Tribunal. You received the final amendments, as it were, to that plan. The pegging has progressed, as Councillor Mangaba said. Yeah, to be quite honest, I don't know why at what stage the application to provincial planning housing department has been submitted. I don't have the detail of that.
Madam Mayor.
I don't mean to interrupt. I just want that what concerns me, I might out of line, but I know because that side with that project, I mean, there's this issue of Eskom and what. But the issue for me is that when we resolved a few months ago, according to the resolutions, that the sewer upgrade for Kwanakatula, that project will also be included in the capital implementation development plan. Is that the name of it? Because we will not be able to submit for top structures if we're not able to upgrade the network. Understand what I'm saying? So I want to know if it's possible, I mean, not to get technical. Did that process happen? Did the administration prepare for us to submit funding proposals?
Then again, while the administration is trying to actually get to the answers, Speaker, through you, Executive Mayor, the quagmire that we find ourselves in at the moment is the fact that 2022, 2023, we made commitments that part of the borrowings and the budget that we actually take, it was to actually assist with the upgrade of our sewer lines, right? And then 2 months ago, there's actually 30-something houses that are actually a backlog where water is concerned. Then in Ward 4, there's actually a 30,000 that we are standing a risk of losing. So I'm not sure what's what. I'm not sure whether we are intentional about ensuring that we cut down on the waiting list, or all we do is actually saying to people, wait up until you are 60. Then at 60, we'll probably give you a house. It's sad.
Councillor Msana, Councillor Swart.
It's just go for Yeah, it's a pity. I'm not sure whether I will be able to get responses, but during the last fires, the executive made a promise with the provincial government that they are going to. There is a project that they are going, the municipality will create in Boschef. I'm not sure how far is that speaker. And two, I have tried to communicate, I've written emails to the District Office of Human Settlement, Shal and the other fellow, inquiring about Olweni in particular, because in Olweni we've got plus 400 service sites, and the provincial government only built 169 houses. And after that, they left, they went to build in Ebenezer. And it's only in Ebenezer where houses are being built, nowhere else. Yet we have ready service sites in Kolwezi. So I'm not sure. I requested a meeting that the office of the executive mayor facilitate a meeting so that we can inquire from the provincial government what is happening with regard to that the project of the top structure in. So I just wanted to know how far is the project that we have promised people of Boschef.
That's what?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I know we're focusing a lot now in the discussion on the BNG housing and that, but this is actually a very good report for us to look at and to help us with future planning, because it gives a lot of detail in terms of housing needs and in the housing needs for the people that are earning more than the minimum, in other words, 3,500 rand a month, because we are short of affordable housing, the rental and to buy for the average worker. And that's what we need to look at, and that's what we need to plan for. And we had a report that I think came to council last month that also had some more detail about that in it. And this also alludes to some of the things we've been talking about now in terms of water supply, electricity supply, etc. So it's a good report. I see it's meant to go out to public participation as well, which is something that we can try and ensure that developers also get a chance to have a look at something like this, because it's the developers that are going to be developing properties that people can buy and rent at an affordable level. So I think we need to make some good use of this report. I don't know if it has been proposed or seconded, but I'd like to propose about the recommendations if that haven't been proposed yet.
Question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is sad that Brazil cannot be here today, because I think a lot of valid questions are asked and they can't really be answered today. What I would like to also do is to just point out on behalf of the forgotten community of Bitou. And with the forgotten community of Bitou, I mean Green Valley. It is the only place in Bitou which has not yet had proper housing built since the start. The project plan is ready. It's implementation ready. But the capital, and this is why this is such an excellent report. It's in detail. It provides the detail. The problem is there is not capital available to provide the bulk infrastructure which is required. The EIAs have been done, all the investigations have been done, the planning has been done, the layout has been settled, everything has been done. But we do not have the capital, and it's going to take a long time to get that capital. In addition, the big thing that concerns me is there will be, according to this item that we see on Green Valley, a 6-year delay as a result of Eskom's inability to provide the required infrastructure. That is a huge concern. That community has needed houses for longer than most of the other communities that have had hundreds of thousands of houses built. But unfortunately, this is a problem which I don't know how we can surmount it, how we can overcome it, but it does exist. Thank you for allowing me that. And I'll second.
For my community.
Madam Mayor?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, firstly, I want to say that Council Clara made a statement here now. The executive went to his board and we went to promise people we are going to have 2 server sites. So I want to remind him, when we went to his ward, we went to support him during those first fires. None of us spoke in his public meeting. In actual fact, he was the one chairing the meeting, and the official from the municipality was the person presenting the plans to the community. From there, we were told it is going to RFQ process. Nothing stops him from following up with the official instead of making a very, very, very irresponsible statement here. I think 2026 fever is hitting. But I want to tell him, he is right in front of us. He's jumping the gun now. He must relax. It's still a long year to the next election. We are all here to support one another, not to make irresponsible statements.
Anything for flu.
It is very, 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 Councillor. So we are noting I'm noting what you are saying. And the process seems to be stuck, but please, I shame. I know. Because there's public members listening.
Yes.
There's public members. Yeah, we're not respected here. Because we're women. Because some of them no programs for years and they were in this council. Never.
And serious, the councillors, seriously.
I know,
When the one councillors are speaking, you interrupt.
Sitting here, budget in and budget out. They never recognize the problems.
Don't allow yourself to embarrass yourself.
No.
Have water.
So, Councillor, Councillor Sam, today, every time when there's a comment from the one councillors, you interject and
Interject
them.
I've been cheering for them.
I see, serious, you're not sharing.
No, I'm saying now to the executive. She's embarrassing herself. She must have water. Taking care of her.
Speaker, I don't want to respond to.
Respond.
I am not sure when the executive visit areas here or visited Ward 3 during the fire disaster. Were there to support me. They were there to execute their own responsibilities.
Councillor Sam, that's the thing I'm trying to avoid. When someone is speaking, please let him be.
No, you
because when the others are speaking, listen to each other.
Speaker.
When now we tell
Calm down.
Don't do that. Don't do that, please.
I'm not finished speaking.
You are not finished because Councillor Sam, this.
Yeah, during this fire, to just demonstrate to you, to report to you officially, Speaker.
It's nice now.
I could not speak to SAPC because there was a deputy executive mayor.
And then?
So I was told that only the deputy executive mayor can speak.
I've seen how angry you were in that picture.
You see?
It was very
They support me. They are there. Their own perform their own duties as the executive of this council.
Report yourself what you said in front of the community. Only a DM in the council, not in his word. He'll report himself, continue to report himself. How he insulted me and in front of the community.
I use the gavel now.
And he was interviewed, by the way. He should not speak as if he was not in. He was interviewed.
So please, I take over.
The proposed was the item, it was.
I don't interview.
No, said no. I said that was actually funding.
Okay.
That's it. You see,
Sako yami TV. Yo,
Willem D.
hallo pa.
Wat voor interview is kwast? Wat voor interview?
Ayakwazi. Said the SABC want interview here. Fix me. Plettenberg. I said, I have it. It's your oxygen. Have your oxygen.
I'm inviting to appear in TV. Let us to the next item.
One of that one.
Next item.
Protocol.
Economic development section, Bitou is ranked by page 522.
The item is 7.
PC is not coming again because of.
Item is 7.
Oh.
I think so. Events bylaw.
Next item.
Events bylaw. 523.
C/228/10/25 Economic Development Section request for council to approve the development of a lease agreement for portion 21 of the Farm 303, page 549.
Item is 7.
Page 550. Recommend.
549.
I go with the recommendation because that will be one of the things that we've done well in this municipality to give to the people that want to develop pig farming in the place. Garden routers allow us to use that property that is close to the transfer station that will be the equivalent. So at last, our people will do things in a proper place. And the Department of Agriculture has promised to hold their hands together so that the structures must be done well, managing of the smell, the stench of them, of the things. So it's one of the things we are proud of today. Our work there.
Mayor.
Second speaker.
No, I just wanted to, because the Deputy Mayor mentioned close to transfer station, but if you look at the picture, it looks like it's cracks.
Yes, look there. That
sewage.
That waste station.
It's waterworks.
By the fire station.
Fire station and the wastewater.
Yes.
Can I clarify, there is currently a project miss.
Waste.
They are building a waste. So some of the pig farmers in the vicinity. So that's where the
Proposed and seconded. Moving to the next item.
C/6/229/10/25 Liquid Settlements Pipeline 421 report for a period ending September 2025, page 566.
Item is 7. Councillor Tablanche.
Sorry, man, my laptop just died now. Speaker, yeah, I had this plan here on this item, but you know, yeah, on this again, it's just a worrying that the spending up until this point, there's no contractor been appointed. Yes, we do understand what was the reasons there for on those kind of things, but you see the ripple effect of it is the danger that we will lose funding. And you would know that on the Ebenezer side, the commitment there was made that close to 1,400 houses will be built. And if something like this on this 112 is hampering us, it means that we will not reach that target. You see, so no, I've got it.
1/4 of structures.
1,400, yeah, and the actual it's 1,430. So if you look at this, it's concerning that we don't go to these BACs and we don't award. Again, re-advertising was the problem on this one housing project, and now we're sitting with we must be done before April next year. And if we don't reach that target, again we will have to write letters to the province on asking for extension and rollovers. And this is when it comes to the fact that other communities will now suffer because, yeah, money will be taken away or we will be reduced and then it will affect others. So I just want to raise from my point on that, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Samtana?
No, I also want to say, you are not in the report.
Yeah, but I'm raising with the concerns.
I'm supporting also with the concern that maybe the council need to consider integration that could move people from other areas to integration.
Yes, there it is. Follow-up, Speaker.
Councillor Blanche?
Yeah, thank you. If you see there, in terms of the dates, it says 6/10. It would be completed by the 6th of the 10th month, 2025. But even till now, there's nothing. And I must say, thank you for the CFO, who eventually informed me last night, because again, what happened in the report back meeting? On that report, it was stated that by the 23rd of October, there will be a contractor appointed. Now, I mean, you know, all know when you make an announcement, the community look at it and they continuously ask. And when I read this, it showed that we were supposed to be in the BAC by the 6th of the 10th, 2025, but by the 30th today, there was even not one BAC that dealt with appointing it. So yeah, thank you.
Proposed by Council, noted by Councillor Blanche and seconded by Councillor Mhlana.
Anna.
Integration one.
Please, 230/13/25, identification and use of municipal owned land for agricultural purposes, page 57. 557.
Item 7, Councillor Oliver. Councillor DM.
Yes, I also second. Also in that one, it's a milestone that people, there are pieces of land, whether the Rift Grants, wherever, I think 3 or 4, that will allow people to be subsistence farmers in those lands. So from here now, it will go to SCM because people will be tendering for it. And already you know what to farm or what to plant, already there is a cultural report from it. So it's again another milestone for people. So let's encourage our people to look at the advertisement and see if it can, especially the local people around those areas, whether they form cooperatives or whatever, but at least you have availed the land for people to do. So SCM will be coming for 9 years, for 10 years that they will be operating on that.
Lala. Moving to the next item.
What is that?
6/6/231/10/25, economic development planning. Representation of the Bitou municipality on the board of Plettenberg Bay Tourism, page 607.
Project.
The item is 7.
Project,
Kindly recuse yourself, Point Chair.
as I go, no, I'm reducing myself sitting, I can't say anything.
Not stare at us.
I won't.
The item is 7. Oliver.
For the recommendation.
Speaker,
No.
Speaker, just give me some.
It's deliberate.
I don't know.
No.
Yeah, just give me some. I know it was at the portfolio, and I'm not gonna go. A councillor serving on the tourism board. Can we first look at the dangers of it? Because these kind of dangers does exist. Let's say, and I've read some few cases. Let's say a member of the public lodged an objection or criminal case against Plettenberg. Now, with a councillor on that board, doesn't it affect that councillor? Because that's what happened. Let's say I don't get the next tender from the tourism. And I suspect that there's bribery, whatever the case. And I lay a case, I open a criminal case against that board. Remember, it's the board in its own now. Councillor that sits on that board, won't it affect that person as well? Which will find, then again, from the council point of view, we will have to deal with that council. Coupled to that, a councillor serving on the board, again, when a tender comes to an end, and this is just me raising or highlighting some concerns. By some chance it happens that the councillor that serves gets a flight ticket from the tourism without being declared or whatever the case. That councillor will then be held accountable. Say later down, oh, we did this and that for you. We must make a plan there for us. And when that same council who serves on that board comes here and then talk in huge favor of the tourism, and then the tourism board or the tourism of the current contract gets it, the member of the public will raise again a complaint and an objection. How will we as a council deal when it comes to that? Again, I'm saying, just raising some concerns. Have we looked at it from all those angles? Because there's court cases against a councillor serving on a tourism board. Have we covered all that avenues before just coming and saying, blah, yes, yes, yes?
Councillor Tabai and Councillor Mangape.
You know, this came to our portfolio a meeting. It was a whole lot of an item met. When the chair of the committee said they were in a meeting with tourism board together with the executive mayor, and subsequently to that meeting, the executive mayor picked her that no, you will be in this board because for that matter, you are the chairperson of strategic. And I said, no. I think let's take this to council so that councillors can deliberate about it. You can't choose yourselves there. So it's here now, and I didn't want to dwell much in that portfolio committee meeting. Now, what I'm hearing, councillors, is that first of all, we are giving grant funding, I can put it that way, grant funding to tourism board, and we have a contract with them that even ends next year. I'm worried that we will have an executive councillor in a stature of the deputy executive mayor, even whether she is an ex officio or what. But I can tell you now, there will be canvassing that will be done to her. And I've seen her today, the way she favors tourism board. You see? And if she wants to be influential at tourism board, she's an executive, she can be influential while she is the executive. So I'm trying to say it can be that we send a councillor there. And for that matter, we do have officials that get into those meetings. Why now? What difference is she going to make? You see, so there are officials that sit at that tourism board, that they work together administratively, And for that matter, the reports that we get from tourism board, they come to this council. What is she then going to do there? Because my belief is that she's going to be canvassed, she's going to be a problem amongst us because she will have favoritism because she is there. Can you speak?
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mangaba. Then Councillor Mhlana.
Speaker, it is really a no-brainer that Councillor Potentia has passion for economic development and tourism. It does show in her engagements and how she approaches every item coming from their side. Now, I want us to look at it this way. We also need to strive to protect each other and protect the integrity of this council. We are public servants, and the image is what we need to always uphold. My worry is not even, I don't even question her integrity for that matter. But we got to be cognizant of the fact that we are serving the public that has so much interest in that office. And then, you know, there's been stories that I've spewed around about each one of us. It could be even worse now when she's actually directly involved in it. She's a chairperson of the portfolio. She has access to the municipal champions, meaning the acting director as well as the LED manager. She can have her one-on-ones with them if she wants to be put abreast on any decision that is actually made that side. My fear is that we may be sitting with a situation where we have her as a referee and a player. The deputy mayor is part of the executive authority responsible for oversight, budget approvals, and policy directions of council-funded entities, tourism included. If the same person sits on the board of tourism that receives funding and direction from this council, it creates dual role, which would mean both a regular or a regulator and a beneficiary. We are sitting with a situation there already. And again, I emphasize this. This is not to say we are questioning her integrity. At the end of the day, when we need to account or when this is actually used against us by the public, we got to stand on the decision that we are making here today about this. This may compromise impartiality and accountability, especially in decisions involving funding, performance review, or audit outcomes. Around governance and ethical framework, the MFMA and the Municipal Systems Act emphasizes good governance, transparency, and avoidance of conflict. And unfortunately, if we look at her role in as ex officio as it sounds, it is conflict of interest. Now, in those bases, I'm going against the recommendations respectfully.
Mr. Mhlana?
Yeah, I think Councillor Mangaba has just touched what I wanted to raise because we understand that Councillor Kolwabi is so passionate about tourism and that in some years ago, she even campaigned across Bitou, the chairperson of the tourism board. So is this now not a conflict of interest, or is this a backdoor strategy for her to fulfill her ambition of becoming the chairperson of tourism board, as she has been wanting to be the chairperson of the tourism board? So I do not support the recommendations as well that the deputy executive mayor of this council sits in the tourism board.
Proposed by Councillor Mangaba, seconded by Councillor Mhlana.
Yes, Speaker, I noticed that the CEO already is hand up, but I wanted to let on to what Councillor Kabaya said. Indeed, we had a meeting with tourism. Remember, there has been this fractured relationship between the municipality and the tourism board and the expectations that we as a council have in terms of for them fulfilling the agreements for us. So from the discussion that emanated, wouldn't it be better for us to bridge that communication gap, that a councillor then sits in ex officio on the board, that would give them a better, clearer understanding of what exactly tourism is doing, and especially those mandates that we feel that they are lacking in terms of the expectations from communities and the expectations from councillors. So at that platform, they came to an agreement that if we then see fit, that if we can allow a councillor to be ex officio on the board and then to bridge that gap that currently exists, because even if we get the reports, it's very seldom that we get the explanation from the officials as to this is the report, this is the mandate that has been fulfilled with in terms of that report, and then there's this just joint of us fighting with one another the whole time. So the intention at that point, at that meeting, was actually to bridge that gap. It was not in terms of for us to, motivate unethical behavior. In fact, when we also saw a recommendation number 1, the council note and takes note of the guidance of the King 3 and 4 principles, we then, because you will see on the recommendation from the acting municipal manager, the word ex officio was not included. So then to bring comfort to ourselves, we then included the ex officio, because in terms of the rights to whatever. But we are taking notes, so we just need guidance on this, because I'm just now explaining where does this come from. CFO?
Okay, no, that's Madam Chair. I think Madam Speaker, from administration, I think it is our duty to advise councils on certain meetings. We don't take decisions, but we just sponsor our advice. I think if one, when we sit from the councilor's point of conduct, he talks about the regime, he talks about the involvement of council in other spheres, in other spheres, not spheres like situations that such as tourism. If one take the tourism from a participation in the SM programs within the municipality, where we are dispersing money to the tourism, the very same tourism must account to council in terms of the disbursement. Now, a councillor is sitting in council oversight, playing oversight role of a tourism, where actually I'm member to. So therefore, it potentially creates a conflict of interest. So therefore, hence, in my view, it will create some potential conflict of interest. If a councillor were to serve on the member, on the other hand, we have to oversight on the tourism.
Thank you, CFO. There was only Councillor Mangaba proposed and Councillor Sana seconded that they are against the proposal of the portfolio chairperson to be part of the tourism board.
Can I assist Speaker?
Councillor Kabayi?
As we have expressed concerns, and also the CFO advised us perfect, is that let's then remove number 3, but we put number 3 in a manner that officials must be actively in attendance with those meetings, because I don't know, but I'm fearing that officials are not fully engaged in that, because it's them that must work all the time, you see. Because also when we've got portfolio committees, yes, they must come and and explain the items. You see, especially talking about tourism, because we don't usually call tourism in our meeting. In order to get a fully fledged information about what is happening there and how are the dealings, it's official. You see, so I think administration will see how to put it there that especially manager, LED, because if I still remember, the then manager LED was very involved. You see, he was very involved. So I think that must continue.
And once again, Speaker, part of the reports that we actually received monthly, it was the LED report that includes the report from the Plet Tourism. We need to go back to that norm, because literally every month without fail, when we started 21, 22, and 23, would actually get those monthly reports from their end. Now would be actually put abreast in terms of what are they delivering against the memorandum of understanding we had then with them. I'm not sure if this one is actually the most recent, because I know I do have the most recent. This one, it says 2013. I have one that Leslie sent to me, I think it was 6 or 7 months ago.
Okay. Director?
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. I think crowds, you must come in here because we have a background of this relationship and the Tourism Association. Okay. As far as I know, currently, the relationship between the Tourism Association and Bitou can only be defined within the prescripts of procurement, because it's not as the same before, where tourism came to council to ask for money or for funding, but it now had to go through procurement processes. So it is treated as a service provider to the institution. Now, between a relationship with service provider is defined or is contained in an SLA, service level agreement. The responsibilities and obligations of both parties are contained in that document. So this council need not to mandate anyone to do anything in terms of the resolutions that you want to craft here. But the SLA defines the roles between both parties that have entered into an agreement. So I think that is my advice. We should not lose it. We should just approach it in that way. There is a service level agreement. I'm sure if you read that, LED will know what are the responsibilities of LED or this institution towards a tourism association, and we will see there from that document what are the responsibilities and obligations of tourism association. So we should not deviate from that, because deviating from that is going to give us more challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The proposal of Council Kabai in service. Council Kabai must inform in terms of the communication. And Councillor Mangaba also mentioned that the post that we used to get from LED, it included the tourism report that we just.
Was a tourism component in that report.
Yeah. You find administration?
Yes.
Have you captured that? For clarity, 1 will now stay, 2 and 3 is out, and then the managerial team must regularly engage with Plettenberg Bay Tourism to obtain proper progress on activities within the section or the tourism. Is that the recommendation, councillors?
Yes, because through your speaker, because there are pertinent projects that are done by Plet Tourism that we don't do. You see, for instance, if we talk about advertising the town, wine bar, what, we, then LED manager goes and sit with those that board or executive and so on. I don't know how you are going to put it, but
The entire, if I could advise correctly, the entire item should be withdrawn. Because this person, even what they refer to, if you read King 3, this is not an entity of this institution. It's just a service provider that is providing work to them. So there should come a report, Mr. Nandu, that speak about the activities of tourism, reporting to council. How did you spend? How did they spend the funding? And what were the relationship? How was the relationship and all of those things? But not in this manner.
I concur with the director. This item could actually be withdrawn. I've just sent the acting manager LED as well as the senior manager legal and director the current SLA that's actually running. If you get to actually 2.3.4.1, it does stipulate that monthly progress reports on programs, functions, events set out in this service level agreement. Quarterly progress reports, annual progress reports, audited annual financial statements. So it's quite clear what's expected in terms of the relationship. So there's literally no need for this item to actually be sitting here for as long as this is actually upheld.
So you are proposing it to be removed and who's seconding, Councillor Tapai, Councillor Mhlan. Councillor Mhlan. We are moving back now to our agenda. We just finished now item number 10. We are moving to item number 11, which is urgent matters submitted by the municipal manager, none received. Item number 12, consideration of notices of motion, none received. Then item number 13 is consideration of notice of questions. 13.12, motion of questions received in terms of section 39 of Council Standing Rules of Order by law dated 13 October 2025, moved by Councillor S.A.L. Mangaba and seconded by Councillor S.E. Tapai, relating the current manager, compliance and governance, page 670. Can the administration please display the motion? Councillor Mangaba, you are the mover of the motion. Can you please take us through?
Thank you, Speaker. Motion for submission to the ordinary council meeting to be held on the 30th of October 2025. I, Samkele Manglaba, hereby give notice in terms of section 39 of Council Standing Rules of Order by law of my intention to pose the following questions at the next ordinary council meeting or special council meeting. Council is reminded that the current manager, compliance and governance, previously served as the chief financial officer of the municipality. His contract of employment as CFO was terminated, and a settlement amount of approximately 900,000 was paid to him as part of the termination agreement. Subsequent to that, the same individual was reemployed in the capacity of manager, compliance and governance, reportedly following a salary negotiation that placed him at T level 22, effectively making him the highest earning official in the municipality, exceeding even the remuneration level of the municipal manager. The situation raises serious concerns about governance, ethical compliance, remuneration equity, and possible misleading of council or the executive mayor during the appointment and salary negotiation process. The motions of questions are as follows. 1, is it legally permissible in terms of the Municipal Systems Act, the Municipal Finance Management Act, and the applicable SALGA task grading structures for an official in a small category municipality to earn a salary higher than that of a municipal manager. 2, did the official in any way mislead the executive mayor during the negotiation or appointment process regarding the salary scale rather, or the financial implications thereof? 3, has any internal or external audit been conducted to review the compliance of this appointment process and remuneration level? 4, given the background and circumstances, does the municipality view this as a potential case of misrepresentation or irregular conduct amounting to self-enrichment in contravention of the MFMA and the municipal staff regulations? It is noted from the council resolutions adopted on the 31st of March 2025, following the performance assessments of the heads of departments, that the former CFO was identified as being eligible for a 40% performance bonus of his total annual remuneration package. It must further be noted that the said official no longer occupied the position of CFO at the time of this resolution, as his employment contract had been mutually terminated, resulting in a severance payout of approximately 900,000. Question 5. What is the exact rand value of the 14% performance bonus referenced in the council resolution of the 31st of March 2025, based on the former CFO's total remuneration package at the time? 6. Is it legally permissible for a former official to receive a performance bonus for a financial year in which A, the official's contract was terminated through mutual agreement, and B, a severance package had already been paid out? 7, did the municipal manager, internal audit, or performance audit committee provide a legal opinion or compliance confirmation on whether such a payment would be consistent with legislation and sound governance principles? Moved by Samkele Aluncedo Lamla Mangaba.
Seconder, Councillor Kapai.
Thank you very much. Acting MM.
He's not there. He's not there.
Okay. How long will it take?
That's all.
But it's quick. Response.
What is that put to the investigate 5 minutes?
Okay. Can we move this to the other?
Just break.
Okay. So can we take a 5 minutes break? The IT will call to reconnect the acting MM because he's the one who must answer the motion.
Saya malos. Mana rin motorbike adi rebelli no.
Councillors, we are back again from the 5 minutes break. The mover of the first motion, which was Councillor Umangaba, already moved it. But the problem now, the person who must answer on it, acting is still struggling to connect online. So I'm asking that we move to the other motions, carry on with the other motions, and then maybe when he connected, then we can.
Confirmation, Speaker, before we move. In the following, what's this motion?
The director will answer the other two. So the director is here. So that
It depends entirely on the House.
That's why we are moving. The second motion is the second motion is from all. The second motion is motion for submission to the ordinary council meeting to be held on the 30th of October 2025. It is here submitted by Councillor Tabai. Councillor Tabai, can you please take us through the motion?
Thank you, Speaker. This motion for submission to the ordinary council meeting that is being held today in terms of section 39 of the rules of order. Motion is hereby submitted by myself, Councillor Tabai. Speaker, this motion is about the appointment of an unqualified official to the mayor's office. In terms of section 195 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, administration is governed by democratic values and principles that are enshrined in the Constitution, including high standards of professional ethics, merit-based appointment. Speaker, it has come to our attention that an individual has been appointed to a senior position within the mayor's office despite not meeting the minimum qualifications or experience requirements as prescribed by relevant legislation and municipal policy framework. Speaker, I've got these few questions that needs relevance. The first question is, what are the official qualifications and experience requirements for the position to which the official was appointed? The second one, was the position advertised publicly in accordance with the Municipal Systems Act and the municipality's recruitment policy? The third question, how many candidates applied for the position and how many were shortlisted and interviewed? Question number 4, what are the academic and professional qualifications of the appointed official? The last question, that is number 5, what steps will be taken to review or reverse the appointment if it is found to be irregular or unlawful? Speaker, why I wrote this motion is that it seeks to uphold the integrity of our administration and ensure that appointments within, especially the mayor's office, are lawful, transparent, and in the best interest of the municipality and its residents. I, Sandy Sokapai, so move.
Seconded by Samkele Alumna to Lam Mangala.
Thank you very much. I will give all advocates to answer on that.
Very much. Speaker. When it was yesterday, she forwarded to me to formulate a response. From my office, I could not determine who is this individual that is being referred to here. The motion do not refer to or do not specify a name of a person that is being questioned. It also, in the absence of that, it does not assist to at least give a designation of the position, but it keeps saying an individual, and then it talks about senior position, but it doesn't really who is this person that is being questioned here. I therefore could not formulate any response because I could not point out an incorrect person and come to this council and give wrong information. But in terms of the rules of order, if this could be clarified in this meeting today, who is this individual that we are referring to? The rules of order, Rule 37, subsection 3, it does actually gives an opportunity to the person that the question is posed to give a written response in the period of 6 days after this meeting. So therefore, if today in this meeting it can be clarified who is this individual that is employed in the office of the mayor, and we do get the full names of that individual, and then I can prepare the response for the speaker, and within 6 days that response can be dispatched to the person that motion. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much.
We are looking for this person. We also don't know who is this person.
Please let us behave. Councillor, bye-bye.
I know if we're going to play this game, let's play the game. If we're going to play this game, let's play the game. But what I know is that we are going to be needed in the future. If we are going to play this game, let's play the game.
Thank you, Councillor Tapai. We are moving to the next motion, which was submitted by Councillor Claude Blanche. Councillor Claude, can you please take us through the motion?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I, Councillor Claude Blanche of the Democratic Congress, hereby submit the below mentioned motion in terms of Rule 36 of the Bitou Municipality's Rules of Order for Internal Arrangements bylaw to be considered by the Municipal Council in the forthcoming council meeting, which is today. The motivation for this motion of questions is the objects of local government are set out in Section 152 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. One of the most important objects of local government, and which is one of the core roles in this council, is to provide democratic and accountable government to our local communities. It is further of importance for this council to ensure financial stability and promote social and economic development of our local Plet communities. In ensuring that these objectives are met, council must play a vital role in overseeing all functions of council and the administration. The purpose of the motion is to submit the following question in relation to the deviations in expenditure in relation to the appointment of legal service providers. Question 1. How many deviations have been approved for the provision of legal services providers since September 2024? Question 2. What were the reasons and motivation for these deviations? Question 3, what was the total value of these deviations? Per service provider, full details of the service providers are also requested. Question 4, in whose instance were these deviations requested? Question 5, all these deviations comply with the provision of Regulation 36 of the Municipal Supply Chain Management Regulations. Full details are required, which include copies of any deviation memorandums. Question 6, how many of these deviations include the appointment of legal service providers based in Plettenberg Bay or the Garden Route? Question 7, itemized invoices of all legal service providers appointed by the Bitou municipality by way of deviation of other supply chain processes is requested to be furnished the next either special or ordinary meeting of council for interrogation and scrutiny by council. Therefore, I move as Councillor Claude Blance. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor.
Without a doubt, Speaker, I second the motions of questions.
Thank you very much. At this moment, I will give the CFO to answer to the motion.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, to answer to the questions outlined in the motion, any deviations since September, the number of deviations that we have since September are 8, and the payments made to those deviations are actually 31. However, some of these deviations, they were recurring, therefore recurring control cases. So it's 8, but then the payments that are made in relation to those deviations are 31 because of the ongoing cases. That's the response to question 1. And then the response to question 2, what were the reasons and the motivations for these deviations? In line with our deviation form, which is completed for approval, they are basically forms under the category of exceptional cases, where it's impractical to follow the supply chain processes. Now, each invoice will contain a motivation for each deviation. The reason why these were procured through a deviation, the panel of attendance expired. So therefore, we had to opt to control through a deviation. Then 3, what is the total value? The total value of the deviations, it's about 8 million. It's about 8 million. The total deviations for the invoices that were paid were 5.5, and the ones where there's no deviations about 2.6 million. And number 4, at whose instances were these deviations requested? About 27 of these deviations were requested by Mr. Ellen Solse, and 4 of them by Mr. Tembe. So they were the requesters of those. And then about 25 of those out of the 31, they were approved by the municipal manager, Mr. Murelo Meman. And then about 3 of these, they were approved by Dr. Ralph Links. And 1 was approved by Ms. Melanie Paulson. And then 2, they were approved by the executive mayor, since Ellen also was in the acting municipal manager at the time. 5, do all these deviations comply with Regulation 36? Yes, for all the deviations that are reflected from number 1 to number 4, yes, they do comply with the provisions of Regulation 36 of the deviations. Memos and the invoices, they also affect to that. Then question number 6, how many of these are pointed out in the Bay or Garden Road? None of them are in the district. 7, which is the last question, invoices, they are available for inspection. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Blanche?
Yeah, okay, now I've got that. Just number 7, is it legal? Will you then send it to me?
They are available for inspection through the speaker, or will be available in the office of the speaker.
For inspection.
I can't decide. I'm submitting.
So come and view it.
Any other question?
No, it's for now, it's just answers that I need.
Mm.
Do any follow-ups in future.
Okay. Councillor Mangaba, you can't debate on this one because you were the second. Only the mover is allowed to.
They ask follow-up questions.
No, it's only the mover was allowed to speak on his motion.
No speaker.
The rules.
No speaker.
Yeah.
Where do you find that in the rules of order?
Rule number 34. The mover of an original motion or of any amendment may, however, speak for 5 minutes on such motion or amendment. Rule number 34.
But does it say only the mover can actually speak on the motion? Because I didn't hear only in what you were reading. Sponsor guidance. Sponsor guidance.
There are other rules of order that are amendment, but it is not on this one. But you can talk, but I will show you.
Yeah, it's
The mayor, don't you on that one? Just
to be updated this one.
This one says, sorry, no speaker, this one says on number 41, we're referring to questions now.
Yeah.
Questions it doesn't.
One says after any motion or amendment is seconded, or in the conclusion of any speech, the only member may ask any question relevant to such motion or amendment. Number 2 says no supplementary questions may be asked except by the member asking the original question, and then only in respect of matters arising out of the reply to such original questions.
See, now it allows me to actually follow up. The questions I'm about to ask are actually.
No, I think it's better if the
Speaker may not. English 101. We can engage in fact.
One better teta.
English 101.
Teta Councillor Mangaba. For me, I will also show you this one. I've read it on another one.
Mine is actually updated. We can easily share it. Anyway, mine is not even. I'm not gonna ask very many.
Yeah.
For me, it's confirmation. CFO, I would like to indulgence. Did you say none of attorneys in Bitou and in the district actually received of any legal work? I'm making notes. I just need to confirm.
Can you please answer, say for it was question number?
Number six.
Number 6, yeah.
According to the addresses which are so the health and those they are outside the country.
So no locals actually got the legal work.
According to the addresses which are
Councillor Nel, I'm hoping you are registering.
I am registering.
Any question? Can we move to the first motion?
Is he ready for me?
Acting MM?
It's gone again.
It's no longer there.
I am, yeah. Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay. We were just double checking you. We are
Yes.
going to the first motion that you must be ready to answer it. But firstly, we are giving it to the mover, which was Councillor Aluncedo Mangaba.
I've read it out already. Must I read again? I think you enjoy my voice. I can do that. I can do it.
I've read it, but yeah, now he must answer. So he was not.
He has it right in front of him. No, it's fine. I'll let my parents please speak. Let's do it again. Motion for submission to the ordinary council meeting to be held on the 30th of October 2025. I, Samkele Manglaba, hereby give notice in terms of Section 39 of Council Standing Rules of Order by law of my intention to pose the following questions at the next ordinary council meeting or special council meeting, which is this one. Council is reminded that the current manager, compliance and governance, previously served as the CFO of the municipality. His contract of employment as CFO was terminated, and a settlement amount approximately 900,000 was paid to him as part of the termination agreement. Subsequent to that, the same individual was re-employed in the capacity of manager compliance and governance, reportedly following a salary negotiation that placed him at T level 22, effectively making him the highest earning official in the municipality, exceeding even the remuneration level of the municipal manager. This situation raises serious concerns about governance, ethical compliance, remuneration equity, and possible misleading of council or the executive mayor during the appointment and salary negotiation process. The motions of questions are as follows. Question 1, is it legally permissible in terms of the Municipal Systems Act, the Municipal Finance Management Act, and the applicable SALGA task grading structures for an official in a small category municipality to earn a salary higher than that of the municipal manager? 2, did the official in any way mislead the executive mayor during the negotiation or appointment process regarding the salary scale or the financial implications thereof? 3, has any internal or external audit been conducted to review the compliance of this appointment process and remuneration level? Question 4, given the background and circumstances, does the municipality view this as a potential case of misrepresentation or irregular conduct amounting to self-enrichment in contravention of the MFMA and the municipal staff regulations? It is noted from the council's resolutions adopted on the 31st of March 2025, following the performance assessments of the heads of departments, that the former CFO was identified as being eligible for a 14% performance bonus of his total annual remuneration package. It must further be noted that the said official no longer occupied the position of CFO at the time of the resolution, as his employment contract had been mutually terminated, resulting in a severance payout of approximately 900,000. Question 5, what is the exact rand value of 14% performance bonus referenced in the council resolution on the 31st of March 2025, based on the former CFO's total remuneration package at the time? Question 6, is it legally permissible for a former official to receive a performance bonus for a financial year in which A, the official's contract was terminated through mutual agreement, B, a severance package had already been paid out? 7, did the municipal manager, internal audit and performance audit committee provide a legal opinion or compliance confirmation on whether such a payment would be consistent with legislation and sound governance principles? Mover Samkele Aluncedo lam Manglaba.
The seconder, Councillor Tapai.
Thank you, councillors. Acting can you please provide us with answers to the questions?
Madam Speaker, yes. I hope everyone can hear me. So
Yes.
I had a look at the motion that was submitted. Obviously I got involved in it when the motion was submitted, but if I go through the beginning, I was a bit unsure why the councillor submitting the motion was the same councillor proposing the item to council to get rid of the former CFO and then mandating the then acting municipal manager to negotiate and conclude an agreement with the former CFO. He's now asking these questions. So nevertheless, I'm going to respond, and I'm going to respond it in terms of the questions asked. So without me having to repeat everything, the first question that was asked was about the senior manager, who earns more than the MM. So after investigations, I found out there is no truth in the senior manager being appointed on a T22 salary scale. The current mayor was never, that was never part of the negotiation. So, and even the previous mayor was never part of the negotiation. In fact, it was the previous acting MM that was mandated by the then council to enter negotiations with the previous CFO. So I'll go to question 1. Yeah, it is a common cause that in most municipal lower level managers earn more than the HODs, which is the directors or senior managers, and even more sometimes than the MM. So it is also a direct cause of the upper limits of the remuneration determination. Furthermore, it is not true that the senior manager earns more than the MM. If you look at the total salary package and the fact that the MM is would earn more than the senior manager that we are now talking about. So when you consider all possible salary cost elements and you do the comparison, no, the MM, the senior manager is not earning more than the MM. Then question 2, and the question 2 was about the negotiation with the senior manager, negotiation with the mayor and the senior manager, and I did touch on that on question 2. The official negotiation with the then acting MM and not the mayor, and therefore did not mislead the mayor. So question 2 was all about the negotiation. Did the senior manager mislead the mayor? But no, it didn't, because the negotiation was with the then acting MM. Question 3 was about the senior manager being re-employed. The re-employment was a negotiated settlement as mandated by the then full council. Question 4, where we spoke about the senior manager being misrepresenting himself. The municipal does not view this as a misrepresentation. It was a negotiated settlement, and it is a contractually obligation which both parties have executed as agreed. Then as far as question 5, 6, 7, it talked about the performance bonus. So I'm gonna just attempt to group 5, 6, and 7 together because they're actually really the same questions that were asked, similar questions. So the former CFO was entitled to a performance bonus in accordance with his performance agreement until the day he vacated his position as mandated by council. Thus, for the 6 months that ended 31 May 2024, only a pro rata portion was offered to the CFO, the previous CFO. The performance framework is clear. As an example, and we're going to just say, mention HOD, the previous HOD, Paulsen, will also be considered. She will also be considered for a performance bonus because she was 3 months into the financial year, and her performance, even though she's not there, she will still be considered for a performance if she's entitled to it. Furthermore, there is a legally binding contract with the former CFO, both for vacating his position and re-employment. This was a labour settlement. Both parties have executed their contractual obligation thus far. This matter was before council and was recommended and resolved on twice, was resolved twice, by the way, by some of the councillors questioning or putting this motion in. Firstly, when the acting municipal manager was delegated and authorised by council resolution C/123/04/24 to negotiate a settlement and re-employment contract, this was proposed by Councillor Mangaba and seconded by Councillor Seti at the time. Secondly, in council item C/1/227/04/24, where the vacancy was vacancy was declared and council was informed that the settlement and re-employment agreement was concluded, this item was proposed by Councillor Wapi and seconded by Councillor Mangaba. Any matter of implementation and application of conditions of contract is contractually a relationship between the two parties that entered into that contract, and there are administrative processes and remedies if one party to the agreement does not agree. Disputes should therefore follow the contractual remedies through arbitration, etc., or approach the labour court for review. It is clear from the information in the media that confidential information contained in a non-disclosure agreement was leaked to the public from the custody of the municipality by those involved in the questions as well as officials feeding it to them. A clear transgression of the code of conduct for both officials and councillor. I therefore request the municipal manager, which is myself, at this point you elected me, to investigate who was responsible for it and bring a report to the council for consideration. Madam Speaker, now I've presented the answers to those questions to you, and I can actually present the response to you formally in writing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Interesting.
Thank you, Acting MM, but don't go away because there will be questions from the councillors. Thank you, Councillor Mangaba.
Thank you, Speaker. I have follow-up questions because I don't, in as much as I really respect the time that is actually spent in actually hearing out the responses, they were not really responses. However, I have follow-up questions now. Speaker, before I get to these follow-up questions, it must be duly noted in this council that this is not the first time this is actually raised. We raised this on the 31st of March. And the acting manager on that day was actually Alan Paulson. And this was discarded. I raised it on the day where we tabled the investigation report of allegations against the MM. And no answers actually came. So this is not attention seeking, but this is accountability and good governance at its best. Now, Speaker, the official in question here is somebody that was in his previous role paid on a waiver of upper limits based on the fact that he's a seasoned official. And it must be known that we are politicians. We always seek guidance from officials. Hence, the terms I've used in the letter itself. However, I have questions. I hope the acting MM can actually answer me. MM, kindly confirm, have you had access of the mutual termination agreement between the municipality and Felix Lotte?
So if I can respond, Speaker, I have been informed that that is still private and confidential. I can only respond to the questions that Councillor Mangaba has given to me, and this is what I've found out. So what
Speaker,
the questions have been...
He's not answering my questions. Allow me to be hostile.
I posed the question.
Allow me to be hostile. Acting MM, have you had access to the mutual termination agreement between the municipality and Felix Lotte?
So, Madam Speaker, the answer to that is no.
Okay. Are you aware, or was it brought to your attention that point 2 of that settlement says should he take the settlement, he forgoes every benefit and every bonus he was to receive in a previous role?
That I don't know. I'm not aware of that.
No, these are follow-up questions. Allow me to land.
But hold on, if this is a confidential agreement, the councillor knows.
No, again, you see, this is why we'll need the manager to actually advise us here, because understanding we had here in council was that the NDA was around the findings of the investigation that brought about the mutual termination. Mutual termination was everywhere. We know that for a fact that Mbulelo Memani had a chance and a fair share to actually share it with the publication because it was public. The only thing that was actually hidden, it was basis of the investigation.
And there's a council access.
For us to actually play our oversight role, we need to have access to the termination. Hence, I'm saying it was public knowledge. And for us to be able to do our role, we needed access to it. But allow me to land again. I'm still on the floor. Did he receive the performance bonus amounting to 960,000 after deductions paid directly into his account?
Legal manager, I think you can fuse in and help us here, because this was a confidential settlement agreement. So are we allowed now to ask those questions that were confidential? Just a clarity on that.
Speaker, in my view, no agreement can be confidential or held under the guise of confidentiality away from councillors. Councillors are entitled to an agreement, see it, we have sight of it, that's the first thing. Cannot be hidden from the AG on that basis. Can also not be hidden from the MEC or any other government institution that governs our institution. Cannot be in that sense, even to be confidential and private, no. So that provision, if there is such a provision, in the contract, alas, it is invalid in my view. So you are entitled to discuss it, you're entitled to see it, because if not, it means we all of us can enter into secret agreements without council knowing and then claim.
Thank you very much. Councillors, it was just for our clarity. So Councillor Manglaba, you are allowed as the legal.
Thank you, ma'am. Now that we are clear, I'll go back again. Did he receive, he was speaking of is Felix, did he receive his performance bonus from the CFO's position?
All right. Now that it has been clarified by Alan, in the beginning, obviously I am not a legal person, so I've always been told it's a negotiated contract and it was a labour settlement. So that question, if I can ask the CFO to answer that.
Therefore, do you have any knowledge about the payment of the performance bonus to the previous CFO?
Sure.
Director?
Response.
I think, MM, we must just, we got an advice now from legal, and we must just speak to honesty. You have alluded in your responses that there was a program of 6 months that was paid to the previous CFO. It was you who said that in this council today. So therefore, you cannot run away from that answer. And as a head of HR, I do confirm that there was a 14% that was paid as a performance bonus to Mr. Felix Lord. Thank you very much.
Now, in the motion of questions, thank you, Director. In the motion of questions, I've asked the monetary value of that 14%, if anyone has access to it now, between the officials.
How much is it? 14%.
I think
some of the, no, you can.
Are you calculating it for us, Several? Okay.
While you are calling someone, can I actually go on with another question so long?
Okay.
Director for Corporate Services, may you please assist me? What's the percentage on the retention policy of this institution that we actually approved in council? You're allowed to put
what?
Retention policy.
Threshold.
I think it's up to 20%. I do have my policies.
Is it not 10%?
I'm not sure. I can't really.
Is it not 14?
I can bring the policy and put it page.
I would really appreciate that.
I think Councillor Samkela is right. It is only 14%, if I recall, but just check on the policy.
He's confirming that the retention.
For you, correct.
Okay, while you go confirm it, let's just hold on to this response as if it were true. So the retention policy threshold is actually 14%, right?
So, sorry, Councillor, you talking about the actual performance bonus up to 14% or the retention?
Speaking of the
Can you
retention
repeat
now.
yourself? Okay.
Retention.
SABC. How are you?
Yes.
Mkwanas.
Yes,
Sis Naya.
Is this how you come from?
Speaker, I think while I'm waiting on these on these three questions, I don't want to wait. I don't want to end up bombarding them with so much. I would pause for now, and I've seen that the executive mayor has a hand. I'm not done speaking.
Waiting for them to come back.
They are back, Councillor Mangaba. I think let us finish with all your questions as the mover, then we can give the other councillors. When you satisfied yourself enough the answers, then.
Mkwanas, yes.
How did we say about? Do you have them ready? Okay.
Organize the support. It messes up.
Hey, hello, Donna. Skyna in commit. Slindona in commit.
Acting pan.
Next postpone committee.
Can agenda for tomorrow. Oh, nice.
Very nice. No, it goes up until 5 o'clock. Life.
Okay, I know.
Life is
Single.
Remember the time we had monthly things that was covered.
We must go back to monthly meetings, Honorable Nell. I said, good.
We have meetings almost every month.
Yeah, we must go back there. It was done deliberately of this quarter thing, to shove things under, so that when we come to council, they are piled up. We don't read thoroughly, we just vote and things move. But not in this council, we read of this country.
Everyone has inputs on how many.
Director.
Thank you very much, Speaker. In terms of the retention policy, it was approved 2022 by this council. Yes. the retention, it ranged from 5% to 15%.
To 15%. So it's safe to say 15 is the threshold and there's nothing beyond that.
But 2023, this council took a decision on the way the HF to phase out attention for attention, skill and retention. The item rates is finished.
Now, since
Councillor Mangat.
apologies.
First, mine is that I need to take cognizance of the content of the report. That council approves the phase out of the scarce skills allowance over a period of 4 months with effect from 1 March 2023. So this is the same policy, the retention policy. So from March, April, May, June, July, in July 2023, it was supposed to be
phased out,
totally phased out. So that this is after approval of the policy. So we should not be issuing any retention of skills benefits from July 2023. That is the status of this issue. Thank you.
Now, with that answer here in council, what do we make of the negotiation of 25% retention by this seasoned council official when he actually moved into another office? CFO, please confirm for me if you've had the numbers already.
Sure.
Madam Speaker,
Acting MM.
can you hear me? Madam Speaker, I think Ellen needs to help me out here because I'm also not quite a fair with legal issues, but you know, from my limited knowledge is in open council, should you be discussing individual salaries? And I'm also like battling to keep up with the additional questions that have been asked that is actually outside the original motion. So if Ellen can just help me out here, I'd appreciate it.
They are called follow-up questions. However, Manager Legal, please assist him.
Madam Speaker, yes, it is a matter that must be discussed in the open because the questions were asked in open session of council.
Do you speaker? Thanks, Ellen.
CFO.
Okay, thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I can respond. It was basically 14%. It was pro rata. So pro rata payment was 7 months. That was
The council. Rata for 7 months. 14%.
The question was, I needed you to quantify that 14% like in rent value.
10% in terms of total amount, it was 297,062. But that's for the 12 months. When pro rata that, then it became 173 at before tax. After tax, it was 50,000.
Now, Speaker, are my questions justified in assuming that such negotiations and such moves are actually in breach of the code of conduct of employees and are an act to stupefy council for self-enrichment? Because this isn't official, signed an agreement that says once he receives his 960,000 into his account after deductions, he forgoes every benefit and every bonus from his previous role. Would it be now a fair deductions for me to say he actually bemused council for his self-enrichment?
The answer is yes.
Okay. Now, while at it, I did say, in as much as we are zealous to serve communities and to sit in this council, we are still not learning. We are still dependent on the guidance of the officials. How is it that this very same seasoned official negotiated to get into permanence without ever having to have followed acceptable recruitment and selection processes? I think I rest for now.
Bill.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, what we've just witnessed now is totally irregular. In this council, we have discussed highly confidential personal information in an open council meeting. This should have been in committee. So this is wrong. The way that this has come about is also wrong. This information was leaked from this office. I know that because the signed document was sent to the press shortly after the submission of that motion. That is totally irregular and that needs to be investigated. The fact that this whole matter has been discussed in the media in detail involves councillors, and there is a code of conduct of councils, as the acting MM rightly said. There is also a code of conduct for officials, as the acting MM quite rightly said. And this matter has been a matter of collusion. It is obviously clear. Collusion between councillors, officials, and outside institutions.
Speaker, questions or statements?
Can I please finish, Speaker?
No,
to finish.
No, Speaker, I must remind you how you dealt with the previous motions of questions. And again, unlike other councillors who've been sitting here for over 15 years, however, I'm not aware that we have a right to actually access these documents.
Madam Speaker, I'm not addressing the documents that are accessed. I'm expressing an opinion.
I'm still on the motion of questions.
Distributed and discussed in an open council.
Yeah, I'm still on motions of questions.
Yes, we're still on it.
But it's out of order.
Thank you.
Councillor Nel is out of
Samtana.
Yeah, I think first, Speaker, I'm quite disturbed by what I've seen, what I'm witnessing now. That's the DA when we are taking questions for accountability will run and be so furious through Councillor Nel in trying to hide what we are trying to inform the public about. Anyway, the other issue, Speaker, is the fact that the acting MM said he is going to investigate councillors and how this document was leaked. I want to say the same sentence because this official that we're talking about here does not report to council. In fact, we're not even supposed to be engaging about this official. But what has happened here requires investigation. It requires investigation and it requires further steps to be taken against that official by the acting MM this year so that we can get more information about his appointment, the official in question. So without delaying, Speaker, I think that's what we need to follow. That's what we need to follow because really this is not a director or no a municipal manager. So it is the prerogative of the acting municipal manager. investigate this.
Decided he wants to investigate.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
It will be Executive Mayor, then Councillor Swart, then Councillor Bionel.
Thank you. I think the important thing that came out of this is that although there were certain resolutions from council, the acting municipal manager concluded the agreement. However, as it may be, I just want to, because I hear there's this on point number 5, there's the issue of the 14% performance bonus. From what I can remember, that's why I knew when the question came that it was paid out. From what I can remember, an item was brought to council. I'm not sure exactly when, but I think it was that item contained the issue of the pro rata of the municipal manager, and then Director Paulson and Mr. Lotto. So when that item came to council, I think we accepted those recommendations at that point, but also to say was that, we will not advise otherwise, but just to conclude with point number 5, that the item did serve in front of council, from what I can recall.
Thank you, Councillor Swart.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to notice on a point of clarity is when this agreement was signed off.
When was?
The agreement signed off that Councillor Manya was talking about.
When was the agreement signed off?
When was it signed?
That?
What was the agreement?
I think the acting MM can answer.
Acting MM? When was the agreement
Yeah.
signed?
Thank you. So that whole item that went to council on the 4th month of 24, where it came in to be negotiated, it was almost during that period, but the date I'm not too sure.
April 2024. Not sure of the date.
Yes.
Thank you. On Bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the fact that the questions are being asked is not that's what I am referring to. The fact that the questions are being asked in the manner which they are being asked, the procedural correctness of what is happening here is totally incorrect. Not have been permitted. The way in which this is taking place, I am all for asking the questions. However, the concern I have here is that the people involved in the agreement we are discussing here are sitting here. They are the promoters of this project. There is something terribly wrong here, Madam Speaker. What concerns me more is we are discussing highly confidential information. Not to forget about the personality involved here. Any individual has the right to be protected. Any individual working in this municipality, it is the convention in this municipality, and it is enshrined in the rules of order that we do not discuss salaries, we do not discuss personal information in open council meetings. They are done in committee. This is all showboating, Madam Speaker. This is all showboating for the public, and this is incorrect. It is totally incorrect. No, Madam Speaker, I'm not going to be quiet now, and I want my turn to discuss this matter. The big concern I have is that there is clear collusion between different parties. And you are parties not involved in this municipality that are involved in the publication of these stuff out in the press, in the social media. And this is a planned assault and attack on the infrastructure of this municipality.
Most of the questions I
collapse this municipality. Can I speak, please? I
can.
I am quiet. Noise now. Just pipe down. There is obviously a planned attack on the infrastructure of this municipality, on the staff infrastructure of this municipality. And it's coordinated between people in this municipality, colluding with people outside this municipality.
This is the second time.
It is happening in the press. And we know how it gets to the press. So, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, while this is...
We warned you about...
We like have a chance to speak on this. Please let the speaker on the floor finish what he's saying.
Point of order, Speaker. there is selective racism that is attached.
Madam Speaker, that
No, we can listen to
Exactly.
selective racism.
Everyone has.
No.
Everyone has a right to speak.
Panel is coming up now.
Everyone has a right to speak. If you are speaking, and we are not, no one is saying racism. No one is saying racism when a person is speaking. You were speaking, anyone can hear, you are talking. But we didn't say that. We didn't say we are speaking racism when we talk. So please allow.
I was rudely interrupted. Let me please respond. Nobody referred to racism. That is an old act which comes from that side. There is nothing like that involved in this. This is true for anybody, irrespective of who they are. The point remains that every procedure in our rules of order have been transgressed today. And this is done in a planned and coordinated way. And what I'm afraid of, and what really concerns me deeply, is that we have members of the public involved in this conclusion.
And they deserve
it is done coordinatedly. Please let me finish. It's done in a very coordinated fashion. The pattern is the same every time. All the senior managers involved in either management control, fiscal control, or performance management, and particularly in the control of disciplinary matters. All those officials are attacked sequentially, one by one. The modus operandi is the same every single time. Every single time that starts off in the press, then it is it's elevated into social media, to the social media.
This is actually for public. This is an agenda open to the public. It's white paper, it's not green.
That is precisely where the problem lies, Councillor Mandava. So, Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is this. This day must be seen for what it is. There's a lot of showboating, and I do coordinate it in the mirror. And I hope that the people with some sanity in their minds see what is going on here. This is a travesty.
And I do hope you find yours.
Councillor Amtlana, and then Councillor Teblanche.
Speaker,
and Councillor Tapai.
Speaker, it's a sad day because we were sent a letter of grievances. I'm making a reference. Grievances by managers. And if you look at the managers that sent those grievances, African managers working in this institution. And when I look at what is now playing out, you can see a selectiveness. There was someone from this institution whom his case was on paper. And that person was never defended. Like this is pinning out today. So there is really selective racism in this institution. And I want to agree with those managers. We can see it happening here today. I am saying, with all what has been raised here, there is a need for investigation against this particular official. Not that councillors must be threatened with investigation when councillors bring forth information. Because this information, Speaker, you would have not known about as well. Because we are told about confidentiality. But we are leading this municipality. We are told that managers at a low level, we are not supposed to know what is it that they are earning. But we know directors, we know the municipal manager.
And councillors.
And councillors are known. In fact, the remuneration of all of us is known, or the public supposed to know. Why one person must be defended like this? And everyone is now being accused now that there is a modus operandi. It moves from here to there because of this one person. It can't be.
Madam Speaker, man, things are being jerked completely out of context.
Councillor Tablan.
I said, that is not what I said.
I just want to say this, has been said, it's done and dusted. I think what was meant to happen here is the anticipation of the motion of questions. Let it be read into the record, and then either specifically you, for the anticipation, you would then ask us, can we all be in agreement that the next session goes into in committee? But that did not happen. So therefore, no one has a right now to back and forth and shout. It was started in the open, therefore it had to finish. Because the guidance did not come from you as a speaker, and you would note that Councillor Msana said you might not have picked it up to see which we slide now. So therefore I'm saying no one now has a right to go back and forth. Because, you know, if I look at it, we tend, and it's the second time that he's now raising being ashamed as a council. But who starts? It's us as councils. We throw each other in the media for small things. And when this staff member being overlooked now shows his or her grievances through an email, it is now being a complot or concocted thing. People get, the staff morale is low in this municipality. If they had their way, 50% would resign tomorrow. But unfortunately, poverty keeps us here. We must work. So I'm saying, Madam Speaker, let's start with us. Maybe we can reduce the volume in the media if we, amongst each other, stop throwing us out there on these small matters. And when these big matters come, we want to stand with a shield. No, not this one. Why not? But going to the, we are lengthily discussed here. Take that 2 items. When it was the municipal manager, it was rushed. No problem to discuss. When it was the CFO, we cut. When we did the appointment, no, not this one. Cannot be here. It doesn't belong in this position. But when we did the other appointment, let's go. Therefore, I'm saying, let's look at ourselves before we stress to the staff with a low moral, because we won't control them. They are close to 7 and we won't control them. Let's look at ourselves before we go out and try and cry when these kind of actions happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mangaba, you, Councillor Kapayi, and Councillor Mangaba, you will be the last, then we are closing the session.
Thanks, Speaker. One thing, we are not going to be scared to speak here. If you want to investigate us, investigate us. It's so wonderful. I'm going to put that in that manner. It's so wonderful, this municipality. And I'm going to repeat what I've said, that there is selective racism in this municipality, favoritism. I'm going to zoom into the specifics, things that are happening in this municipality. I believe there were no senior managers. They were done away with, senior managers. Only manager. Hell, of a sudden, there are senior managers at engineering department. That's the first one, in IT. And I can tell you, those ones that were demoted are black people. Those ones that are promoted are white people. And it just happened. And you are going to scrutinize scarce skills allowance. Because there is scarce skill allowance in those white senior managers. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but we must scrutinize why scarce skills allowances are only given to white people, white male in this municipality. whereas black managers were demoted. It's so amazing that you qualify to be an acting director. But when it comes, you apply, they say, you can't even be shortlisted. But when you must act, it's a done deal. Or you are put it there in black and white. But no, he or she is going to, they are the ones that we must go with. But when it comes to employing or even taking people to selection and interviews, they are kicked out. There is selective racism in this municipality. You can defend it the way you like it, but you are going to raise these things. There are black people that we challenge and even take them to suspension. Why are we not going to talk about this white man that has been given around about 14 to 15%? Why must we keep quiet? Why are we going to be told by people who are saying, no, we are going to investigate councillors. This is not allowed, and so forth. We're not going to keep quiet here. We are going to dig malfeasance because I know the DA hides everything. They only want to be the darlings of the media. But when it's them, it's a witch hunt. That's not going to happen here in Bitou. We are still going to continue. There are things that we are going to take. I'm telling you, there are so many. Thank you very much,
How is there something big now against the DA when in actual fact the same councillors initiated this? I don't think we must play politics here. This should be about the institution.
No, we're insulted here. We're insulted here as people who are colluding. We're insulted as if we are people who are colluding. What we're playing, our oversight role.
What I'm trying to avoid here, I don't say a person must not say what he wants or she wants to say. But please wait for your turn so that the speaker who's speaking can finish speaking. That's the only thing that I'm avoiding.
Thank you,
Do not interrupt when another person is speaking.
Thank you, Speaker.
Because now it's like now we are in a dialogue. It gave Councillor Zabai to speak, and I've listened all his. He expressed all his how he feels. I allowed him, but now I'm giving the executive mayor.
But you said to him.
You said it was going to me after.
Oh,
You said it.
You did say.
He finished. Then I said executive mayor. Then he started speaking.
Oh,
you said
executive mayor.
Speaker, I'm just becoming worried because now as councillors, we are starting to get into these debates where we actually now demoralizing one another and there's this insults going around. At the end of the day, if this matter is really on our hearts in terms of good governance or in terms of what is good for the institution, all of us have got our role to play. I did say earlier, if this matter was brought up, what I was trying to say when I was referring to the item that served before council for this bonus, we were not alerted at that point in time that it will become a problem, or it might be a problem. So none of us, because all of us supported that recommendation. None of us did it deliberately. So at the end of the day, we cannot sit here and blame one another for this issue. Because this issue, when council took that resolution and council mandated the municipal manager or the acting municipal manager to enter into that agreement, did we know, or are there some of us here that knew what was written into that agreement? Let us all take collective responsibility here. We are taking this thing far. It is becoming now an issue where we are breaking this institution down. This matter happened more than a year ago. This settlement was agreed to more than a year ago. There's no reason for us to sit here now and break this institution in the public down like this. Why are we doing that? If we as councillors, we are privy to this information, if we can alert one another, we can alert the administration. I did say yesterday to some of the administrators, we must not be in this institution that we are keeping things just to, like we are playing chess with one another. It shouldn't be about playing chess. It should be about the principle that you are raising at this moment. And the principle, how does it affect the other institution? Because now the other employees and also the employer here, the one that is implicated or that has been affected by this. You understand? So I'm just saying that I'm starting to become very uncomfortable with where this conversation is going. Because really we are here for the interest of this municipality, for the interest of all of these managers that are working here. And if we are going to do this to one another, how are we going to lead them?
Speaker. Speaker, through you, Lady Mayor, your frustrations are valid. I don't want you to think we are actually invalidating how you feel. However, I also want us to draw our minds back to the center of why is it that we tabled this motion of question. Fairness. One person asked here, why now? I must remind this council that we tabled the motion of questions on the 31st of March with regards to this, because in principle, the mutual termination of Mbulelo Memani and that of Felix Litter, it was same principle. I hardly ever use the race card, but at the rate at which things are going, it was easy for the other one to actually be splashed all over social media. It was easy for the other one to actually be moved out of the institution. And this is not a revenge. This is going back to transparency, good governance, and accountability. Way forward, Councillor Mshana is saying there must be an investigation that is actually done. We don't want to waste money. It could easily be done internally via the legal department. So that we get to the bottom of this. I still maintain, we are politicians. When we actually resolve on something, if details are actually not brought to us in black and white, we see people waltzing in the institution and we think all is well up until we start doing what we are mandated to do, which is playing an oversight role. I'm not sure what will be investigated with regards to what's in the newspapers, because if Chris van der Graas would tell you, I gave him the motion of questions because I knew it's going on an open platform. Why? Because it's a white page. I'm not shaken by investigations. I'm here doing my role. And this is not to belittle anyone, but to say what's good for Paul is good for all. Consistency. That is all I'm here for. If I must be nailed on the wall based on that, by all means.
Jesus Christ.
Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. How we got into the racism discussion is a mystery to me. It was never raised. It did not come from me, most certainly not. That is something that I object to most seriously. The whole concern here is about procedures, about sticking to procedures, about the law, about how things work. What has happened here today is not in line with those procedures. That is simply my position. It is very disappointing to see that the first opportunity that people get, they jump onto the racism card. That is sick and tired. It's not necessary. It's totally unnecessary. We do have a lot of staff in this institution which are totally demotivated as a result of things that have happened. Some of the things that have been said here is true. But, Madam Speaker, what is true is this matter was not followed in terms of procedure. If there are investigations, and I thank Councillor Ngaba for confirming what I said. It is true that you actually leaked this thing. That, Councillor Ngaba, is a transgression.
Actually, doing it in secret. I did give comment because I speak on behalf of my movement.
Whatever you say, Councillor Ngaba, the fact is, in terms of the procedures, you have contravened the.
Find me that procedure, my guy.
Contravened the code.
Until then, we're going on with the investigation.
Out of order.
Doesn't suit you, man. When it does, when the truth.
Every time.
Formal complaint to the.
Allow me to finish, please.
Then write a formal, what you are saying. What you are saying.
You are allowed. Gonna close this now.
You are here to defend.
Councillors, I am closing this now.
Defended.
Closing this now because you are not now talking as others. You jump to each other's talk and back and forth. So we are closing out the session because I see there are no sessions anymore. I just are choosing each other. Can I please have
Madam Mayor,
acting MM?
Speaker, can you hear me? Sorry, man, I've been putting up my hand, but I don't seem to be recognized. But if you've closed the meeting, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm not closing the meeting. I'm closing this this motion now because
Or the motion,
the questions, the questions were tabled and you have answered. So we are moving now. We are closing now the public meeting. We are going to the info meeting, and the public and the officials who are not supposed to be in the meeting, excuse us.
Do the right thing.
KFC. Someone must get KFC.
Which one?
Who's on T level 23?
Committee now.